There are cities that never truly sleep, places where the darkness breathes beneath the streets, waiting for something ancient to stir. And in James Herbert's The Rats, that nightmare arrives with teeth. When Herbert wrote this story in the early 1970s, he was inspired by the decay and unrest spreading through parts of urban Britain. Crumbling buildings, rising fear, a sense that society itself was beginning to rot from underneath. He turned that anxiety into something horrifyingly alive. And in 1974, The Rats exploded onto bookshelves, eventually selling millions of copies around the world and helping redefine modern British horror. Long before his name became legendary through novels like The Fog, The Survivor, and Haunted, Herbert had already discovered something few writers ever truly master: the ability to make ordinary places feel unsafe. And if you've ever walked home through an empty street at night, you'll understand exactly why this story still unsettles readers decades later. The nightmare became even larger with the 1982 film adaptation Deadly Eyes, bringing Herbert's vicious creatures to the screen in all their grotesque chaos. What you're about to experience is not a word-for-word reading, but a cinematic third-person retelling designed to pull you deep into the fear, the tension, and the world of the novel itself. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. And as the darkness closes in, you'll also uncover hidden facts about the book, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes details that made The Rats one of horror's most unforgettable nightmares. The story begins. Henry Guilfoyle is killing himself with a bottle, slowly, deliberately. He started 6 years ago at 40. Back then, he had it all: a top sales job at a Midlands paper company, a promotion to area manager in his sights. Then he did something unforgivable for a man like him. He fell in love late, and with a junior salesman half his age. He trained young Francis for 5 weeks, crisscrossing the country together. At first, Guilfoyle couldn't read the boy's inclinations, but the shyness, the quiet loneliness in his protege began closing a gap Guilfoyle had always felt with other men, a strange, aching distance he'd papered over with dirty jokes and backslaps. Guilfoyle never understood why Francis chose sales. The boy wasn't built for it. Guilfoyle was the actor, the bluff professional hiding any imperfections in his manhood. Francis carried the shadow of his own nature like a weight, guilt dampening his spirits, yet still wanting to prove himself by mirroring others. The third week, they ended up in a small Bradford hotel. Only doubles available, 2 single beds. After an afternoon of drinking with a client, they took the man to a local strip club in a dark basement. Guilfoyle watched Francis watching the girls. The boy looked, yes, but without the exaggerated lust the client wore so proudly. When the last sequin thing hit the floor, Guilfoyle slapped Francis's thigh under the table, a hearty, practiced move, and let his hand linger just long enough for their eyes to meet. That moment, the glorious instant of true knowing. There had been little tests before, nothing risky, but the smile in the boy's eyes confirmed it. No surprise, no alarm, just recognition. The rest of that afternoon moved like a dream. Guilfoyle's heart hammered every time he looked at Francis, yet he kept performing. The vulgar, ugly client never suspected a thing. They were men in a man's world, leering at deformed women, and the boy looked green but teachable. Guilfoyle drained his scotch, laughed loudly, and played his part. Back at the hotel, the one Guilfoyle had chosen for reasons he kept close, Francis got sick. The whiskey had been too much. Guilfoyle regretted pushing so hard. The boy vomited in the cab, then again in their room's sink. Guilfoyle ordered black coffee, poured cup after cup into the half-conscious young man. When he saw the mess on Francis's coat and shirt, he tenderly stripped them off and scrubbed the stains in hot water. Then Francis began to cry. Sitting on the bed, head in his hands, pale shoulders shaking, a lock of fair hair draped over long, thin fingers. Guilfoyle sat beside him, put an arm over his shoulder. The boy leaned into his chest, and soon Guilfoyle was cradling him, rocking him like a child until the sobbing faded to whimpers. Slowly, he undressed Francis and tucked him into bed. gazed at him, then undressed himself and climbed in beside the boy, closing his eyes. Guilfoyle would never forget that night. They made love, and the boy surprised him, far from the innocent he'd seemed. Still, Guilfoyle fell hard. He knew the dangers, the stories of middle-aged men and young boys, the vulnerability. But for the first time, after being with another man, he felt clean, purged of guilt, free of self-contempt and disgust. Alive. More alive than ever. They returned to the company with a solid order from the Bradford client, and for a while, everything held together. Guilfoyle expected his promotion any week. Large orders rolled in. He saw Francis every day and most evenings. Then things shifted. Subtly at first. Younger colleagues gave cheeky back answers. Older ones grew strained in conversation, not quite avoiding him, but never comfortable. Guilfoyle chalked it up to his pending promotion, people not knowing how to treat the new manager. But then he caught typists smirking behind his back. Old Miss Robson, the office spinster, stopped speaking to him altogether. Then came the fateful day. After lunch at his usual pub, he walked into the staff toilet, found a cubicle, and sat down. Trousers around his ankles, he began thinking about a new business venture once he became area manager. Then his eyes drifted to the back of the door. He froze. Graffiti. Everywhere. All about him. Someone had started it, and others had joined in. Each entry awarded marks like a game. Crude drawings of him, and unmistakably Francis. Long hair across the forehead, gaunt features, cartoonish mockery making their love ridiculous. Ugly drawings. Blood rushed to his head. Tears flooded his eyes. How could they destroy what they'd had? Dirty little minds scratching their poison into the door. He sat there for half an hour, quietly weeping. Then the realization hit. How pathetic he looked. A middle-aged man in love with a young boy, sitting on a toilet with his pants down, crying over words and drawings that understood nothing of his life. He couldn't face the office. He went home and drank a bottle of scotch. That was the beginning of the end. He returned to work the next day, but everything looked different. He saw a jibe in every remark. He went home again at lunchtime with a fresh bottle. After 2 weeks, he started to pull himself together. But then Francis left. No goodbye, just a brief note apologizing, saying he couldn't take the persecution anymore. Guilfoyle went to the boy's home. A hysterical scene with Francis's mother, who threatened to involve the law, made it clear it was finished. Francis was very young. After that, Guilfoyle plunged fast. He lost his promotion, whether because of his reputation or his drinking, he never knew. Probably both. He resigned and moved to London, disappearing into the swamp of the disillusioned. For 6 years, he barely worked. He drank steadily until his money ran out. He got thrown out of lodgings more times than he could count. He did odd jobs in the markets, pushing barrows, loading lorries. The few pence he earned bought cheap booze. He slept rough. For a while, he still sought out men in dusty old cinemas, his own kind, in the dark. Only twice was he threatened. Once with quiet menace, once with shouting and fist-waving as strangers' eyes fixed on his shame. But now, even that was gone. His clothes reeked. His body carried the grime of markets and storage sheds. Cheap alcohol had burned out whatever desire remained. All he cared about was saving enough to buy oblivion. That week, Guilfoyle worked hard. He held off his cravings so he could afford a full bottle of cheap gin on Saturday. How he survived, he didn't know, but the mental image of that bottle kept him going. Now, shuffling through dark streets by the docks, he drank until his head spun and his steps faltered. He climbed through a crumbling window in a house the slum clearance crews hadn't yet reached. Staggering over rubble, he made his way to the back, away from any police flashlights. He sat down in a corner that might once have been a kitchen. Before the bottle was empty, he fell into a drunken stupor. Hours later, he woke with a start. Something had registered in his fogged mind. He didn't know what. He drained the last of the gin, then felt a sharp pain in his left hand. He jerked it up to his mouth and heard something scuttle away. He threw the bottle toward the sound, then tasted blood on the back of his hand. The wound began to throb. The taste of his own sticky blood made him retch. He rolled to his side as the gin pumped from his body. He lay there, shaking. Then the pain came again, this time in his outstretched left hand. He shrieked as he understood. Something was gnawing at his tendons. He tried to stand, but stumbled and fell hard, bruising his face. Lifting his hand again, he felt something warm and heavy clinging to it. He tried to shake it off, but it had a firm grip. He pulled at the body with his other hand and felt brittle hair. Through the panic, he realized what held him. A rat. Big. Very big. Nearly the size of a small dog, with no growl or long legs, only razor-edged claws frantically beating on his forearm. He tried to get up again as more pain shot through his leg. He screamed. The blinding pain ran up to his groin. More teeth sank into his thigh. As he stood, he felt tiny feet running up his body. He actually felt hot, fetid breath as he looked down to see what could climb a man so fast. Huge teeth meant for his throat sank into his cheek and tore away a flap of flesh. Blood poured from his body as he thrashed. For a moment, he thought he'd found the door, but something heavy leapt onto his back and dragged him down again. Rats. The word screamed through his mind. Rats eating him alive. God help him. Flesh ripped from the back of his neck. He couldn't rise now. Too many writhing, furry bodies feeding from him, drinking his blood. Shivers ran along his spine to his shocked brain. Dim shadows floated before him, then a redness washed across his vision. The redness of unbearable pain. He couldn't see anymore. The rats had already eaten his eyes. Then he felt nothing. Just a spreading sweetness over his body. He died with no thoughts left. Not even of Francis, nearly forgotten. Just sweetness. Beyond pain. The rats had had their fill, but were still hungry. They searched for more of the same kind. They had tasted human blood for the first time. Harris trudged towards St. Michael's, the familiar Monday dread settling into his bones. Another week of teaching art to kids who only ever seemed to draw on toilet walls. The first 3 lessons would be the worst, he knew. By lunch, his mood usually softened. A few boys showed promise. Thomas had real intelligence. Barney had genuine talent. And Keo had cunning. The kid would never sit behind a banker's desk, but he'd make money. Maybe not honestly, but he'd land on his feet. Harris found himself wondering what made one boy stand out. Keo wasn't academically clever, didn't look remarkable, average build, unremarkable face. But at 14, that cocksure confidence set him apart. A hard upbringing, probably. Though most of these Dockland kids had tough homes, empty houses after school, exhausted parents with no time for them. Still, things were worse in Harris's own childhood. Dockers and factory workers earned decent money now, more than he made as a teacher. The real divide these days came down to accent. He'd grown up in this same East End. No mysteries here. He remembered an art school friend calling his neighborhood colorful. That was one word for it. Now at 32, he was back, teaching smaller versions of his younger self. They'd tried giving him grief at first. Art was just playtime to them, and any man teaching it had to be queer. So he'd come down hard, crush the ringleaders until they were afraid to whisper. A sharp clout now and then worked wonders. Pathetic, really. How he'd had to suppress laughter when some little villain tried to stare him down. He'd earned their respect, then softened just enough to get them to loosen up without losing control. Keo remained the only puzzle. Harris knew he could reach the boy. They both knew it. But at the last possible moment before understanding clicked between them, Keogh's eyes would laugh at him, and Harris would feel the loss all over again. Was any of it worth it? He could teach anywhere. But this was home ground, his element. Besides, underprivileged areas paid better. Barney showed real promise. Maybe a talk with the boy's parents about art school. The school bell cut through his thoughts. Through the gates, footsteps clattered behind him. 2 14-year-old girls in short skirts ran past giggling, their movements impossible not to notice. Harris smiled to himself. At least the view had its compensations. Halfway through the first lesson, Keo walked in wearing his usual uniform. Checked short-sleeve shirt, braces holding up trousers that rode high, heavy boots on full display. Harris offered a pointed good morning. The boy's response came back arrogant and clipped. Harris tried sarcasm. asking what excuse Keo had this time. Trouble getting out of bed? A few girls snickered, and Harris immediately regretted the jab. That wasn't how you broke through Keo's wall. The boy stayed silent. Harris felt a flicker of worry. In his own childhood, kids feared an angry teacher. Now here he was, hoping he wouldn't upset a 14-year-old too much. Then he spotted the boy's hand wrapped in a grimy handkerchief, blood seeping through. He asked if Keo had been fighting. No. He pressed harder. Finally, Keo admitted he'd been bitten. By what? The boy looked at his feet, red creeping up his face. By a rat, he said. In another house near the docks, a baby girl shrieked with delight as a scruffy mongrel licked her nose. 1-year-old Karen was fascinated by this furry creature that never tired of playing unless food appeared. She grabbed its tail and pulled with her small fists. The dog yelped with exaggerated relish, spun around, and went back to licking her face. Her mother came into the room and scolded the animal for licking the baby. The dog looked sheepish, tongue out, then spotted its water bowl being filled and trotted over to drink. Paula Blakely smiled at her daughter and promised tea, then shopping. The dog and the baby had arrived around the same time. Karen born early, Shane a gift from Paula's husband Mike to keep her occupied while she waited. On the same day Mike brought the dog home, Paula went into labor. 12 hours of pain had convinced her she didn't want more children. But she loved this child, maybe more than she loved Mike. Not because Karen was the only thing that truly belonged to her, exactly. More because Karen was something Paula herself had produced, had brought into the world. Looking at the giggling baby, Paula wondered if it was simply that Karen was so lovable. She and Mike hadn't planned her so soon, couldn't really afford her. They'd been lucky to get this place, dingy as it was, in a rough area too close to the docks. But they'd lived in Poplar most of their lives anyway, and it wasn't a slum. Paula kept the house spotless while other tenants let theirs go. Soon, with enough saved, they'd move to Barking or Ilford. Not far from Mike's garage job, which was too good to leave, but to a better-class area where you didn't need a dog or cat just to keep mice down. The kettle's whistle interrupted her thoughts. She reached for the tea tin and swore. Empty. Mike drank coffee, but she'd never liked its bitterness. She'd been raised on tea, the pot in her childhood home never cold. She glanced at Karen. Would the baby be all right for a few seconds while she borrowed tea next door? Yes. Karen was preoccupied with Shane, watching him lap from his bowl. Paula slipped out, leaving the door open, hoping the baby wouldn't even notice she was gone. The baby happily watched the little mongrel gobble his food, even trying a bit on her finger before spitting it out. Then the dog froze. The hackles rose on its back. It snarled at something moving in the doorway. From the cellar, its door in the hall, slightly ajar, a black shape scurried out. Shane lunged at the first rat, seizing it by the neck and shaking hard. A high squeal broke from the creature. Instantly another appeared, leaping at the dog's throat and sinking its teeth deep. The dog spun, trying to shake it off without releasing the first. Then a third rat climbed onto the dog's back, clawed feet gripping, biting and tearing skin. Shane howled in pain and shock as more black shapes poured into the room. The baby began crying in horror. More rats entered the kitchen, but these moved differently, larger, cautious, ignoring the violent struggle. They noticed the crying baby and the bowl of dog food beside her. They crept forward, sniffing, devoured the food rapidly, then turned toward the small figure. The dying dog seemed to sense the child's danger. It broke away from its attackers, 3 rodents still clinging to its body, and fell upon a huge rat already biting into the baby's leg. Shane hurled the monster into the air with its last strength and turned to face the others. The little dog lasted only seconds more, fighting with desperate frenzy, before its body was torn apart under a writhing black mass. Paula Blakely rushed in and screamed. Her brain couldn't process the scene, just a room teeming with furry shapes tearing at something bloody. Then a small white shape, a tiny hand trembling above the black mass. She screamed her daughter's name and ran in, kicking, screaming, blind panic lending her strength. She grabbed the arm and pulled. The small body came up with 2 monsters still clinging. Paula beat at them as she ran for the door, her own legs already bloodied from bites. The 2 rats fell away, not because of her blows, but because the child's soft flesh separated from her body. Paula fled the house carrying her dead baby, screaming, holding the bloody body to her chest. The rats finished the dog, then scurried back into the cellar, the larger ones leading. Harris took Keo to the London hospital to get the boy's hand treated. He needed this chance to build better terms with his pupil, and with a free period coming up, he decided to escort the boy himself. Already on the way, Keo seemed more relaxed. In the busy casualty department, they were told to wait. Harris asked how the bite happened. Keo explained he'd been late and taken the shortcut by the canal, under the bridge near the old lockkeeper's house. There was a dead cat, and 2 rats were dragging it along. The boy claimed they looked as big as the cat itself, not eating it, just dragging. He threw a brick at them. Instead of running, they turned and looked at him. He'd hit one, but it didn't seem bothered. Then they came at him. He ran, but not before one took a bite out of his hand. He kicked it into the canal and jumped over a wall. When he looked back, another rat sat on top of that wall watching him. Harris smiled at the idea of cat-sized rats. Probably a kitten, with Keo's imagination doing the rest. But that canal wall was high, he remembered from his own childhood. Even Keo would struggle to scale it. A rat climbing a 6-foot brick wall? That seemed far-fetched. All eyes in casualty turned as a hysterical woman clutching a bloody bundle was half carried in by 2 ambulance men. A nurse rushed forward, but the woman held on fiercely, sobs racking her body. Harris realized what she was holding. A baby. Blood-soaked, clearly not alive. The poor little thing. A doctor came, spoke quietly, made no attempt to take the child. With his arm around her and the nurse on the other side, he led her away. The room fell silent. Then everyone whispered at once. Harris turned to Keo. The boy's face had drained of blood, his knees trembling visibly. Not as tough as you pretend, Harris thought, but said nothing. They waited a while before seeing a young doctor, much younger than Harris. When doctors and policemen start looking like boys, Harris mused, old age must be creeping in. The doctor unwrapped Keo's makeshift bandage, examined the teeth marks, and asked what caused it. Harris answered for the boy. A rat. The doctor said more rats. The woman brought in earlier, her baby attacked. Dreadful state. Dead, of course. The woman was in shock, blaming herself. They'd had to sedate her just to treat her own wounds. Harris found it hard to speak. Anything nasty happening to children always affected him this way. He'd seen too many mistreated to be unmoved. He asked if it wasn't unusual for rats to attack humans. Very small babies, yes, and cornered adults, but this was different. They'd chased Keo when they could have fled. Instead, they attacked. The doctor agreed, then explained from what the ambulance men said. The rats had killed the family's dog to get at the child. Neighbors who went in afterward found the dog torn to shreds. No sign of the rats themselves, just a few half-eaten carcasses, presumably killed by the dog and then gnawed by its cannibalistic companions. The cellar door had been half open, but no one ventured down. That was for the police. The doctor administered a quick injection, told Keo to return the next day, and turned back to Harris. He remarked that the whole business was very strange. There had always been some rat bites and even diseases in this sort of area, but nothing like this. Quite incredible. He hoped they were just isolated incidents. Leaving the hospital, Harris noticed Keo still trembling. He asked kindly if the incident had shaken him up. The boy dismissed it, saying he just didn't feel well, wiping his good hand across his brow. Skiving? Harris wondered, but the boy did look pale, and the sweat on his forehead seemed real. Maybe the injection's after effects. Harris told him to go home, take the next day off if he still felt unwell, but to return to the hospital to have his hand checked. He knew he wouldn't see Keo tomorrow. The boy would never miss a day away from school. Ah well, Harris had been the same as a boy. A day off couldn't be ignored. Keo thanked him and disappeared around a corner. Walking back to the school, Harris thought about the rat incidents. He'd seen plenty of the disgusting creatures as a boy. He remembered a Sunday lunch when the family cat appeared at the window carrying a dead rat in its jaws. They'd laughed and shooed it away. Another time, a neighbor claimed she'd been chased down the street by a rat. Her husband ran after it with a poker, but it vanished into a bombed-out house. Harris had thought rats were a thing of the past now, which showed how out of touch you could get living in a top-floor flat in King's Cross. He supposed they still existed, but sanitation experts had driven them underground. Companies had sprung up making profit from extermination. Still, there probably wasn't much to it. It was just that both incidents had happened on the same day. This wasn't the 14th century. Every night, the old warriors gathered on one of the last bomb sites left in the East End, an old churchyard off Whitechapel's main road, near Aldgate East Station. Thick shrubbery and open tombs surrounded a single remaining tower. That night, 6 of them huddled there, hidden from the road, steadily destroying their insides with methylated spirits. All had abandoned hope, given up on existing alongside the rest of the world. They rarely spoke. Their tormented minds were too consumed with their own misfortunes to care about anyone else's. Among them sat a woman, nearly indistinguishable from the men in their shapeless rags. Mary Kelly was 49, but looked 20 years older. She cursed the others, cursed herself, and most of all cursed God, the same God she had worshipped for half her life in Ireland. As a child, she'd often gone to Mass 3 times on Sunday and once every weekday. At 15, she'd entered a convent, but the solemn, solitary life didn't suit her vivacious, deeply religious nature. Returning to her hometown of Longford, she soon found life too dull. Her priest tried to dissuade her from leaving, but one day in the confessional, she told him something that made him wonder if it wouldn't be best for her to go. Best for the town's boys, anyway. The old priest couldn't understand how such a devout child had developed such a sinful lust. He decided he'd have more chance of saving her wayward soul if she stayed under his surveillance. So he visited her parents and persuaded them to make her remain. They had 6 younger children to support and weren't eager to keep an extra mouth, but the parish priest had great influence. The following Saturday, Mary confessed an even greater sin, this time concerning his young, newly appointed priest. She left the following Monday, much to the old father's relief. His aging mind could no longer cope with this promiscuous saint. Young Father Aloysius had denied the whole affair when directly questioned, leaving the old priest even more confused. Surely a girl so young and devout couldn't invent such lies? But if she were so devout, how could she be so incited by the evils of the flesh? His only answer was to pray for her soul and offer a mass to save her from eternal damnation. Mary went to Dublin and got a job as a barmaid off O'Connell Street. She met many men during her working hours and resisted none who made advances. After a while, she was dismissed, not because of her growing reputation, but because the landlord's wife had discovered her with the landlord himself behind the cellar barrels. She next found work in a brewery canteen, where the men soon learned she was easy game. The only thing that puzzled them, and caused much joking, was that she insisted on saying 3 Hail Marys before climbing into bed with them. On her knees beside the bed, eyes closed, hands clasped like a child. They would have laughed even more if they'd known the reasons. The first Hail Mary asked that she wouldn't fall pregnant, the second that she wouldn't get poxed, and the third that she would have an orgasm. She'd only learned about orgasms from her canteen friends and realized something had been missing all these years. Her craving for sex had never been satisfied, and without knowing why, she had always sought more. It had always been enjoyable, but now she knew it could be glorious. She was determined to experience it. She still attended Mass every Sunday and received Holy Communion every first Friday of the month. Soon she began going to church 2 or 3 evenings a week to say the rosary for the attainment of her sexual goal. It never once occurred to her that there was anything wrong in this. God had meant people to enjoy sex. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them this wonderful gift. Hadn't she, as a child, watched her parents making love many times without their knowing she was awake in the dark of their only bedroom, listening to their happy sighs and her mother crying out for Jesus Christ before the final silence and contented snores? Her regular church visits came to the attention of the priest, Father Mahar, who enlisted her help with various jobs around God's house. She enjoyed changing flowers, dusting altarpieces and holy statues, hoping the small sacrifice of her time wouldn't go unnoticed. She began helping with jumble sales, visiting the old and sick, even joining the choir. Father Mahar was impressed by his new parishioner and made inquiries about her. He learned she worked at the brewery where several of his young male churchgoers were also employed. When he asked them about Mary, he was surprised by their smirks and guarded answers. Then one wet Tuesday morning, A Mrs. Malone came to see him. He knew her and her husband by sight, regular churchgoers, good, hard-working people in their mid-30s. But that morning, Mrs. Malone wore a worried expression that gave her attractive face hard lines. Her voice trembled as she began to speak about her Tom. Then the floodgates opened. She searched her handbag for a handkerchief. The priest sighed. He had heard it so many times before. Tom being unfaithful, or losing interest, or beating her after a few jars at the pub. He took her arm and led her to a pew at the back of the church, where an old woman in a black shawl paid them no attention, lighting yet another candle for her wayward husband dead these 6 years. Margaret Malone finally controlled her shaking body and confessed. Tom had found another woman. A woman at the brewery. It had been going on for weeks, every Tuesday and Thursday. Deirdre Finnegan had seen them together many times. When Margaret confronted him, he just laughed and said at least she was a better. She stopped, remembering she was talking to a priest. He didn't care. That was what hurt. He didn't care that she knew, didn't care about the children. He was obsessed. She didn't know what to do. The priest consoled her, saying most men went through such phases, that Tom would come back to her, that she must have courage. Then he asked for the other woman's name. Through the sobs, it sounded like Mary Kelly. Father Mahar sat alone in his sacristy on Saturday evening after confession hours, stunned. Mary Kelly had come for her weekly confession. After she'd listed her usual minor sins, he asked her about Tom Malone. She didn't deny it, speaking quite openly about the affair. When he asked why she hadn't confessed it before, she asked why she should. There was nothing wrong in it, was there? The priest couldn't believe his ears. The poor child genuinely didn't know there was any sin involved. When he questioned her further, he began to doubt her sanity. She told him about all her other affairs, why she attended church so regularly, why she prayed so fervently, all as though it were the most natural thing in the world. When she asked if it would be possible for him to say a special mass so she might achieve that wonderful orgasm she'd heard about, he was too shocked to reply. He needed time to think, so he asked her to leave and return in the morning before services. He prayed most of that night for guidance. The next morning, he patiently tried to explain why the things she did and prayed for were wrong. Not wrong if she found one man to love and marry, but wrong if she gave her body to any man just to satisfy greedy lust, destroying the spirit of the Holy Ghost within her. God loved her and wanted her to be happy, but she must respect his gift and keep it for marriage. She laughed, not defiantly, but because she genuinely thought the priest was being silly. Her brain had put up a mental block refusing to accept sex as wrong. Where once she had listened reverently, she now treated him as though he were the child. He went on, explaining about diseases, broken homes, unhappiness. But it was hopeless. She was still the sweet, pure young girl he'd come to know. But one section of her brain had closed a door and refused to let any argument enter. Eventually, he suggested she see a doctor with him, a good friend who would just talk to her. She agreed, thinking it silly, but if it would please him, she'd go along. An appointment was made for the following Wednesday. Father Mahar never saw Mary Kelly again. Mary moved to another part of Dublin and returned to barmaiding, her life continuing in the same pattern. She found a new church, but was more wary about becoming too familiar with the priest. And then she finally met the man who could fulfill her needs. Surprisingly enough, in church, Timothy Patrick was immense in every way. The usual Irishman's ruddy glow, wiry fair hair, huge hands and ears that stood at right angles from his head. His appetite, not just for food, but for life, was as enormous as his bulk. He was also a good man, not piously religious, but honest and reliable. From the moment they spotted each other during Mass, he was passing the collection plate. Instinct fired between them. Here, finally, was someone who could match the other's vitality. He waited for her outside the church just as she expected, then walked her to her lodging. They met every evening after that. On the 7th night, he took her to a hotel. For Timothy, that night became the most deeply satisfying act of love he had ever known. For Mary, every prayer she'd ever whispered found its answer. He laughed when she knelt to pray before they touched, but something in him shifted when afterward she recited an entire rosary in gratitude. He understood it as a kind of compliment. His sighs frightened her at first, but excitement ran through her in equal measure, enormous in exact proportion to his personality. He began gently, more gently than any man before, but at her urging he turned wild, thrusting with tremendous force, his huge hands never still, crushing her breasts, shoulders, thighs. She fought back with everything she had, biting, clawing, refusing to let him dominate, until she cried out for relief. Then it came, flooding her whole body, turning her taut limbs liquid. She wept while he soothed her brow with tender fingers, staying inside her, smiling, talking. After her rosary, he waited quietly, eyes on her bowed head. She laughed, leaped back onto the bed, and they made love many more times that night. They saw each other every day, making love whenever alone, desire never fading, always demanding. Then Timothy announced he wanted to go to England for better work and asked her to come. Marriage went unmentioned, but she agreed eagerly. Within 3 weeks, they were living together in North London. He found construction work. She returned to barmaiding. Her faith in God grew stronger than ever. She gave thanks constantly, in church, at home, even on the bus. She cherished this love and knew no other man could ever fulfill her the way Timothy did, yet she never pushed for marriage. When war broke out, he enlisted despite her protests. She felt genuine pride in his action, but dreaded the separation. She knew no other man could satisfy or love her as he did. Still, she wondered if she'd be strong enough to resist seeking satisfaction elsewhere. Timothy left. Within 4 days, a letter arrived. He asked her to marry him as soon as he got leave. Then she knew she could wait. 3 weeks later, Timothy died, crushed by a tank during night maneuvers. No one knew how. His body was found the next morning, his magnificent torso flattened in a field half a mile from his unit. He became one of the Army's first war casualties. Weeks afterward, a friend from basic training visited Mary and told her Timothy had smuggled out a flask of whiskey to keep out the terrible cold and had wandered off alone that night. The soldier believed the Army had found the smashed bottle with the body and tried to cover it up, for Timothy's sake and its own. That was when Mary lost faith in God. To give her so much, then obliterate it with one cruel stroke, her simple mind couldn't bear it. She began to hate God almost as fiercely as she had once loved him. They caught her on her 3rd attempt to burn down a Catholic church. She was committed to an asylum, but released after 2 months as a model patient. On her 2nd day free, she thrust a knife through the wooden mesh of a confessional and cost a priest the hearing in his left ear. Declared insane, she went back to the asylum. By the time they released her again, the war was over, and the world was too busy tending its own wounds to care about hers. Her decline became inevitable. She still craved satisfaction and sought it the only way she knew, but now she worked for it. She drank heavily. The men began to bore her. None could live up to Timothy. She mocked their futile attempts to arouse her, laughed at their pathetic organs. One night, a burly man, proud of his manhood, broke her nose when she derided him. She lost money as men refused to pay after her sarcasm, but she couldn't stop herself. Police came to know her as a harasser of priests. She would follow a clergyman for miles, either cursing him or offering her body, until the poor man had no choice but to seek refuge in a police station. She was institutionalized again and again, always behaving like a model patient, always released. She contracted gonorrhea and, in the early stages, took great delight in passing it on to the men she slept with. Her landlord fell victim to both her ridicule and her disease, and she found herself on the street. Her looks faded, her appearance turned shabby, her mind stopped grasping reality. She went to live with a group of Pakistani immigrants in Brick Lane, staying for several years, used by all the men collectively or singly. Eventually, they tired of her and threw her out. Months later, she returned one night and poured paraffin through the grating into the basement of their dilapidated house, lit a whole box of matches, and threw it in. A fireman and 5 of the Pakistanis died as the house burned to the ground. No one suspected Mary. She was found half dead on a bomb site. Months of hospital treatment cured her various ailments. The Salvation Army took over where doctors left off. They found her a place to live, bought her new clothes, got her a job at a laundry. They believed they could save her from herself. And nearly did. She worked hard. Her maltreated body began regaining some vigor. Her mind closed another door, this time to memories. But as she grew healthier, her body demanded gratification again. The only personal contact with men she now had was the Salvation Army officer who visited twice a week at her basement flat. When she tried to seduce him, he made the mistake of telling her to look to God. Suddenly, all the old fury returned, the joy snatched away by him after all her devotion, her Timothy taken. Even his servants, the priests, had tried to prevent her happiness. Now this other man of God, this so-called soldier, was hiding behind him, using his name, reminding her of his treachery. The officer fled when her hysterical ravings turned physical. Mary left the flat and roamed the streets, offering her body to every man she met, abusing and cursing them as they refused, some jeering, most frightened by her lunatic ranting. She finally sought solace in a bottle of Johnny Walker bought with her meager laundry savings. That night, an ambulance was called to a public convenience in Islington. An attendant had found an unconscious woman in one of the cubicles. At first she thought the woman was just drunk. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. But then she noticed blood seeping from between her legs. It took a doctor 2 hours to remove all the fragments of glass from Mary's vagina. She had sought consolation from the whiskey bottle in more than one way. Now, Mary looked around at her 5 companions on the bomb site, her ravaged face twisted with contempt. Dirty, dried-up old men. Not one a real man. Not one would pass their bottle around. Well, tonight, she had her own, not meths, but good scotch. It had taken 3 days to get enough money for the half bottle. Easy money. She'd gone to the West End, to cinema and theater queues, and stood in front of people staring at their faces, one hand outstretched, the other scratching, her hair, her armpits, her breasts. When her hands started traveling toward her crotch, they usually coughed up. So here she was among the gravestones and rubble of the bombed church. Years of wretchedness, torments to mind and body, had brought her to this point, among her own kind, crushed by life itself. She unscrewed the top and raised the bottle to her lips with a wavering hand. A voice came from the darkness asking what she was drinking. She told him to fuck off. She knew this would happen. The others would see her booze and beg, but she couldn't resist the impulse to come gloat, to make men plead. She knew they'd even make love to her for just a drop. Then she could mock them more. The old men would forget her filth. She'd forget theirs, and they'd desperately try to get hard with their wasted pricks to earn their drink. They never managed it. She would just laugh and enjoy the misery on their loathsome faces. Another figure crawled forward, asking again what she was drinking. She told him it was none of his business, her voice still heavy with Irish after all these years. Other heads lifted from their stupor and turned, a pair of rheumy yellow eyes fixed on the bottle she now held with both hands. The man, Meyer, recognized it as nearly full scotch. He offered to do what she liked for a drop. She jeered. Last time, he couldn't even find it. He sniggered, said it would be different, and began fumbling at his trousers. Mary laughed, rocking back and forth, drinking freely. Meyer told her not to drink at all. His puzzled frown turned to triumph as he finally produced his limp penis. Mary's laughter reached a hysterical pitch as she pointed, saying he couldn't fuck a polo mint with that. A hand grabbed at the bottle's neck. A bearded man loomed over her, demanding she give it up. But his hand had no strength, and Mary, invigorated by scotch and laughter, pulled it back, crouching over it, clutching it between her thighs. He struck weakly at her neck. She laughed harder. Meyer tried to grope between her knees for the bottle. She clasped it tighter. He pleaded for just one drop. The bearded man kicked her, grabbed her matted hair, pulled her head back, screaming obscenities. She knocked him onto his back with one hand, but Meyer lunged for the bottle and doubled over as her bony knee hit his groin. The other 3 old warriors crouched and watched, slowly edging forward, eyes never leaving the bottle. The bearded man staggered to his feet, coming at her like a degenerated bull in rage. She clawed at his eyes, drawing blood, sending him to his knees. She turned to face the other 3. They drew back in fear. She called them bastards, turned her back on all of them. Meyer on all fours, tears streaming, still pleading. The bearded man rubbing his eyes, the 3 cringing on the ground. She sucked noisily at the bottle, grabbed at her skirt, hoisted it to her waist, and waved her bare arse at their faces. Then she disappeared into the bushes, her mocking laughter trailing behind. She stopped by an old tomb, still giggling and muttering. Men, all the same, all weak. She'd enjoyed tonight, made fools of them all. She thought of Meyer and his tiny prick like a little white worm in the moonlight. Pathetic. She'd never known any man who... No, there'd been someone. Years ago, she drank from the bottle and tried to remember who it was she'd once loved, who had once given her something. But what? What had she been given? She couldn't remember. The rock caught her exposed throat as she tilted her head back to drink. She fell forward. The bearded tramp snatched the bottle from her grasp and drank deeply while the others kicked her moaning body. Meyer took it next, gulping greedily until the burning made him splutter and choke. The hairy-faced man swayed, looking down at Mary writhing on the ground. He remembered her laughing at his friends, even at him once when he tried to do her a favor. He picked up a large brick and brought it down hard on her face. Then he grabbed the bottle from a thin little man who'd just gotten it, drank, and they all sat in a circle a few feet from her still body, finishing the scotch before returning to their meths. Mary wasn't quite dead, but close. Fractured skull bleeding profusely, 2 broken ribs, a deep gash in her throat. She lay in the dirt for a long while, her life ebbing away. Only her lips moved, soundless prayer repeated over and over, and her fingers trying endlessly to count to 10. Nearby, her 5 companions' slumped bodies huddled together in disturbed sleep. The first rat approached cautiously. The smell of blood overcame fear, but never blurred cunning. Much larger than the others that followed, darker in color. A few feet from Mary, it stopped, hindquarters bunching, body tensed and quivering. Then it leapt at the open wound in her throat, sinking huge incisors deep, drawing blood with violent spasms. Mary tried to stir, but was too weak. Another furry form buried half its head into the wound in her skull, her back arched, nerve ends tautening. Then she fell forward again. Another rat pulled at her ear. Soon her whole body teemed with squealing creatures as more scurried from the darkness. Mary Kelly's unfortunate life ended. The priests had never saved her soul, but it had never really been lost. Only her mind. The rats drained her body of blood, gnawed flesh until little remained but bones and pieces of skin. It didn't take long. There were so many. Not all had been fully gorged. Their hunger for human flesh was merely inflamed. They wanted more. Several larger rats began moving toward the 5 sleeping shapes. No caution now. They swarmed over the bodies. 2 men had their eyes torn from their heads as they slept, crawling blindly amid the carnage, rats clinging to their bloody flesh. The bearded man rose to his feet, pulling a wriggling body from his face, tearing mostly hair from his cheek. As he stood, one of the larger rats leapt at his groin, tearing away his genitals with one mighty twist. He screamed, fell to his knees, hands thrust between his legs as if to stop the blood, but was immediately engulfed and toppled by a wave of black, bristling bodies. Another disheveled figure buried his head in his hands and rolled into a ball. Frail body rocked with sobs as rats bit off his fingers, attacked his neck, and exposed behind. He stayed in his fetal position as they ate him, still half alive. Meyer ran, faster than he'd ever run before. He almost made it, but in the dark, in his panic, he ran into a gravestone, somersaulted over it, landed on his back. The rats were on him at once, their razor-sharp teeth soon tearing his feeble old body to shreds. Outside on the main road, a crowd had gathered. They'd heard screams and commotion, but none dared enter the dark churchyard. They couldn't see through the foliage, but knew the type who made bomb sites their homes. 2 policemen arrived, followed by a squad car. A powerful searchlight directed into the undergrowth. 3 policemen with torches went in. They emerged 3 minutes later, deathly pale. One went to the side of the road and vomited. Harris woke with a start, reaching for the shrilling alarm. The ringing always shocked him when it caught him unawares. Lately, he'd been waking just before it went off. But this morning, it had caught him in a deep dream. Something about teeth, sharp teeth, tearing, rats, thousands of them. He'd looked out his window at night, and below were thousands of rats, perfectly still, staring up at him in the moonlight. Then they'd surged forward, crashing through the front door, scurrying up the stairs. Thank God for the alarm. He turned over with a groan and put his arm around the curled-up figure next to him. He greeted Jude. She curled tighter, murmuring softly. He ran his tongue down her naked back, making her squirm. He stroked her smooth stomach. She turned languidly to face him, stretching, kissed him. He drew her close. He said it was late. She disagreed. He teased her, asking if she hadn't had enough the night before. She said no and began kissing his eyelids. He claimed he had, whipped back the covers, and told her to get into the kitchen and rattle pots and pans. She called him a pig and left. He watched her slip on her dressing gown and disappear. As cupboards opened and closed, water filled the kettle, and Radio 1 drifted through. He lay thinking of Judy. They'd lived together 6 or 7 months, their love seeming to grow stronger daily. She was a dress designer, a good one. They'd met at a mutual friend's party, slept together that first night, but she hadn't let him make love. He'd tried. She gently discouraged him. To his amazement, he was glad the next morning. Weeks later, when they realized they were in love, he asked why she'd let him stay, but not make love. She couldn't explain. Not why they hadn't, but why she'd let him sleep beside her at all. She'd never slept with anyone before. Engaged for 2 years, her lovemaking had been confined to touching. She'd felt something stir inside her that night. She'd almost felt sorry for him. On the surface, self-sufficient and confident, but underneath a little boy lost. He admitted that was his usual trick with women. She agreed, but said even underneath that, there really was a lost soul running around. A man of many layers. He'd been flattered. A few months later, they rented a flat in King's Cross and moved in together. They talked about marriage, but decided it wasn't important yet. Live together for at least a year, then decide. Sometimes when alone, the old hardness would creep over him, and he'd tell himself he was on to a good thing. But when with Judy, walking, holding hands, making love, tenderness swept away any harshness. Judy called from the kitchen that breakfast was almost ready. He leapt out of bed, shrugged on an old blue bathrobe, used the toilet on the landing, then went down for the paper. Returning, he kissed her neck and sat at the small table. He thanked her for calling him when she did. She placed bacon and tomatoes before him. She sat down to a hard-boiled egg. He hated eggs first thing. He unfolded the Mirror. He usually read on the bus, but always glanced at headlines at breakfast. He read aloud, 6 tramps eaten alive by rats in Stepney. Police called to a bomb site after screams heard from the old St. Anne's churchyard. Officers discovered remains of 6 bodies, a few rats still feeding. Area cordoned off. Police in protective clothing combed the ruins, but found no trace of the vermin. Earlier, a 13-month-old girl and her dog had been attacked and killed by rats in their home. The mother was in hospital under sedation, now seriously ill. An inquiry committee would be set up. Harris finished reading in silence. Judy came round and leaned over his shoulder, shuddering, pressing close. How could that happen in this day and age? He acknowledged there were still terrible slums, but hadn't realized they could breed anything like this. That must be the woman he'd seen in hospital yesterday. And Keogh, he'd said he saw 2 enormous rats. Perhaps he hadn't been exaggerating after all. What the hell was happening? They dressed and left the flat, going in opposite directions. Harris to the East End, Judy to the West End department store where she created fashions. They kissed goodbye in the street. On the bus, Harris pondered whether the rat incidents were connected. Coincidence or tied together? Same rats or different groups? He decided to question Keogh further, then remembered the boy wouldn't be in that day. Tomorrow would do. But there wasn't a tomorrow for Keogh. When Harris reached the school, he was called into the principal's office and told the boy had been rushed to hospital the previous night with a severe fever and was in critical condition. The hospital had rung. Had anyone else been with him when he was bitten? Could the teacher who brought him in yesterday come along? Harris said he'd get his class organized and go right away. The headmaster said he'd seen to that. Get going now. They insisted it was urgent. Try not to be too long. Harris left the school and walked briskly toward the hospital. When he arrived and began explaining who he was, the receptionist told him she'd been expecting him and immediately took him to an office near the rear of the building, where he was asked to wait. He'd barely sat down when the door opened and 3 men strode in. The first man, portly, tired-eyed, asked if Harris was the boy's teacher, then introduced the others before Harris could answer, Dr. Strackley and a Mr. Foskins from the Ministry of Health. The man behind the desk, Tunstall, the hospital group secretary, finished the introductions while glancing through papers. He asked Harris's name, then confirmed he hadn't been told. The tone made Harris freeze. Keogh had died during the night. Harris shook his head in disbelief. It was only yesterday the boy was bitten. The doctor stepped forward, leaning on the desk, explaining that was why they'd asked him to come. Could Harris tell them how and where the bite occurred? Harris ignored the question, insisting a person couldn't die from a bite in one day. Tunstall agreed it seemed impossible. A post-mortem was already being done to check if Keogh had any other illness. Perhaps the bite had acted as a catalyst. But they'd virtually discounted that. A woman had been brought in yesterday, her child killed by rats, and she'd been attacked trying to save her daughter. She died 2 hours ago. Harris started to say that meant anyone bitten had about 24 hours to live. Foskins interrupted, confirming that was why they needed to learn as much as possible about these particular rats, obviously an unknown species. Their sheer size was extraordinary. Tunstall impatiently wanted everything the boy had told Harris. Harris nodded, then asked how they died, what they died of, looking at each man in turn. An uneasy silence filled the room. Finally, the doctor cleared his throat and said he thought they should take Harris into their confidence. They could trust him to be discreet, and he might help since he knew the area. Harris confirmed he was born there, knew most of the region, and knew exactly where Keogh had seen his rats. Tunstall sighed, agreeing, but warned Harris not to repeat anything. They didn't know what they were up against yet, and until they did, they needed utmost discretion to avoid panic over something that might only be a rare occurrence. Harris interjected about 6 tramps being eaten alive. Foskins quickly acknowledged it was frightening, but insisted they didn't want people panicking. The docks would suffer first. Dockers didn't need much excuse to stay away, and if foodstuff rotted in warehouses, the whole waterfront would be infested within days. A vicious circle. Harris stayed silent. Tunstall leaned forward, pointing a finger. Harris's help wasn't essential, but if he wanted to assist, he must agree to silence. What brought that on? Harris wondered. The man must be really worried. He shrugged and agreed, saying he just wanted to know how Keogh and the woman died. Dr. Strackley smiled, trying to break the icy atmosphere. The deaths were caused by an infection introduced by the rat's bite into the bloodstream. The usual disease caused by vermin was Weil's disease, only about 10 or 11 cases a year in England. Incubation was 7 to 13 days, abrupt fever, muscular pains, loss of appetite, vomiting. The feverish stage lasted several days before jaundice appeared. They treated it with penicillin and other antibiotics, and had a special serum, but it was rarely diagnosed in time. Now, the incredible thing about last night's 2 cases was that the whole process happened within 24 hours. There were other differences, too. The doctor looked at Tunstall, who nodded. The fever struck within 5 or 6 hours. Jaundice set in immediately. The victim rapidly lost all senses, sight first. The body went into a coma, occasionally racked by violent spasms. Then the most horrible thing, the skin, completely yellow, became taut, thinner as it stretched over bone structure, turning to fine tissue. Finally, it began to tear. Gaping holes appeared all over the body. The victim died a terribly painful death that even their strongest drugs only eased a little. The 3 men remained silent as the knowledge sought entry into Harris's numbed brain. He finally said, "Poor Keogh." Tunstall agreed, and God help anyone else who got bitten. Before anything else happened, they were bringing in the rat kill people. They were investigating the bomb site and the woman's home that morning, and if Harris could tell them where the boy was bitten, they'd look there too. Harris told them about the old canal shortcut. He offered to take some exterminators down and show them the exact spot. Foskins said they were going to the churchyard now. Harris could come along and then take some of their chaps to the canal. Harris said he'd have to ring the school first. Foskins agreed, but warned not a word to anyone. Just say the hospital needed a statement. When Harris went back to school, they wanted him to ask his pupils if they'd seen any rats recently, and where. If anyone was bitten by anything at all, they were to go straight to the hospital. If Harris could tell them without frightening them, they'd appreciate it. Harris smiled. It would take more than that to frighten his bunch. Later, Harris told a rat kill man named Albert Ferris that he thought the spot was around here. They stood before a high brick wall. Harris explained the canal was on the other side. They'd find railings with a few openings. As they walked, Ferris lost some of his reserve and began talking. He'd never seen anything like the churchyard that morning. 15 years in the game, and never seen blood and bits of bodies all over the place. Terrible. But no rats. None dead. Those poor old buggers couldn't have known what hit them. Probably well gone on their drink. But still, you'd think at least one would have gotten out or killed some of the rats. Beats him. Harris said he'd never heard of rats actually attacking people for food before, trying to keep the man talking. Ferris replied, they didn't as a rule. Not in this country. Rats were very cautious. They could live on practically anything and wouldn't attack just for flesh. Corpses, yes. But attack a man for food? No. What puzzled them that morning were some of the spores, twice as large as normal rat droppings. They'd sent them off to the lab, but what they suggested was very large rats. If London had started breeding a colony of bigger-than-average rats, and they bred fast, they were in for a lot of bother. Harris asked how fast. Ferris explained the female could have 5 to 8 litters a year, 4 to 12 in a litter, and the randy buggers were at it again after a couple of hours. He didn't much fancy mobs of big ones roaming around, nor did Harris. They came to railings and found an opening. Harris assured Ferris they were only looking for signs, not actually trying to catch any. Ferris didn't need telling twice. He wasn't going to tangle with them. Harris led the way through the gap, and they slowly walked back toward the starting point of the wall, keeping a wary eye for any small movement. Ferris was the first to see them. He'd been scrutinizing the far bank when his gaze fell on 3 moving objects in the dark waters, 3 small black heads gliding in the opposite direction. He pointed excitedly. Harris saw them instantly, their perfect triangular formation leaving smooth water trails behind. They decided to follow. The creatures seemed to know where they were going. Harris called back to Ferris, who was struggling to keep up. Suddenly, the dark creatures emerged from the water and scurried up the bank. For the first time, the 2 men could see their whole bodies. Harris exclaimed they were enormous. Ferris, open-mouthed, said he'd never seen any that size before and suggested they keep clear. They didn't want to excite them. Harris insisted they had to try to follow. The rats might lead them to their lair. As he spoke, the leading rat stopped and turned its head toward them. The other 2 froze and did the same. Harris would never forget the horror he felt under the gaze of those 3 pairs of sharp, wicked-looking eyes. It wasn't just their size or natural revulsion that numbed him. It was that they didn't run or try to hide. No sign of panic, just 3 still bodies, malevolently watching the 2 men, as though deciding whether to swim across or go on their way. Harris knew if the creatures made any move toward them, he wouldn't hesitate to run as fast as his legs could carry him. Ferris's hand gripping his arm told him the rat killer had the same idea. But the rats suddenly turned and disappeared through a hole in an old wooden fence protecting that side of the canal from public property. Ferris exhaled deeply, relieved, and when he'd recovered slightly, asked what was over there. The alarm's first shriek ripped Harris out of a deep dream. He slapped the clock silent, heart hammering. The dream receded. Something about teeth, sharp ones, tearing. Then it snapped back. Rats. Thousands of them, motionless in moonlight, staring up at him, then crashing through his door, surging upstairs. He let out a breath, grateful for the rude awakening. He turned over, groaning, and reached for the curled warmth beside him, a murmured greeting to Jude. He traced his tongue down her bare spine, made her squirm, then slid a hand between her arms and drawn-up thighs to stroke her stomach. She stretched languidly, turned, and kissed him. He pulled her close. He noted it was late. She disagreed. He teased, running fingers along her inner thighs, asking if the night before hadn't been enough. She said no and kissed his eyelids. He claimed he'd had plenty, threw off the covers with a laugh, and ordered her to the kitchen to make noise with the pots. She called him a pig and left. Watching her go, then hearing cupboards, the kettle, radio one, he lay back and thought about Judy. 6 or 7 months living together, their love still growing. She was a talented dress designer. They'd met at a party, Slept side by side that first night, but she hadn't let him go all the way. He'd tried. She gently refused. And to his own surprise, he'd been glad the next morning. Weeks later, in love, he'd asked why she'd kept him, but held back. She couldn't fully explain. She'd never slept in the same bed with anyone before, nor gone beyond touching, even during a 2-year engagement. Something had stirred in her that night. She'd felt almost sorry for him, the self-sufficient surface hiding a lost boy underneath. He'd joked that was his usual trick, but she'd insisted that beneath the act, a real lost soul ran around, a man of many layers. He'd been flattered. She'd wanted closeness, but wouldn't drop the final barrier until sure of him and herself. Months later, they rented a King's Cross flat. Marriage could wait. They'd decide after a year. Sometimes, alone, an old hardness crept over him, telling himself he was onto a good thing. But with Judy, walking, holding hands, making love, tenderness washed it all away. Judy's voice from the kitchen announced breakfast. He sprang up, threw on a blue bathrobe, used the toilet, and grabbed the paper from the front door. Back inside, he kissed her neck and sat down. He admitted she'd saved him from a bursting bladder. She put bacon and tomatoes in front of him, then her own hard-boiled egg, something he couldn't stomach in the morning. He flipped open the Mirror, a headline about 6 tramps eaten alive by rats. He read aloud through a mouthful of bread. Police called to a Stepney bomb site after screams from Old St. Anne's churchyard ruins. 6 bodies, killed by rats, some still feeding. Cordon, protective gear, pest control, no lair found. Earlier, a 13-month-old girl and her dog attacked and killed at home. The mother, Paula Blakely, sedated in hospital, now seriously ill. An inquiry committee to be set up. Judy shuddered, pressed close, wondered how such a thing happened nowadays. Harris admitted he knew there were terrible slums, but hadn't realized they could breed anything like this. He connected it. The woman he'd seen in hospital yesterday. And Keogh, who'd claimed 2 enormous rats. Maybe the boy hadn't been exaggerating. What the hell was happening? They dressed and left the flat, kissed goodbye on the street. She headed west to her department store, he east to the school. On the bus, Harris turned the rat question over. 3 incidents. Coincidence or connected? Same rats or different groups? He'd questioned Keogh further, then remembered the boy was out today. Tomorrow would do. But at school, the principal called him in. Keogh had been rushed to hospital the previous night with a severe fever, now critical. The hospital wanted to know if anyone else had been with him when bitten, and could the teacher who'd brought him in come immediately? The headmaster had already organized Harris's class. Harris left at a brisk pace. At the hospital, a receptionist took him straight to a rear office. He barely sat when 3 men entered. The portly one behind the desk introduced himself as Tunstall, hospital group secretary, then gestured to Dr. Strackley and Mr. Foskins from the Ministry of Health. Tunstall asked Harris's name. Harris gave it, then asked about Keogh. Tunstall's tone made Harris freeze. Keogh had died during the night. Harris shook his head in disbelief. It was only yesterday he was bitten. The doctor confirmed that was why they'd called, asking Harris to describe how and where the bite happened. Harris protested that you couldn't die from a bite in one day. Tunstall admitted it seemed impossible. A post-mortem was underway to check for hidden disease the bite might have triggered, but they'd almost discounted that. A woman brought in yesterday, the mother from the news, attacked trying to save her daughter, had died 2 hours ago. Foskins finished the thought. Once bitten, about 24 hours to live. These rats were an unknown species, their size extraordinary. Tunstall pressed for everything the boy had said. Harris wanted to know how they died. Uneasy silence. The doctor proposed taking Harris into confidence. He knew the area, was born here, knew exactly where Keogh saw the rats. Tunstall agreed on condition of absolute silence. No panic. Harris shot back, like 6 tramps eaten alive. Foskins admitted it was frightening, but insisted panic would hurt the docs. Dockers needed little excuse, and rotting food in warehouses would bring infestation. Vicious circle. Harris said nothing. Tunstall claimed they'd probably overcome the problem, asked for Harris's help under silence. Harris shrugged and asked again, how did they die? The doctor explained. The bite introduced an infection. Normally, Weil's disease, leptospirosis, carried in rat urine, incubation 7 to 13 days, fever, muscle pain, vomiting, then jaundice, treated with penicillin or a serum rarely diagnosed in time. But these 2 cases completed the whole process within 24 hours. Fever in 5 or 6 hours. Immediate jaundice. Rapid loss of senses. Sight first. Coma, sometimes violent spasms. Then the skin, fully yellow, became taut, thinner, turning to fine tissue, finally tearing. Gaping holes over the body. A terribly painful death. Drugs only easing a little. Harris's brain numbed. He said, "Poor Keogh." Tunstall agreed, then said Ratkill was investigating the bomb site and the woman's home that morning. If Harris could show where the boy was bitten, they'd search there too. Harris described the old canal shortcut. He offered to take exterminators to the exact spot. Foskin said they were heading to the churchyard. Harris could come along, then take some men to the canal. Harris needed to ring the school. Foskins agreed. Just say the hospital needed a statement. And back at school, Harris should ask pupils if they'd seen rats, and if bitten by anything, go straight to hospital, without frightening them. Harris smiled. His bunch wasn't easily scared. At the churchyard, chaotic, gruesome. Harris took one rat-kill man, a quiet, pointed-faced little fellow named Albert Ferris. They stood before a high brick wall. Harris explained the canal was on the other side. Further along, railings with openings. As they walked, Ferris dropped his wariness. He'd never seen anything like that morning's scene. Blood, bits of bodies everywhere. No dead rats. The old tramp's probably drunk, but still, someone should have escaped or killed some. Harris kept him talking, asking if rats normally attacked people for food. Ferris said no, rats are cautious. They'll eat corpses, but don't attack the living for flesh. But the spores they'd found were twice normal size. Very large rats. And if London was breeding a colony of oversized, fast-breeding rodents attacking people, he shook his head. Harris asked how fast they breed. Ferris answered, 5 to 8 litters a year, 4 to 12 per litter, and they're mating again within hours. He didn't fancy mobs of big ones roaming. Neither did Harris. They found a gap in the railings. Harris assured Ferris they were only looking for signs, not catching. Ferris agreed. No tangling. They walked back along the wall, eyes wary. Ferris spotted 3 black heads gliding in the dark canal water. Harris followed his pointing finger. 3 shapes in perfect triangular formation, smooth trails behind. They followed. The rats emerged, scurried up the bank. Full bodies visible. Harris exclaimed at their size. Ferris had never seen any that big. Better keep clear, not excite them. Harris insisted they follow. The rats might lead to a lair. The lead rat stopped, turned its head. The other 2 froze. 3 pairs of sharp, wicked eyes held them. Not just size or revulsion. The rats didn't run or hide. No panic. Just malevolent stillness, as if deciding whether to swim across or go on. Harris knew he'd run if they came toward him. Ferris's hand gripped his arm. Same idea. Then the rats turned and vanished through a hole in an old wooden fence. Ferris exhaled. What was over there? Harris thought. Waste ground, undergrowth visible, then blocks of flats. Most kids at school, some may be coming home for dinner. His guess, the rats were making for the flats' big rubbish bins. They needed to get around there fast. As Harris turned to run along the iron fence, more movement in the water. A larger group, at least 7 black shapes, coming from the opposite direction. Ferris bolted. Harris ran, glancing back to see wet furry bodies scurry through the same fence hole. Back on the road, gasping, Harris pulled Ferris to a halt. He ordered Ferris to phone the police. Get Ratkill here fast. Harris would go to the flats. Ferris should follow via the small road bridge. Harris didn't want to face that lot alone. Ferris shot back. Rats were his business. Harris should get the police. Ferris would find where they were going and handle it. No hero, just common sense. He jogged off. Harris didn't argue and looked for a phone box. The rats sped through undergrowth, joined by smaller ones, flowed under another fence toward the council flats waste bunkers. Food and litter shooted from all floors into huge bins emptied weekly. Rotting smell by week's end kept children away. Daytime visits were unusual. Too much noise from kids. But now, led by bigger, blacker rats that had appeared to dominate, they had a new boldness. Unseen, they filed along walls to a bunker they'd gnawed into before, passed through holes beneath the rubbish cylinder, and burrowed into the heap. The big rats found a discarded weekend joint, rotten or thrown in rage. The meat aroused a frightening lust. Smaller rats tried to reach it but were killed and devoured by their superiors. Ferris heard squeals as he ran past. He stopped, listened, approached the solid doors. Stale food smell. Holes at the bottom. He knelt, listened again. Silence. He lowered his head toward a larger dark hole, tried to peer in. Nothing moved. Both knees down now, ear near the ground. A huge rat flew out and bit deep into his cheek. Ferris screamed, fell back, beat at the creature on his face. He pulled it away, tearing a gaping hole in his own cheek, but couldn't hold the powerful body. It fell on him again. More rodents streamed through the holes. His screaming brought residents to doors and windows. They saw the white overalled figure on the ground, covered with dark, furry bodies. Some slammed and bolted doors. Others screamed or fainted. Some phoned the police. Many stared in horror. An old, stout pensioner ran forward with a broom, brought it down on the smaller outer rats. As they scattered, a larger rat stopped gorging and turned a menacing eye toward her. Harris's first phone box was wrecked. Knowing others would be tampered with, he tried a tobacconist. The shopkeeper was wary, but Harris's earnestness convinced him. Harris called the police, gave directions, thanked the man, and ran. He reached the spot where he and Ferris had split, crossed the canal bridge, saw the council flats, heard commotion. Turning a corner, he saw the old lady with the broom being dragged down by large rats. He froze until her cries spurred him forward, aware of the lethal bites, but unable to stand by. Then workmen from a nearby building site arrived, armed with picks and shovels. The large rat that had watched the pensioner now studied the approaching men. The other big rats stopped their attack. The workmen advanced, shouting. As one body, the rats turned and fled, leaving smaller ones to the men's onslaught. Harris backed against the wall as the creatures ran past him. One ran over his shoe. He shuddered. Another stopped, eyed him coolly for a fraction of a second, then sped on. Harris nearly collapsed with relief as the last shape disappeared under the waste-ground fence. Two workmen looked ready to climb over. Harris found his voice and stopped them. Walking back, he saw the carnage. The old lady on the ground, chest heaving unevenly, covered in blood, still clutching the broom. Then Ferris's shredded, blood-stained overalls. Only the Rat-Kill logo made Harris recognize the little exterminator. The crumpled body no longer had a face. Harris weakly told a workman to get an ambulance, though he already knew it was too late for the woman. A neighbor said one was coming. Residents emerged, keeping a wary eye on the fence. Someone asked what they were. Another answered, rats. But that size? Big as dogs. A workman growled they should go after them. Harris stopped him. Couldn't reveal the fatal disease, but said police and Rat-Kill were coming. The workman wouldn't wait. Harris grabbed his arm as he marched toward the fence. Just then, two police cars roared into the estate, screeching to a halt. Foskins got out, strode toward Harris, eyes on the two bodies on the ground. A Rat-Kill van arrived. He pulled Harris aside, out of the crowd's hearing. What happened? Harris told him. Felt pity for Ferris. His sense of duty had killed him. It could have been Harris. Foskins said they'd send a search party down immediately, through the fence, along the canal, with patrols and a cordon. Harris shot back that the canals ran for miles. Impossible to cordon. And all the sewers beneath? Foskins answered coldly. That was their problem. Harris had no desire to return to the school that afternoon. Instead, he wandered the streets of his childhood, rediscovering long-forgotten alleys. He passed the tobacconist where he'd bought his first packet of Domino cigarettes, then Linda Crossley's house, a girl who, one teenage night behind the youth club, had let him and 6 of his mates take turns with her, earning her the eternal nickname 7-Up. He saw bomb sites still untouched by development, stunted horse posts that kids in his day used for leapfrog, though he couldn't remember the last time he'd seen children playing that game. Eventually, he caught a bus back to the flat, made tea, and slumped in his only armchair, the morning's horrors pressing down on him. Keo, the mother and her baby, the tramps, Ferris, the old lady. Civilized London. Swinging London. Dirty, bloody London. For all its modernity and high living standards, the city still bred disease-carrying vermin like the ones he'd seen. Their size, what had caused that mutation? And their cunning. Twice that day, one of the big black rats had simply stood and stared at him. He wondered if it had been the same rat each time, and the thought made him shudder. Not cowering, not attacking, just surveying him, studying him. Inscrutable. How many more would they kill before being stopped? Where had they come from? What made them so much more intelligent than ordinary rats? Then again, why should he worry? That was the authorities' problem. But what disgusted him more? The vermin themselves, or the fact it could only happen in East London, not Hampstead or Kensington? Poplar. The old prejudices against the middle and upper classes, the councils that moved working people from slums into remote concrete towers, telling them they'd never been better off while failing to see that 40 homes in a block became 40 separate cells, communication reduced to lift conversations. Was that what really angered him? That the same councils allowed the filth that produced such rats. He remembered the anger when a new ultra-modern flat had collapsed, killing 9 people. His resentment aimed not just at the architects, but at the council that approved the design. The rumors afterward about a safe breaker's gelignite, then the proven gas leak. But the point was the cheap construction had turned a minor disaster into a major one. That's what embittered him, the incompetence of authority. Then he had to smile at himself. Still a student at heart, a rebel. As a teacher, he was under government control and often exasperated by committee decisions. But he knew fair-minded people existed among them, people who fought hard for the right decisions, who opposed the ban on free milk for kids, who nearly lost their jobs for their beliefs. No, it was no use becoming overwrought with authority. Apathy existed on every level, the gas man ignoring a leak, the mechanic failing to tighten a screw, the driver speeding in fog, the milkman leaving 1 pint instead of 2. It was a matter of degree. Original sin. Everyone was to blame. He fell asleep. At 6:15, the front door slammed, and footsteps raced upstairs. He greeted Jude as she bustled in, red-faced and breathless. She called him lazy, kissed his nose, and asked if he'd seen the evening paper. More rat killings on the front page. He told her he knew. He'd been there. In a hard, emotionless voice, he recounted the day's events. She said it was horrible, those poor people. And him, it must have been terrible. She touched his cheek, knowing his anger covered deeper feelings. He admitted he was just sick of it. People dying senselessly in this day and age. She assured him they'd put a stop to it soon. It wasn't like the old days when things got out of hand. He countered that it should never have happened in the first place. Then, reaching his limit, his natural defense kicked in. Knowing there was nothing he could do, his mind walked away. He smiled and suggested they get away at the weekend, visit her silly old aunt in Walton. Fresh air would do them good. She agreed, arms around his neck. He asked what was for dinner. The rest of the week was quiet on the rat front. Public outcry, press campaigns to clean up London, angry TV debates by politicians and councillors, even a statement from the Prime Minister. Large areas of Dockland were sealed off, exterminators sent in. Dockers struck for 2 days until convinced no rat traces could be found. Police and soldiers searched canals leading to the docks. Nothing larger than ordinary rodents turned up, and few of those. Reports of large black rats came in regularly, but investigations usually revealed dogs or cats. Parents escorted children to and from school if quiet streets lay on the route. Bomb sites and playgrounds grew unusually still. Pet shops did booming trade in cats and dogs. Experts laid poisons, but the victims were always mice or common smaller rats. Not one large black rat was found. People lost interest as other news hit: rape, robbery, arson, political scandals. Though the search continued, chemicals laid, and no deaths occurred, the matter was considered handled. Foskins remained uneasy, pushing his department to follow through to extinction of any vermin dangerous to persons or property. But without more government aid, it proved virtually impossible, and as the outcry dwindled, so did talk of Treasury money. Friday evening, Harris and Judy drove to Walton in their battered Hillman Minx. Judy's aunt made a great fuss over them, proving less silly than Harris had thought by showing them to a quaint but comfortable room with a double bed. She left them to unpack their single case, all three smiling inanely. Harris grinned. Good old Aunt Hazel. Judy flopped onto the ancient quilt, whooping with glee, declaring the aunt had always been her favorite. Harris stretched beside her, hands exploring until she smacked them away, insisting they unpack and go down before the aunt regretted giving them a room together due to lack of company. Downstairs, the aunt had opened a bottle of sherry. She poured drinks and bid them sit on a soft, flower-patterned sofa, settling into an armchair opposite. She chattered on, questioning them about their jobs, gossiping about neighbors, reliving times with Judy's mother. Harris felt himself relaxing, his arm around Judy's shoulders, her fingers finding his. He laughed at the silliest topics, losing himself in the charm and enclosed world of village life. He found himself deeply interested in the vicar's jumble sale tomorrow morning, the widow next door's fancy man, last week's donkey derby. He laughed not at the old aunt, but with her, envying her uncomplicated life. At 10:30, she suggested a brief stroll before bed. The exercise would help them sleep. They walked arm in arm through the quiet village, both sensing peace. Harris took a huge lungful of air, telling her to do the same. They exaggerated the deep breaths, faces raised to the million visible stars, until they burst out laughing at their own earnest efforts. They walked on, the stillness mellowing their already soft mood. Harris mused about getting a teaching position outside London, in a village like this, or maybe opening a post office. What did she think? Judy smiled back, knowing how he loved to dream. He was a city person at heart, despite his complaints. She played along. She'd open a little dress shop, tweeds and woolies, though she wasn't sure what the vicar would say about them living together. He'd probably think her a scarlet woman. Harris suggested they could humor the vicar and get married. Judy stopped walking, turned to face him, and warned that if he made any more offers like that, she'd hold him to them. Back at Aunt Hazel's, hot toast and drinking chocolate waited. The old aunt fluttered around in a long dressing gown, still chattering, then bade them good night and disappeared upstairs. Harris grinned, sipping his chocolate. She was lovely, would drive him mad, but lovely. Upstairs, they found a hot water bottle tucked into the bed and a fire already lit in the hearth. Harris couldn't stop smiling as they undressed. It had been a long time since either of them had been spoiled, and it was nice to be spoiled together. He climbed into bed beside Judy and pulled her warm body close, admitting he wished they could stay longer and that he'd hate going back. She told him to enjoy what they had, the whole weekend ahead. Her fingers glided down his back, making him shiver, then crept to his thigh and upward. He put on a mock Cary Grant voice, asking what the vicar would say. The next morning, a careful tap on the door woke them. Aunt Hazel entered with tea, biscuits, and the paper. They thanked her while trying to stay covered as she bustled around, drawing curtains, retrieving the cold hot water bottle. She rambled on about the weather, neighbors, and Mrs. Green's cabbage patch. Beneath the blankets, Judy began pinching Harris's bare bottom. He grabbed her wrist and sat on her hand to stifle a yelp, then started plucking at the small mound of hair between her thighs. When Judy couldn't hold back a cry, she explained to her surprised aunt, between laughs, that she had a foot cramp. Aunt Hazel's hand shot under the covers, grabbed Judy's foot, and rubbed vigorously. Harris choked with glee behind his trembling newspaper. At 10, they dressed and went down to breakfast. The aunt asked their plans, suggesting the jumble sale. They excused themselves. They wanted to drive into Stratford for the day, probably stay for lunch. She warned them about the roads, perched a straw hat on her head, grabbed her basket, waved goodbye, then turned at the gate to wave again. They washed the dishes. Judy remade the bed while Harris cleared the downstairs grate and laid a new fire. He couldn't imagine why she'd want a fire in this weather, but admitted it made a welcoming sight in the evening. They drove toward Stratford, singing loudly along the country lanes. As soon as Harris struggled to find parking, he regretted the visit. The town was flooded with people, cars, coaches. He'd never been before and had expected quaint, old-world, oak-beamed houses on cobbled streets. He was angry at his own naivete. Of course, a tourist center like this would be spoiled by commercialism. He finally found a back street to park. Walking toward the Royal Shakespeare Theater, he saw that many streets had retained their old charm, but the throngs of people and multiracial accents destroyed any atmosphere. The nearer they got to the theater, the noisier the streets became. A thin, sallow, round-shouldered man with a camera called to someone named Hilda. A plump, bespectacled woman emerged from a shop doorway clutching postcards, telling him to wait up. An obvious American in a check jacket told Imogen to look at something while he took a shot. Imogen posed self-consciously before an oak-beamed thatched shop, licking ice cream, magnified eyes behind blue-tinted glasses, urging Mervyn to hurry because she felt stupid. They reached the theater, a heavy, depressing building, and found it closed. Judy tentatively suggested a boat ride down the river, but the water swarmed with punts, canoes, and rowboats. Harris proposed a drink instead. They passed windows full of people eating wimpy burgers and sausage, egg, and chips. Inside a dark pub with wood and stone floors, barmaids in period costumes smiled cheerfully as they handled the crowds. Harris felt a flicker of approval. He ordered a pint of brown ale, a red wine, and 2 ham and tomato sandwiches, brought the wine to Judy at an old round oak table, then returned for his beer. Sitting beside her, he squeezed her hand to show his mood wasn't her fault. He said it wasn't so bad. He reached out to run his fingers along a large square timber that supported the low ceiling. Plastic. He swore under his breath. As they left the pub, a light drizzle began. Shop doorways filled with people. Plastic raincoats appeared, draped over heads and shoulders. Tourists running for cover bumped into them. Harris took Judy's arm firmly and led her into the road. They quickly walked back to the car, both fighting claustrophobia. They sat inside and caught their breath. He was halfway through a cigarette when the sun came out and the rain stopped. People emerged from shelters, laughing and calling. A coach pulled up across the road, unloading a stream of sightseers stretching, yawning, looking for toilets. Harris stared in amazement. The women all looked the same. Fat, wearing glasses. He couldn't believe it. Judy burst out laughing because he was right. For some reason, that made him feel better. At least he could see the joke of his shattered illusion of Shakespeare's birthplace. He drove out of the crowded town, heading into the country. Leaving the town behind, a deep relief washed over him. He could breathe again. He didn't fully understand why the crowds had affected him so much. A revulsion not toward individuals but en masse. Strangely, it felt akin to the revulsion he'd felt toward the rats, as if the crowds were a threat. He asked Judy if he was becoming a head case. She said no. He'd just encountered too many people at the wrong time and place. The point of coming away was to escape, and they'd run straight back into the middle of it. The quieter the roads became, the freer he felt. Ahead, a high curving hill rose, its top crowned with trees, cultivated fields below in shades from bright yellow to deep green. Sheep grazed on the wilder middle slopes. He asked if she fancied a climb. She said, okay. He pulled onto a grassy verge and locked the car. They climbed a fence and skirted the field's edges while Judy explained the difference between wheat, corn, and barley. He enjoyed his own ignorance. Watched by sheep, they climbed over a gate as the hill grew steeper. Near the top, the exertion told. They laughingly clung to each other, occasionally pulling one another down. They reached the trees and found a path to the summit, a plateau of more fields stretching across to downward slopes and shading into woods again. Lying back on the grassy slope, they rested, taking in the surrounding hills, tiny houses, gray roads. A slight breeze stirred the otherwise warm air. Judy asked if he felt better. He said yes. She told him to take deep breaths. He reached for her, saying it was so quiet, no people, and that somehow put everything into perspective. A lost sheep scampered past, turned, bleated at them, then ran off. Harris shouted back at it. He turned to Judy and kissed her. Soft, tender little kisses, just touching her lips, then hard and urgent. His hand crept to her small, round breast beneath her jumper. She warned someone might come. He scoffed. Up here? Who'd be silly enough to climb all the way up? He pulled at her trouser zipper. She kissed his face and neck, her love stirring her desire, pushing her body toward him in a rhythmic motion. He tugged the trousers down, her body lifted to help. He ran his fingers lightly over her smooth thighs, bowed to kiss them, his tongue leaving thin, moist trails along each limb. His hand began stroking the fine material of her panties, then between her thighs. She moaned with pleasure and reached for him, loosening his clothes, setting him free. His hand crept between her flimsy panties and soft skin, finding her private, silky hair, then down between her thighs. His fingers grew wet from her. He pulled the panties gently down her long legs and laid them aside with her discarded trousers. He half sat, gazing down at her, taking pleasure in the sight of her naked thighs against the rich green grass. She pulled him down, whispering that someone might see them, though she didn't really care. He insisted nobody could see them up here. He moved into her, very gently, very slowly. They clung to each other, her legs slightly bent, feet flat against the slope. He began moving back and forth inside her. Their passion, as so often, equally matched. She thrust up at him, both losing themselves in the sweetness of physical love. But as their motions grew more frantic, his toes and knees began losing their grip on the grassy slope. He started to slip down. He wriggled forward, grabbing tufts of grass to pull himself up. As soon as they resumed, he slipped again, this time losing her. He wasn't amused, though she was. He said they'd have to turn around and struggled back inside her. They carefully inched their way anti-clockwise, trying to stay together, now both laughing at the ridiculous spectacle they must have made. She giggled that she could feel the blood rushing to her head. He groaned that he wouldn't say where it was rushing in him. He held on to the grass, pushing against it, the strain on his arms intensifying as their bodies sped toward crescendo. She writhed beneath him, nearly sending him over her and rolling down the hill. They reached their climax, Harris almost with relief, and still together, let themselves slide languidly down a few feet, bodies turning. They rested for a few minutes, relishing the warm sun and the light breeze on their nakedness. She told him she loved him. He said good, because he loved her. Reluctantly, they dressed. Harris lit a cigarette. Judy settled back against him, and they both studied the cobalt sky. A voice broke through their tranquil thoughts, a woman calling to a child named Susan, warning her not to go too far. They sat up and turned. A girl of about 7 came skipping over the brow of the hill, closely followed by a man and a woman who looked puzzled as to why the young couple on the hillside had burst into laughter. Dave Moody pressed his back against the grimy wall of the underground platform, tipping a milk carton to his mouth. He told himself he was sick of this routine. Seeing the same girl 3 times a week for 2 months was too much. Wednesdays at the pictures, Saturdays at the club, Sundays watching telly. Now she wanted him to give up Friday night football. Not a chance. They weren't even engaged, yet Jerry kept getting more possessive, dictating who he could see, criticizing his clothes, correcting his language, and the whole frantic dash afterward, running for the last train, racing down Shadwell's treacherous steps, nearly breaking an ankle more than once. What really grated was spending the whole evening groping, trying to get her worked up, getting nowhere, and then, just when he had to leave, she'd suddenly turn eager. His mates had warned her she was a tease. He hadn't believed them. He'd even punched one of them for saying it. He muttered aloud that maybe he'd dump her next week, voicing it for extra reassurance, then started to whistle. But he had to admit, by the time Wednesday rolled around, he still looked forward to seeing her. He stopped whistling. She always looked good, always dressed smart. Her mother annoyed him, but he rarely saw her. Her father was a lazy bastard, too. Nothing like his own mom and dad. He got on well with his parents. A fresh ironed shirt for Saturday night, a hot dinner waiting after work, and the old man could always be tapped for a couple of quid toward the end of the week. Being an only child probably explained it. After his older brother was hit by a car and killed 7 years ago, his parents had poured all their affection onto him. He didn't mind. He liked them. He could bring mates around for a party. His father would chip in for beer. His mother would dance with the boys. The old man would even chat up the girls. Nothing like Jerry's miserable old parents. Footsteps on the long stairs interrupted his thoughts. A black station worker came into view, walked to the far end of the platform, and disappeared through a door marked private. Dave's mind went back to his situation. Where was the bloody train? For once he'd arrived early, only to be left hanging in the gloom. Jerry would always come to the door with him to say goodnight, her passion building just as his panic about missing the last train peaked. She'd finally let him go and wait at the door until he was out of sight. He'd turn back nonchalantly 2 or 3 times, wave. She'd blow kisses. But the moment he rounded the corner, he'd sprint, lungs burning, usually arriving with a painful stitch, dashing through the barrier without paying, taking the stairs 2 or 3 at a time, often just barely leaping through the closing train doors. Thank God Jerry never heard his curses when he missed it. That meant a long walk down the trouble-filled commercial road, nearly always a mob on some corner, or a pervert lurking in a doorway. He wasn't a coward, but it was a drag. Something moving caught his eye. A dark shape crept between the tracks. He walked to the platform edge and peered into the gloom. Nothing. Then the shape stopped. Figuring it was a rat, he threw his empty milk carton to scare it back into the tunnel darkness. The rat only shrank beneath the electric rail. Then he heard noises from the black tunnel mouth. Not the rush of an approaching train, but something else. He glanced nervously at the lurking shape, then back at the tunnel as the noise grew louder. Hundreds of small black bodies poured out, some between the tracks, others up the ramp and along the platform. He turned and ran before he fully registered they were rats, much larger than normal, much faster. He hit the stairs, a long black river of vermin almost at his heels, and flew up 3 at a time. He slipped once, but caught himself on the handrail. A rat raced ahead of him. His next step landed on its back, making him stumble again. As his hand went to steady himself, sharp teeth snapped at his fingers. He shouted in terror, kicking wildly, sending 2 bristling bodies tumbling back over the others. He lurched upward, weighed down by rats that had attached themselves to his clothes and flesh. He fell again, the bridge of his nose smacking a step-sharp corner, blood spilling down his face onto his white, long-collared shirt. He kicked and screamed, but they pulled him back down the stairs, rolling him to the bottom, ripping him, shaking him like a toy doll. His screams echoed through the old station. He half rose, and just before his senses blacked out completely, he cried for his mother. Errol Johnson pulled the private door open and rushed out. He'd heard the screams and assumed someone had fallen down the long stairway. He'd known it would happen someday. Those stairs were too poorly lit. If he ever became station master, if coloreds ever became station masters, he'd clean this place up. Just because few people used it didn't mean it should be neglected. He stopped dead, mouth hanging open. Millions of rats swarming everywhere. Big ones, like he'd seen in his own country, but even bigger. He didn't stop to think. He ran. The stairs were cut off by a struggling mass of vermin. Only one place to go, down the ramp into the dark tunnel. His fear drove him straight into an approaching train, killing him mercifully before he even knew death was there. The driver, already braking, slammed them on harder, pitching passengers forward. As he emerged from the tunnel, wheels shrieking, the scene before him made him react instinctively. He released the brakes and kept going, saving himself and his passengers. The rats froze, glaring at the huge intruder. Those beneath the tracks crouched low as it rumbled over them. Passengers stared through windows, horrified, wondering if the train had descended into hell. One fell back as a furry body hurled itself at the glass and bounced off. As the train gathered speed, more rats leapt at windows, some falling between train and platform to be sliced by the wheels. A rat broke through a carriage window and attacked the lone passenger inside. The man was strong. He pulled the frenzied creature from his throat. It tore at his hands with teeth and claws, making him cry out, but he held its neck and body. Terror gave him strength. He threw it to the floor and brought his heavy boot down on its head, crushing its skull. He picked up the limp body, amazed at its size, and threw it through the broken window into the black tunnel. He sank into his seat, shock spreading through him, unaware that within 24 hours, he would be dead. The station master choked on his tea when he heard screams from the stairs. Not another fight. Why did a station always attract hooligans on weekends? Saturday nights especially, underground stations always drew yobs and drunks. Sundays usually weren't too bad. He hoped that Daft Ape Errol wasn't involved, always interfering, making suggestions, helping drunks instead of kicking them out. Where did Errol think this was? Charing Cross? Shadwell suited the station master just fine. Quiet compared to most stations. Dirty, of course, but what could you do with an old dump like that? It helped keep people away. He slipped on his jacket and ambled out of the ticket office toward the top of the stairs to platform 1. He bellowed down, demanding to know what was going on. He squinted through the dim lights. He heard one cry that sounded like "Mum" and saw a single black thrashing shape. He moved cautiously down a few steps and stopped, calling out again. The black shape seemed to break apart into smaller shapes that began mounting the stairs toward him. He heard a train grind to a halt below. Then, for no reason he could understand, it whined back up to speed and carried on through without stopping. Then he heard squeaking, like hundreds of mice. The creatures were coming up the stairs toward him. Not mice. Rats. Horrible big rats. Black. Ugly. For a man of his bulk, he moved surprisingly fast. He cleared the few steps he'd descended in 2 bounds, headed for the ticket office, and slammed the door behind him. He leaned against it, fighting for breath, then made for the phone. With trembling fingers, he dialed emergency. He identified himself. Shadwell Underground, Station Master Green speaking, then looked up at a scuttling noise. Staring at him through the ticket office pay window was a huge, black, evil-looking rat. He dropped the phone and ran to the back of the office. The windows were barred. No escape. He looked around in desperation, his gross figure shaking. He spotted the cupboard where brooms and buckets were kept, pulled it open, and pushed himself inside, closing the door. He crouched, half-sitting, whimpering, wetness spreading between his thighs, scarcely daring to breathe. That scream must have been Errol or someone waiting for a train. They'd got him, and now they were coming for the station master. The driver hadn't stopped. He'd seen them and driven on. There was no one else on the station. Then he heard it. Gnawing. Scraping. They were in the office. They were trying to eat their way through the cupboard door. 8:30. Monday morning rush hour packed the underground train. Passengers read papers or novels, slept, chatted, stood, sat. Occasional laughter. Accountants beside financial directors. Typists next to models. Tea ladies with executives. Filing clerks alongside programmers. Black commuters next to white ones. Men stared at girls' legs, boldly or secretly. Girls stared back or pretended not to notice. Minds on the coming week, the past weekend, were almost blank. Jenny Cooper read a women's magazine problems page, smiling at ridiculous situations some girls got into, scoffing at some of the answers, too. She flipped the page, not really interested, her thoughts drifting back to Saturday night's party. She was impatient to get to work and tell her friends, especially Marion, who always had hundreds of blokes and never let the others forget it. Jenny considered herself plain, eyes too small and too close together, nose a fraction too long. Her legs were good, though. Long, not too thin, not too fat. Her hair always looked nice. Nice curls, a soft color. Her face was quite attractive if she didn't smile too broadly. Anyway, this boy had really fancied her, he'd told her. She'd had boyfriends before, but none up to Marion's standard. She'd liked them, but always felt slightly ashamed when they took her out. This one was different. Just as good-looking as any of Marion's, better than most. And he'd asked her out again. Tonight. Pictures. She couldn't wait to show him off and make Marion green with envy. Violet Melray, sitting beside Jenny, read her historical romance. She always became deeply engrossed in romantic fiction, knowing exactly how the heroine felt, suffering and experiencing her disappointments and happiness. She sighed inwardly as the hero, having lost his wealth, his wicked and conniving wife, and his right arm in a hunting accident, returned to the woman he truly loved, the soft, pure heroine willing to take him back, comfort his grief, sacrifice everything for the man who had betrayed her trust and now needed her so much. Violet remembered how romantic George had been during their courtship. Flowers, small gifts, little poems. So thoughtful. But now, 16 years and 3 children later, he was more inclined to pat her back than tickle her chin. A good man, though. Very straight, very soft. A faithful husband and father, ever patient. Their love had mellowed over the years, not really faded like most couples. But if only he weren't so sensible. Every problem tackled with logic rather than emotion. Emotion carefully measured, never let loose. If only once he would surprise her. Do something startling. Not an affair, but flash his eyes at another woman. Or have a flutter on the horses. Or come home drunk. Or punch his brother Albert on the nose. But no, she wouldn't really change him. It wasn't his fault she had urges now and then for romantic adventure, a bit of glamour. At 42, she should have gotten over such wild impulses. Now, with the kids in school and able to look after themselves, her only outlet was her part-time insurance office job. The men were stodgy, but some girls were a laugh. It kept her busy most of the day, and she had plenty to do when the kids came home and George got back from work. She reminded herself to go into Smith's at lunchtime for a new book. Henry Sutton clung to his strap as the train lurched around a bend. He tried to read his folded paper, but every time he opened it to turn a page, he nearly lost his balance. He gave up and looked down at the woman reading a book in front of him, wondering when her station would come. No, she'd stay on a while. Book readers always had long journeys. The young girl next to her? No, office worker wouldn't get off until the city or West End, and Stepney Green was next. Over years of rush-hour travel, Henry had become an expert on where people lived. It didn't work well in the mornings. He rarely got a seat. But in the evenings, he'd position himself in front of someone likely to get off soon. The scruffier the person, the sooner they reached their destination. Colored people never went further than West Ham. Well-dressed people often changed at Mile End for the Central Line. 20 years as a solicitor's clerk, mundane but comfortable, had taught him a lot about people. Life proceeded at a steady, regular pace. Not very exciting, the odd, interesting scandal, but one day pretty much like another. No murder, rape, or blackmail cases, mainly divorce, embezzlement, or house purchasing. Steady stuff. Mostly monotonous, often dull. Secure. He was glad he wasn't married, able to lead his own life without worrying about children, neighbors, hire purchase, holidays. Not that he ever got up to much on his own. He believed in keeping to himself, not getting involved in other people's problems. He had enough of that at work, though he never became emotionally involved. The church choir was his only social outlet, rehearsing once a week, singing his heart out Sunday mornings, the only exhibitionism he allowed himself. He raised his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Mondays were neither depressing nor exhilarating. One day much the same as any other. The train suddenly lurched and screeched to a halt, throwing the surprised solicitor's clerk onto the laps of Violet Melray and Jenny Cooper. He stuttered an apology, face reddening, and pulled himself up. Other passengers were in the same predicament, picking themselves up, some laughing, others tutting angrily. A voice predicted another 20-minute delay. He was wrong. They sat or stood for 40 minutes in a state of agitation, trying to overhear the driver and guard's shouted conversation over the intercom. Henry, Violet, and Jenny were in the first carriage, so they could hear the driver's replies quite plainly. The driver had seen something on the line, not sure what, but quite large. So he jammed on the brakes and cut power. Whatever it was, man or animal, it must have been killed. The obvious thing was to go on and send a crew back from the next station. The trouble now was he couldn't get any power. A faulty cable, maybe? He'd heard of rats chewing through cables. The driver, or motorman, had contacted Central Control, who advised sitting tight until they located and repaired the fault. But the smell of smoke decided his course of action. Passengers became aware of the smoke at the same time and stirred apprehensively. Stepney Green Station wasn't far. He would get them off the train and up the tunnel. Dangerous with so many passengers, but better than panic in confined carriages. Already, excited voices came from the next carriage. He told the guard his intentions, opened the connecting door, and faced anxious-looking faces. He falsely reassured them it was just a slight hitch. They'd walk through the tunnel to the next stop. The rails wouldn't be live. A concerned businessman gruffly noted something was burning. The driver said it was fine, no cause for alarm. He moved forward to inform the rest of the passengers, promising to return and lead them through the tunnel. A few minutes later, a scream followed by shouts of alarm. The connecting door burst open. Passengers spilled in, pushing and shoving through the crowded carriage. The smell of burning followed close behind. Hysteria spread like the fire that caused it. Henry was once again thrown onto the two women. He murmured an apology, his glasses skimming to the end of his nose. This time, the crush prevented him from disentangling himself. They stayed locked together as people pushed past, terrified by the billowing smoke that began to fill the train. Scuffles broke out as men found their escape blocked. All along the train, doors were forced open. Passengers jumped into the dark tunnel, some knocking themselves senseless against the wall, crushed by others landing on top of them. Violet gasped for breath beneath the prostrate solicitor's clerk, while Jenny struggled to get free. Henry apologized, helpless to move, but suggested that if they kept calm, the crush would ease soon, and they could make their way off. He didn't think the fire would spread this way for a while, plenty of time. Strangely, Henry felt extremely calm. For someone whose life had had so little adventure, he marveled at his own composure. He'd often wondered if he'd be brave in a crisis. And now, as people panicked, pushed, and screamed around him, he surprised himself with his lack of fear. He felt quite pleased. The carriage became less crowded as people escaped the choking smoke through side doors. Henry got to his feet and reached down to pull the two women up. He suggested they stick together. In the tunnel, they'd hold hands and feel along the wall. He would lead. He led the two white-faced passengers toward the front of the carriage. Suddenly, screaming reached a new pitch. In the gloom of the tunnel, lit only by the train's lights, they could see struggling figures. Too many faces. They couldn't comprehend exactly what was happening. Henry caught a glimpse of one man, still wearing a bowler hat, disappearing from view beneath the window with something black against his face. As they neared the driver's open compartment door, they saw people struggling to get back on the train, blocked by those still trying to get off. Henry and his two companions reached the small, darkened driver's compartment. He murmured to himself, "There should be a torch or lantern somewhere." He spotted a long, rubber-covered torch tucked away in a corner. A sudden scraping noise made him turn toward the driver's open door. Something black crouched there. He switched on the torch and shone its beam toward it. Jenny screamed as the light reflected off two shining, evil-looking eyes. Instantly, without realizing his actions, Henry lashed out with his foot, catching the rat's head and knocking it back into the tunnel. Violet cried out in horror. It was one of those black rats the papers had been reporting. Jenny burst into tears, burying her head in the older woman's shoulder. Henry shone the torch down into the darkness and stood dumbstruck at the scene below. In the tunnel's confined space, men and women ran, fought, and cowered as hundreds of black rats rampaged among them, leaping, tearing. Their bloodlust stirred into a frenzy. He quickly closed the door, then looked back into the carriage. Rats had entered the train and were attacking passengers who hadn't managed to get off or had scrambled back on. He slammed the compartment door shut and switched off his torch. He was trembling slightly but managed to control the tremor in his voice. He suggested that their best bet was to sit tight for a while. Something thudded against the compartment door, making all three of them jump. Jenny moaned loudly, her body shaking uncontrollably. Violet tried to comfort her, assuring her the rats couldn't get inside. Henry placed a hand on Jenny's shoulder and urged quiet. They mustn't be heard. He thought he'd broken that devil's neck, so it wouldn't try to enter. He suggested they crouch on the floor and keep perfectly still. He helped lower the sobbing girl to a sitting position, then took one more look out the window. Instantly, he regretted it. The image seared into his mind. A nightmare. A scene from hell. Blood-covered limbs, torn faces, ripped bodies. A man stood stiff and straight against the wall opposite, eyes lifelessly staring as 3 or 4 rats gorged on his bare legs. A fat, naked woman cried pitifully, beating at 2 rats clinging to her ample breasts. An 18-year-old boy tried to climb the train by pushing his feet against the wall and levering himself up. A huge rat ran up the wall, landed on his lap, and sent him falling back to the ground. Screams filled the air. Cries for help beat into Henry's brain, all of it in half-gloom against the tunnel's blackness, as if taking place in some dark limbo. Everywhere, furry black creatures scurried, ran up walls, launched themselves into the air, stopping only when their victims' struggles ceased, then feeding and drinking. Henry sank to his knees and weakly crossed himself. A hand touched his shoulder. Violet asked what they should do, trying to see his face in the darkness. He pushed the horrible scene from his mind and said they'd wait. Someone was bound to investigate. Shouldn't be long. He reached for Violet's hand and patted it softly. Secretly, he began to enjoy the woman's dependence on him. He'd always been shy around the opposite sex, but now, amid the chaos, he was discovering a new side to his timid nature. Pride began to quell his fear. Abruptly, the screaming stopped. They froze for a few seconds, ears straining. Then moaning started. One long, low moan, then several more. Soon the whole tunnel echoed with cries of misery, wailing voices, calls for help. But no more screams. The strident urgency had gone. It was as if the mutilated survivors knew nothing more could happen to them. The horror was done. Now they could only live or die. Henry raised himself and looked through the window. He could see 1 or 2 nearby bodies, but the blackness concealed the rest. He announced that the rats seemed to have gone. Violet got to her knees and peered out, then asked about a red glow coming from somewhere. Henry leapt to his feet. The fire. It was spreading and had probably frightened off the rats. They'd have to get out. Ginny cried that they couldn't. The rats would be waiting. Henry told her they couldn't stay either. He thought the rats were gone, frightened by the fire. He offered to go out and look first, then come back for them. Violet clutched his arm, begging him not to leave them. He smiled at her, his face now visible in the red glow. She was a fine-looking woman, he thought. Probably married. Kids. Wouldn't look twice at him normally. Pity. He agreed they'd go together. Ginny crouched back against the opposite corner, refusing. Henry insisted she'd suffocate. The smoke was getting heavier. He forced her to her feet with Violet's help. He instructed them not to look around once outside. Just hold on to him, look straight ahead, and trust him. He cautiously opened the door and shone his torch along the tunnel, though the fire's glow made it almost unnecessary. Bodies were strewn along the track as far as he could see, some still moving, some crawling away from the carriage, others lying perfectly still. He thought he saw small shapes moving against them, but couldn't be sure if it was the flickering light deceiving him. He told the ladies to remember what he'd said. Eyes straight ahead. Don't stop for anything or anyone. Normally a compassionate man, he knew it would be fatal to try helping the injured. They'd have to be rescued later. He climbed down and reached up to help Jenny, who was shaking uncontrollably. He coaxed her softly, trying to soothe her nerves. Violet smiled down at him, frightened, but placing her life in this kind little man's hands. They went forward, bent low to escape the smoky upper air. Henry first, Jenny with her face against his back, Violet close behind with her arms around Jenny. They stumbled forward, ignoring moans and feeble cries for help. A hand weakly grasped Henry's trousers, but fell away at his next step. He couldn't stop. The women's lives depended on him. He'd come back with rescuers. His duty now was to get all three out and warn the station ahead. He heard a squeal and felt something soft squirm underfoot. Shining the torch down, he saw a rat glaring up at him, then others all around. But these were different, smaller, normal, hideous, but normal. He kicked out. It scampered away. Another dashed forward and bit into his trouser leg. Fortunately, it only tore the material. He brought his leg up swiftly against the wall, making the rat lose its grip and fall. He brought his foot down hard on its back and heard the crunch of small bones breaking. Jenny screamed. He quickly assured her they were ordinary rats, dangerous but nothing like the big ones, probably more frightened of them than they were of the rats. Through her fear, Violet felt admiration well up for the little man. She'd hardly noticed him on the train, the type you didn't really see. Just a face. Someone you'd never speculate about, never find interesting. But now, down here in this frightful place, how brave he was, rescuing her and the girl from this carnage. How brave. When Henry killed the rat, Jenny had been forced to look around. The sight made her retch. She sagged against the wall, wanting to collapse, but held up by Violet. She tried to stagger back toward the train, but Henry caught her arm and coaxed her onward. It wouldn't take long. They stumbled on, seeing rats feeding on corpses of people who'd set out for work expecting an ordinary Monday, minds filled with small worries and small joys, never expecting to die that day, and certainly not like this. The three pushed on, choking from smoke, falling and being picked up by the others, finally leaving the dead and maimed behind. Suddenly, Henry stopped, making Jenny and Violet bump into him. Violet asked what was wrong. He'd seen a gleam. He followed a silver rail with his torch beam until it fell upon 4 black objects. 4 giant rats, waiting for them, lurking in the dark. Neither party moved for several frozen seconds. Then the humans slowly backed away. The rats just stared. Violet gasped behind him. There were more behind them. He whirled around and saw 2 advancing stealthily. They were trapped. The 4 in front began moving forward in tiny crouching steps, back muscles tensing, ready to spring. For a moment, Henry considered escaping alone. Jump over the ones ahead and keep running. The girl and woman would never make it, but on his own he might have a chance. He pushed the thought away. He pushed the women back against the wall. telling them to keep behind him and kick out hard if any rat tried to get past. He took off his jacket, wrapped it around his arm, and kept the torchlight on the rats gathered before him. Jenny hid her face against the wall. Violet began to weep for her children. One rat moved forward, its cold gaze never leaving Henry's eyes. A light flashed from ahead in the tunnel. Voices, footsteps, more lights. The whole tunnel lit up as the sounds grew louder. Rats and humans both looked toward the noise. Scuffling drew Henry's eyes back to the rats in time to see them disappear toward the burning train. All except one. The closest rat remained, studying him. Not moving. Seemingly unafraid. Henry felt icy cold, as though his very soul were being scrutinized. He became paralyzed with fear. Almost contemptuously, the large rat turned its head toward the approaching men, looked once more at Henry, and then fled. Henry called out. Soon they were surrounded by uniformed police and underground staff. He told them of the appalling events. They stared in disbelief. A police sergeant shook his head. Rats couldn't and wouldn't attack a whole trainload of people. Giant or not, they couldn't get into a train. Perhaps the fumes had muddled him. Violet pushed roughly past Henry and shouted angrily at the sergeant to go and bloody look for himself. Then she turned back, took Henry's hand, and thanked him softly for helping them. Henry blushed and dropped his gaze. The sergeant said 2 of his men would take them on to the station. Henry refused. He'd come back to the train with them. They'd need all the help they could get. He looked at Violet, still clutching his hand, and said goodbye. He'd see her again. Before he could pull away, she stepped forward and kissed his cheek. Goodbye, she whispered. Harris walked into the noisy classroom feeling happy. The weekend had done him good. Fresh air, open spaces, green. He barked at them to shut up, told Scaly to sit down and blow his nose, ordered Thomas away from the window, and made Maureen put her mirror away. He asked if they'd all had a good weekend, then cut them off and announced the register. The pupils sensed his good mood and knew they could push a bit harder than usual. Only 2 absentees, not bad for a Monday. Carlos asked to go to the toilet, though he'd only just arrived. Harris let him go, knowing the boy wouldn't concentrate otherwise. Carlos thanked him and left, smirking once his back was turned. Harris handed out paper and pencils. They were drawing animals today. A boy at the back asked if he could draw a pig, saying he could copy Tubby Toomey. The fat boy swore at him as the class laughed. Harris called Morris to the front and asked if he was any good at drawing monkeys. Morris said no. Harris told him to try copying from a mirror. Feeble, Harris thought, but not bad for a Monday morning. He told them to get on with any animal they liked, as long as none looked like him. When they finished, they'd choose the best one, and he'd explain why it was best. He reminded them about light and shade. He walked the aisles, talking individually, giving answers, posing questions. He stopped at Barney, small for 14, very bright, good at drawing, but still needing painting techniques. He'd taught himself pen and ink from comic books. Harris looked over the boy's shoulder at the picture-taking form and asked why he'd drawn a rat. Barney said he didn't know, then added he'd seen one the other day, a big one, like Keogh saw. His voice trailed off. The class went silent at Keogh's name. Harris asked where. By the canal, Tomlin's Terrace. Did Barney see where it went? It jumped over a wall and disappeared into bushes. Which bushes? There wasn't a park down there. Where the lockkeeper used to live. It was like a jungle now the canal had been shut down. Harris vaguely remembered the old house set back from the road. As a kid, he used to watch barges pass through the lock. The lockkeeper liked kids watching if they weren't cheeky. Funny, he'd forgotten all about it. He'd been down Tomlin's Terrace recently and hadn't remembered the house was there. Must have been because of the jungle in front. He asked Barney if he told the police. No. Harris thought to himself that kids around here didn't get involved with the law by choice. Carlos burst back into the room in a state of extreme agitation, saying there was one of those things in the playground. The whole class rushed to the windows. Harris roared them back to their seats and strode to a window. He drew a sharp breath. There wasn't one, but several. As he watched, more joined, huge black rats. The rats. They crouched in the playground, staring at the school building. More and more. He ordered all windows closed, quietly. He sent Johnson, Barney, and Smith to tell other teachers to close windows. He sent Scaly to the headmaster's study, then changed his mind. If a boy went, the headmaster might think it was a prank and waste seconds. Harris would go himself. He told no one to move from the room, no noise, put Cuts in charge. The tallest boy stood up. Boys excited, girls nervous. He hurried to the principal's study. Teachers' heads popped out of doors. Ainsley, one of the old-timers, asked what was going on. Harris told him quickly and moved on. A strange hush throughout the school, a hush that could be ruined if one girl became hysterical. Barney dashed from a classroom. Harris caught his arm, told him to take it slowly and calmly. Don't frighten the girls. No panic. As Harris approached the stairs to the headmaster's study, he looked down the short flight to the main doors. Naturally, they were open. He crept down, hand on the rail. At the bottom, he heard a soft noise on the stone steps outside. He sprang quietly to the side of the double doors and glanced out. On the wider top step, a small boy stood looking back into the playground where about 30 rodents had now gathered. Harris thought in horror. The boy must have walked right past them. He stepped outside, swiftly scooped up the small boy, and dashed back inside. He dumped him on the floor and turned to close the doors. The rats hadn't stirred. He shut the heavy doors quickly but quietly and bolted them, then breathed out for the first time in nearly 2 minutes. The 7-year-old told him there were animals in the playground, asking what they were and what they were doing there. Harris ignored the question. He didn't know what to tell him. He picked the boy up, raced back upstairs, put him down, and told him to run to his classroom. Teachers began gathering in the corridor, murmuring. Harris ran up the next flight, 3 at a time, and nearly collided with the headmaster emerging from his office. He urgently told Mr. Norton to phone the police. They had trouble. The headmaster already had. He asked if Harris had seen what was in the playground. Yes, that was the trouble. The giant killers. They went back into the study and looked out. The rats had multiplied to a couple of hundred. The playground was black with them. The headmaster asked what they wanted. Harris said the children. The headmaster said the police wouldn't take long, but what they'd do was another matter. They needed to make sure every door and window was shut tight. All children must go to the top floor and barricade themselves in. He didn't quite believe it was happening, but they couldn't waste time pondering. The headmaster strode to the door, telling Harris to check every possible opening while he organized the staff. Harris followed the gaunt figure downstairs, where conversation was building. The headmaster clapped his hands and ordered silence. Harris brushed past the throng of teachers, looking into every room, making sure all windows were firmly closed. Thank God all lower windows had iron grills to prevent breakage from kicked footballs. Good. All seemed tight. Now the staff room. He entered and saw one window open. Because it faced the narrow passage between the building and the outer wall, it had no grill. On the floor before it sat one of the creatures. How it had scaled the wall, Harris would never know. But there it was. Like a scout, it looked to and fro, sniffing, its pointed nose twitching. It saw Harris and rose on its haunches, standing at least 2 feet from the ground. Harris stepped inside and slammed the door behind him. He had to close that window. This rat spent no time studying its victim. It sprang forward, straight off its haunches, aiming for Harris's throat. But Harris was just as fast. He grabbed a chair even as the creature's muscles tensed for the leap and swung it before him. The chair struck the rat's body in mid-jump like a cricket bat meeting a ball, throwing it to one side and splintering the wood. The rat landed on its feet and sprang again. Harris brought the chair crashing down on its back. It was stunned for a few seconds, but not severely hurt. It bought him enough time to reach the heavy poker lying in the hearth of the unlit fire. He brought it down viciously, more in hate than fear, on the rat's thin skull with a sickening thud. Then again, and again. He turned to the window in time to see another claw its way onto the sill. Without hesitation, he lashed out with the poker, knocking it back down into the narrow passage. He pulled the window shut and leaned against it, gasping, trying to control his trembling knees. The window had fine wire mesh set in the glass to prevent shattering. He said aloud that it should hold them. He went to the staff room door, took the key from the inside, stepped out, and locked it. But not before taking a close look at the creature on the threadbare carpet. Its body was at least 2 feet long, its tail another 9 or 10 inches. The bristly fur wasn't exactly black, but very dark brown with lots of black speckles. Its head was larger in proportion to an ordinary rat's, its incisors long and pointed. Its half-lidded eyes had the lifeless glaze of the dead, but its partially covered teeth seemed to grin wickedly. Even in death, the body seemed deadly, as though the disease it bore could be passed on by mere touch. Outside in the hall, children were being herded toward the stairs. The headmaster strode toward Harris, asking if he was all right. Harris said yes. He'd killed one of the monsters. He realized he still held the blood-stained poker. The headmaster called him a good man, said the place was sealed and the police would soon be here, so they'd nothing to worry about. His smile disappeared instantly at Harris's next remark. What about the basement? They both turned toward the cellar stairs and broke into a run as they neared them. They stopped at the top and peered down into the gloom. The headmaster said they'd probably be all right. The caretaker, Mr. Jenkins, would be down there checking the boiler. It always took him a while to get it going on Monday mornings. He broke off, annoyed that Harris had continued down the stairs without listening. Harris approached the basement door cautiously, pressed his ear to it, and listened. He shushed the headmaster with a finger to his mouth. The headmaster pushed past him impatiently, grabbed the handle, and swung the door wide open. His words choked off. Black, scurrying creatures swarmed all around the basement. A small, high window level with the playground outside stood wide open, and more furry beasts poured in, a constant stream. They were feeding on something on the floor. All Harris and the headmaster could see was a single boot protruding from the writhing mass. Harris pulled his principal back as several dark shapes dashed forward. He grabbed the handle and pulled hard, but 2 rats slithered through. A third got trapped by its shoulder. Harris kicked it 3 times before it fell back. He whirled to see the other 2 scampering up the stairs. The headmaster knelt, staring after them, barely able to utter that they were enormous. Harris said if they reached the children, the headmaster cut him off, saying he'd stop them. He told Harris to cover the basement door, block it with anything he could find. When done, come straight upstairs. Harris shouted after him not to let them bite him. The bite was fatal. Harris looked around. A storeroom on his right. He opened it carefully. No windows. Should be all right. Tables, chairs, blackboards. He pulled out a heavy table, turned it on its side, and dragged it to the basement door. He upended it and found it completely covered the door. He pushed it flush and went back. He noticed an old radiator, dragged it out with a loud grating noise, and leaned it against the upturned table. Then a scream from upstairs. He picked up the discarded poker and raced up. The headmaster lay on the corridor floor, struggling with the 2 rats. Mercifully, the door at the end had been closed. The children had escaped to the floor above. The headmaster had 1 rat by the throat, fighting to keep it from his face. The other bored into his side. He begged Harris for help. Sickened, knowing his principal was already dead, Harris ran forward and brought the poker down with all his might on 1 rat. It squealed an octave above a frightened child's and withdrew its teeth from the man's side. Its back broken, it tried to crawl toward Harris. He crushed its head under his foot. He couldn't hit the second for fear of hurting the headmaster, so he dropped the poker and reached with his hands. He grabbed it near the shoulders and lifted, careful to keep its snapping teeth away from his body. But the headmaster was too frightened to release his grip on the squirming rodent. Harris shouted at him to let go, now lifting the man with the rat. The headmaster was too crazed to hear. Harris braced his foot against the man's chest, pushed him back to the floor, staggering as the grip released, but still holding the rat high. Its weight and strength were tremendous. He felt his jacket and shirt shredded by clawing feet. Holding it from behind, he raised himself to 1 knee and pushed it against the floor. He saw the headmaster crawling away, backing toward the wall, trying to push himself into it. Police sirens in the background. Where the hell had they been? What was he going to do with this? The thing was slipping. He wouldn't last much longer. 1 bite, and he'd die later. XIII had an aquarium. He'd drown it. But all the doors were shut. He could never hold on with 1 hand. He shouted to Mr. Norton to open XIII's door. Quick! He couldn't hold on much longer. The headmaster shook his head dully, never taking his gaze from the rat. Harris screamed at him to open the fucking door. The elder man finally tore his eyes away, nodded slowly, and began to crawl toward the classroom. Harris shouted at him to hurry. In what seemed an eternity, The headmaster reached the door and lifted a shaky, blood-soaked hand. The blood made his hand too slippery. He had to reach up with the other. At last, the door opened. Harris dragged the rat along the floor, fingers aching, trying to squeeze the life out of it, but lacking strength or grip. The rat dug its claws into the wooden floor, forcing him to hold its head and shoulders slightly off the ground. Its small head snapped side to side, trying to sink teeth into his flesh. He was careful, so very careful. When he got to the door, the headmaster cried out and kicked, catching Harris's leg and nearly making him lose his grip. Harris told him through clenched teeth to get out of the way, then louder. The headmaster scrambled aside. Harris entered. He saw the tank on the windowsill and moved toward it. At the teacher's desk at the head of the class, he swung the rat onto it with all his strength, never loosening his grip. He pushed the desk forward with his body toward the aquarium, holding the rat's head against the table, his body raked by its hind legs. The desk butted against the windowsill. He raised one leg, crawled on top, and dragged the rat toward the water-filled tank. He rested before the final effort. Gathering all his strength, sweat streaming from his face, he raised himself and the rat and plunged the writhing body into the water. The tank seemed to explode. Water and fish cascaded over him, but he held on grimly, pushing its head to the deep bottom, ignoring the pain in his chest and arms. He wondered if enough water remained to drown it, or whether its flying limbs would crack the glass. Gradually the struggles weakened, the twists more feeble, the head jerks less violent. Finally, no movement, but Harris still held it there, just to be sure. He looked up through the window. Several police cars had arrived. Blue-uniformed men stood outside the front gate, not knowing what to do. He released the dead body and wearily climbed off the table. His clothes were torn. Blood covered his shirt front, but he was fairly sure he hadn't been bitten. He walked back to the headmaster, still sitting in the doorway with his head in his hands. Harris knelt beside the trembling man and said it was all right now. The police were here. They'd soon clear them. The headmaster raised his head, saying it was horrible, frightful. Those foul creatures had been waiting for him, not running away at all. They were at the top, waiting for him. Harris didn't know what to say. How do you comfort someone who will be dead within 24 hours? He suggested they go upstairs, where they'd be safer, and helped the headmaster to his feet. They walked down the corridor toward the stairs. When Harris tried the door, he found it locked. He shouted and banged his fist. They couldn't turn bloody doorknobs. Footsteps. Bolts drawn back. Ainsley apologized, his bald head peeping around the door. He asked anxiously if everything was all right, looking at their bloodied clothes. They half-carried the headmaster through and closed the door behind them. Harris asked if the children were okay. Ainsley replied that the girls were getting a bit hysterical, but the boys still had plenty of swagger. Harris muttered they'd need it. They took the injured headmaster to his study and laid him in his armchair. He said he'd be all right now. Go and see to the children. His face was pale. Harris wondered if it was imagination, or could he actually detect a tinge of yellow? Did the skin really look tight, or was it just the stiffness of pain? He told the headmaster that Mr. Ainsley would treat his cuts. He'd go and find out what was happening. He left, pitying a man he'd never liked but had at least respected. The sight of him groveling on the floor like a frightened child would stay in Harris's mind a long time. He entered a classroom full of teachers and children. All heads turned toward him. The door to the adjoining room was open, anxious faces peering in. He beckoned the teachers to gather round and quietly told them the headmaster had been injured. He thought they'd be safe enough upstairs, but they'd barricade the doors just in case rats got up the stairs. Get all the girls in one corner away from the windows. The bigger boys could help push desks and chairs against the door. Grimble, the deputy head, a beak-nosed sparrow of a man, pushed forward to assert his authority. Harris snapped that there was no time for internal politics. Grimble turned away huffily. Some younger teachers hid smiles. Harris went to a window and opened it. Many police cars, including a van-load of dogs. Some police donned protective clothing. 2 fire engines rounded the corner, sirens adding to the noise. Crowds gathered in the narrow street. Below, the number of rats had thinned considerably. They were disappearing 2 or 3 abreast through the small ground-level window to the boiler room. Others made for the narrow passage at the side of the building. The staff room window, he assumed, screaming behind him. One girl had become hysterical, classmates, and a woman teacher trying to comfort her. A voice hailed him through a loudspeaker, mechanical and inhuman, asking if they were all right up there and if anyone was injured. Harris cupped his hands and shouted back that they were okay so far. One man injured. The voice told them to barricade themselves in. They didn't know what the rats were up to yet, but they might try to reach them. Of course, they'll try to bloody reach us, Harris thought. What does he think they're here for? A school outing? He fumed as the policeman turned and waved at squad cars to clear the way for the fire engines. The loudspeaker announced they'd set the dogs on the rats first, and while they were occupied, they'd try to reach the school with ladders from the fire engines. The officer obviously knew of the lethal bite and wasn't risking his men. Harris shouted back, they'd never get all the children down those ladders, and the dogs wouldn't last 5 minutes. The voice told him not to panic, repeating it, saying experts would soon arrive with gas to deal with the problem. Please keep calm. They wouldn't be long. Harris groaned aloud. How long would it take those monsters to gnaw through a door? They had intelligence, system. One getting through would create havoc among these kids. He called out again. The hoses. Flood the basement. Flood the lower classrooms. At least it would panic them. Harris walked into the noisy classroom feeling refreshed. The weekend had done him good. Fresh air, open spaces, green. He made a mental note to get out more often. He barked the class to order, calling out individual students to sit down, turn around, and put away distractions. The pupils picked up on his good mood immediately, sensing they could push their luck more than usual. He noted only 2 absences, which he considered decent for a Monday. When Carlos asked to use the toilet, Harris let him go, knowing the boy wouldn't focus otherwise. Carlos slipped out with a smirk once his back was turned. Harris announced an animal drawing exercise. A boy named Morris asked if he could draw a pig, explaining he could copy a chubby classmate. The offended student swore as laughter erupted. Harris called Morris to the front and delivered a dry remark about drawing monkeys from a mirror instead. Feeble, Harris thought, but acceptable for a Monday. He told the class to begin, reminding them about light and shade, then walked the aisles offering individual guidance. He stopped at Barney, a small but bright 14-year-old who had taught himself pen and ink from comic books. Harris asked why Barney was drawing a rat. The boy admitted he'd seen one recently by the canal at Tomlin's Terrace, a big one, like their dead classmate Keogh had seen. The room went silent at the name. Barney added that the rat had jumped over a wall into bushes near the old lockkeeper's house, now overgrown since the canal shut down. Harris vaguely recalled the place from his own childhood, realizing he'd walked past recently, without even noticing the house hidden behind the jungle. He asked if Barney had told the police. The boy hadn't. Harris understood why. Kids in this area didn't involve the law by choice. Carlos burst back in, agitated and excited, claiming there was one of those things in the playground. The whole class rushed to the windows. Harris roared them back to their seats and looked out himself. He drew a sharp breath. Not one. Several. Huge black rats. More kept arriving, crouching in the playground and staring at the building. He ordered the windows closed and sent 3 boys to tell other teachers to do the same. He nearly sent a student to the headmaster but changed his mind. A boy would be dismissed as a prank, wasting time. He put the tallest student in charge, forbade anyone from moving or making noise, and hurried out. In the corridor, teachers' heads appeared. Old Ainsley asked what was happening. Harris explained quickly and moved on. A strange hush had fallen over the school. One hysterical girl could shatter it. He caught Barney dashing past and told him to stay calm and not frighten the girls. Panic couldn't be allowed. Approaching the stairs to the headmaster's study, Harris glanced down at the main doors. They were open. He crept down, heard a soft noise outside, and sprang to the side of the double doors. On the top step, a small boy stood staring back at the playground where 30 rats had gathered. Horror struck Harris. The child must have walked right past them. He scooped the boy up, dashed back inside, dumped him on the floor, and bolted the doors. The rats hadn't moved. He exhaled for the first time in nearly 2 minutes. The 7-year-old asked what the animals were and what they were doing. Harris had no answer, so he carried the boy upstairs and told him to run to his classroom. He ran up the next flight, 3 steps at a time, and nearly collided with the headmaster, Mr. Norton, emerging from his office. Harris urgently asked him to phone the police. They had trouble. Norton said he already had, and asked if Harris had seen the playground. Harris confirmed it, adding that these were the giant ones, the killers. They looked out the study window. The rats had multiplied to a couple of hundred. The playground was black with them. The headmaster asked what they wanted. Harris answered, "The children." Norton said the police would arrive soon, but what they could do was another matter. He ordered every door and window shut. All children moved to the top floor and barricaded in. He would organize the staff. Harris should check every possible opening. Harris followed him downstairs, where a buzz of conversation was building. He brushed past the gathered teachers and checked every room, relieved to find all lower windows had iron grills to protect against footballs. Everything seemed secure until he reached the staff room. One window was open. It faced the narrow passage between the building and the outer wall and had no grill. On the floor before it sat one of the creatures. How it had scaled the wall, Harris would never know. It rose on its haunches, standing at least 2 feet high. Harris stepped inside and slammed the door. He had to close that window. The rat sprang for his throat without hesitation. Harris grabbed a chair and swung it like a cricket bat, striking the animal mid-jump and splintering the wood. The rat landed on its feet and lunged again. Harris brought the chair down on its back. Stunned, but not severely hurt, the rat bought Harris just enough time to reach for the heavy poker by the unlit fireplace. He brought it down on the rat's skull with a sickening thud, again and again. He turned to see another rat clawing onto the sill. He lashed out with the poker, knocking it back into the passage, then pulled the window shut and leaned against it, gasping, his knees trembling. The window had fine wire mesh set into the glass. He muttered that it should hold. He locked the staff room door from the inside, stepped out, and took the key. He examined the dead rat on the carpet, body at least 2 feet long, tail another 9 or 10 inches. Dark brown fur with black speckles, an oversized head, long pointed incisors. Even dead, it looked deadly, as though the disease could be passed by touch alone. Outside in the hall, the headmaster strode toward him. Harris said he'd killed one of the monsters, still holding the bloodied poker. Norton praised him and said the place was sealed off. Then Harris asked, "What about the basement?" They both turned toward the cellar stairs and broke into a run. At the top, they peered into the gloom. The headmaster mentioned the caretaker, Jenkins, probably down there checking the boiler. It always took him a while on Monday mornings. Harris ignored him and approached the basement door cautiously, pressing his ear to it. He shushed Norton with a finger. The headmaster pushed past impatiently and swung the door wide open. His words choked off. Black, scurrying creatures swarmed the basement. A small, high window level with the playground was wide open, and more poured in constantly. The rats were feeding on something on the floor. All Harris could see was a single boot protruding from the writhing mass. He pulled Norton back as several dark shapes dashed forward. He grabbed the handle and pulled hard, but 2 rats slithered through. A third got trapped by its shoulder. Harris kicked it 3 times before it fell back. He whirled to see the other 2 scampering up the stairs. Norton dropped to his knees, stammering about their size. Harris started to say something about the children. Norton cut him off, saying he'd stop them. Harris should cover the door and block it with anything he could find, then come straight upstairs. Harris shouted after him not to let them bite him. Their bite was fatal. Harris found the storeroom and switched on the light. Tables, chairs, blackboards. He pulled out a heavy table, turned it on its side, and dragged it to the basement door, upending it so it completely covered the opening. He pushed it flush, then dragged out an old radiator and leaned it against the table. He was going back for chairs when a scream came from upstairs. He grabbed the poker and raced up. The headmaster was on the corridor floor, struggling with the 2 rats. The door at the end was mercifully closed. The children had escaped to the floor above. Norton had 1 rat by the throat, fighting to keep it from his face. The other was boring into his side. He begged Harris for help. Sickened, knowing the headmaster was already dead, Harris brought the poker down on 1 rat. It squealed a high-pitched sound above a frightened child's and withdrew its teeth. Its back broken, it still tried to crawl toward Harris. He crushed its head under his foot. He couldn't hit the second rat for fear of hurting Norton, so he dropped the poker and grabbed it with his hands near the shoulders, keeping its snapping teeth away from his body. but Norton was too terrified to let go of the squirming rodent. Harris shouted at him to let go, now lifting the man along with the rat. Norton was crazed with terror and couldn't hear. Harris braced his foot against the headmaster's chest and pushed him to the floor, staggering back as the grip released, but still holding the rat high. Its weight and strength were tremendous. He felt his jacket and shirt being shredded by its clawing feet. He raised himself to one knee and pushed the rat against the floor. Norton crawled away, backing toward the wall, never taking his eyes off the monster. In the background, police sirens wailed. Harris thought bitterly about where they'd been. The rat was slipping. He wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. One bite, and he'd die later. Then he remembered. Classroom 3C had an aquarium. He'd drown it. He shouted at Norton to open the door to 3C. Quick! He couldn't hold on much longer. Norton just shook his head, dazed. Harris screamed at him to open the fucking door. Finally, Norton tore his gaze away, nodded slowly, and crawled toward the classroom. His blood-soaked hand was too slippery to turn the handle. He had to use the other. At last, the door opened. Harris dragged the rat along the ground, fingers aching, trying to squeeze the life out of it. The rat dug its claws into the wooden floor, forcing Harris to hold its head and shoulders slightly up. The small head snapped side to side, hunting for flesh. At the door, Norton cried out and kicked, almost making Harris lose his grip. Harris told him through clenched teeth to get out of the way, louder this time. Norton scrambled aside. Harris saw the tank on the windowsill. He moved toward it, swung the rat onto the teacher's desk, never loosening his grip, then pushed the desk forward with his body, holding the rat's head against the table while its hind legs raked him. The desk hit the windowsill. He crawled on top and dragged the rat toward the water-filled tank. He rested a moment. Then, gathering all his strength, sweat streaming, he raised himself and the rat and plunged the writhing body into the water. The tank seemed to explode. Water and fish cascaded over him, but he held on grimly, pushing the rat's head to the bottom, ignoring the pain in his chest and arms. He wondered if enough water remained to drown it, or if its thrashing would crack the glass. Gradually, the struggles weakened. Finally, there was no movement, but Harris held it there just to be sure. He looked up through the window. Several police cars had arrived. Uniformed men stood outside the front gate, not knowing what to do. He released the dead body and climbed off the table wearily. His clothes were torn, his shirt front bloodied, but he was fairly sure he hadn't been bitten. He walked back to Norton, still sitting in the doorway with his head in his hands. Harris knelt beside the trembling man and told him the police were there. They'd soon clear the rats. Norton raised his head, calling the experience horrible and frightful, saying the creatures had been waiting for him at the top, not running away. Harris didn't know what to say. How could you comfort someone you knew would die within 24 hours? He helped Norton to his feet, and they walked toward the stairs. Harris found the door locked. He banged on it, shouting that they couldn't turn bloody doorknobs. Footsteps approached. Bolts drew back. Ainsley apologized, his bald head peeping around, asking anxiously if everything was all right as he took in their bloodied clothes. They half-carried the headmaster through and closed the door. Harris asked about the children. Ainsley said the girls were getting hysterical, but the boys still had plenty of swagger. Harris muttered they'd need it. They took Norton to his study and laid him in his armchair. He told Harris to go see to the children. His face was pale, and Harris wondered if he could actually detect a tinge of yellow in the injured man's face. And did the skin look tight? Or was that just pain? Harris said Ainsley would treat the cuts, then left, feeling pity for a man he'd never liked but had at least respected. The sight of Norton groveling on the floor like a frightened child would stay with him a long time. He entered a classroom full of teachers and children. All heads turned. He beckoned the teachers quietly and told them the headmaster had been injured. They'd be safe enough up here, but they should barricade the doors in case rats reached the stairs. Get the girls in one corner away from the windows. The bigger boys could help push desks and chairs against the door. Deputy Head Grimble tried to assert his authority. Harris snapped that there was no time for internal politics. Grimble turned away huffily. Harris opened a window. He saw many police cars, a van load of dogs, officers donning protective gear, and 2 fire engines rounding the corner. Crowds had gathered. Below, the number of rats had thinned, They were disappearing through the small ground-level window to the boiler room, or heading for the narrow passage by the staff room window. Behind him, a girl became hysterical. A loudspeaker voice asked if they were all right and if anyone was injured. Harris shouted back that they were okay so far, but one man was hurt. The voice told them to barricade themselves in. Harris thought bitterly, "Of course they'll bloody try to reach us." The policeman announced they'd set dogs on the rats first, then use ladders. Harris shouted back that the dogs wouldn't last 5 minutes and ladders wouldn't get all the children down. The voice told them not to panic. Experts were coming with gas. Harris groaned. How long would it take those monsters to gnaw through a door? They had intelligence. One rat through would create havoc. He shouted again, "Flood the basement and lower classrooms with hoses. At least it would panic the rats." He saw a man he assumed was a chief inspector conferring with a fireman. Then the fireman burst into activity, unwinding hoses. 2 dogs broke loose and attacked. An Alsatian picked up a rat by the neck and threw it. A Doberman leapt into the thick of them, but the dogs were soon pulled down, covered in rodents. About 10 more dogs were turned loose. One scrambled through the basement window. Harris shuddered at its fate. The dogs were brave, but no match for the giant rats. Soon they lay being torn apart or hobbled back to their trainers. The chief inspector ordered his men back, knowing the risk of disease. The hoses came on. Icy torrents swept through the playground, clearing a path through the rats, tossing them against the wall. The rodents scattered, climbing over each other to escape. A jet aimed at the basement window pushed some rats inside, but blocked more from entering. The children cheered. As rats dispersed toward the coal bunkers, another jet hit the downstairs windows. The crash of glass brought grins to many pupils. Harris turned from the window, pushed through the children, and asked Grimble where the headmaster was. Grimble snapped that Harris should know. Harris had desks pulled back and slipped through the door, telling the others to push the barricade back after him. If he came back fast and banged, they should get ladders up, but not open the door. He found Ainsley still fussing over Norton. Harris said he'd check all the doors and told Ainsley to shut the study door behind him and stay put. If more trouble came, go to the window and call the firemen for a ladder. He didn't want the bloodied headmaster frightening the children. He closed the door and went to the stairs. He peeked through, all clear. He crept down. Water seeped under the bottom door. He opened it cautiously. The corridor was empty. One of the dead rats lay in the water. For a moment, Harris thought it moved, then realized the current was stirring it. He splashed down the corridor, opening all classroom doors to let water flow freely. He passed the staff room and thought he heard noises, but the basement was more urgent. Most rats had disappeared there. He descended to the basement, careful not to slip. He could hear frantic scraping and scratching from behind the door. They were trying to claw through. He eased the desk back slightly. Cracks were already appearing. He could hear them gnawing. He plodded to the storeroom and found heavy old curtains from the school hall. He dragged one down, left it draped over a bench to stay dry, and grabbed 2 old-style blackboards. Outside the basement door, he pulled the radiator and desk away. The wood bulged where the rats had nearly eaten through. He stuffed the folded curtain into the crack beneath the door, slid the blackboards against the bottom, then pushed the table and radiator and chairs and boxes against it, anything he could find. Finally satisfied, he leaned back against the wall, knee-deep in water, and heard what might have been squeals from inside. He waded to the stairs and climbed. At the top, he heard a cracking noise from the staff room door. A long black pointed head emerged, still gnawing. He stood frozen. Would it never end? He spotted the poker lying in the streaming water, sprang forward, slipped, and fell headlong. Glancing back, he saw the rat's shoulders emerging. He scrambled on all fours, grabbed the poker, and got to his feet using the wall. The rat seemed to know his intention and redoubled its efforts, most of its body now out. Harris ran forward and brought the weapon down on its skull, but the rat pulled its head aside, and the poker crashed against the doorframe. The rat bared its teeth, snapping, its eyes venomous. But Harris noticed fear in them, almost with satisfaction. He cried out in bloodlust and brought the poker down hard. The skull split open. The body stiffened, then went limp. Killing even this monster held no pleasure. He backed away, knowing the body blocking the hole wouldn't last long. either pushed through or eaten away. Even as he watched, the body jerked, half of it dropping from the hole. Less than half a minute to chew through its hindquarters. Another black shape pushed through. Harris turned and ran, throwing the poker back in frustration. The rat gave chase. Harris barely made it through the stairwell door, pulling it shut just as the rat's body crashed into the other side. Clawing noises followed. Nothing on the stairs to jam against the door. He raced up to the next floor, slammed that door behind him, and burst into the headmaster's study, startling Ainsley. Norton still seemed in shock. Harris leaned out the window. Fire ladders had already been extended to adjacent classrooms. He shouted for a ladder with a hose. A fireman said the hoses were being used below, but they'd get to him soon. Harris shouted back that they had to stop the bloody things getting up the stairs. Grimble's head stuck out from a nearby window, telling Harris not to lose his temper. Harris swore at him. Grimble's head disappeared. Harris allowed himself a small smile. A fireman brought a hose up the ladder. Harris helped him into the room and led him to the corridor. At the stairwell door, Harris peeked through. Safe. They went down to the bend and looked at the closed door below, clawing noises coming from it. The fireman asked with disbelief if that was them. Harris confirmed it. They were gnawing through, teeth like electric saws. Water was already 3 or 4 inches deep at the foot of the stairs. The basement must be completely flooded, the hoses preventing any more rats from getting out. Footsteps approached from above. 3 policemen and 2 more firemen came down. Harris gestured for them to hold position, explaining that the rats were trying to break through. He began to lay out a plan. 1 man at the window, another by the study door, another at the top of the stairs, so they could signal back when to turn the water on. The firemen explained the limitation. Because of bends in the hose, they could only use half power. Full pressure would try to straighten the line. The sergeant suggested rounding all the curves to avoid sharp turns. They arranged the hose in sweeping arcs around corners. One fireman positioned himself against the right-hand wall where the force would throw the hose, while his colleague took the opposite side. The sergeant sent the other fireman back to the upstairs window and stationed his 2 men strategically along the route. He announced they were ready for the creatures. They waited in silence, watching tiny cracks spread across the door below. The fireman shouted up that it was unbelievable. Solid wood. The sergeant commented that this was the 2nd time that morning. Harris asked what he meant. The sergeant explained. The rats had attacked a rush-hour trainload of people, a possible massacre, though details weren't yet certain. He hadn't believed it himself until seeing this. Harris stared in disbelief. The sergeant added that they'd been called to Shadwell the previous night as well. 3 dead, including the station master found inside a cupboard. Not much left of him. An attempted cover-up had failed. Wood splintered. A hole appeared in the door and spread upward. The fireman gave the order, echoed by the others. A rat began wriggling through. The hose stiffened as water filled it. The firemen released the jet immediately, aiming at the squirming creature, but hit a fraction of a second too late. The rat scrambled free, its hindquarters knocked aside by the blast. The fireman aimed low, throwing it against the wall. Harris shouted to concentrate on the door. "Don't let any more through." But another rat had already leapt through with lightning speed. The fireman returned the jet to the hole, covering it completely and pushing loose pieces inward, making the gap larger. The 2 free rats moved toward the stairs, half running, half swimming. The sergeant roared that he'd deal with them, snatching a small axe from the fireman's belt. He advanced carefully, keeping out of the water's path. The fireman lowered his aim for a split second, sending both rats sprawling against the opposite wall to buy the sergeant time. The policeman jumped the last 2 steps, landing with a splash, axe raised. He slipped, but lashed out, cutting deep into one rat's back. The creature let out that high-pitched, childlike squeal. He turned on the second rat, landing only a glancing blow with the flat of the axe. The rat fell back, twisted, and launched itself at his legs. The sergeant cried out as teeth sank into his knee. He struck sideways at the beast, careful not to cut himself, trying to dislodge it. In desperation, he dropped to one knee, pinned the rat flat, and brought the axe down with all his strength, nearly cutting the black-furred body in half. The injured first rat tried for the stairs. Harris ran forward and kicked it back as it mounted the first step. The sergeant chopped its head off with one stroke, then pried loose the jaws still clinging to his knee. He limped up the steps, cursing loudly. The fireman from the window came running down with news. Gas cylinders had arrived in the playground. The gas was harmless to humans in small amounts, but lethal to vermin. Everyone should cover their faces with wet handkerchiefs to avoid choking. Harris shouted back to feed gas into the staff room window around the side of the building. The rats might try to escape that way. The fireman raced upstairs to pass the message. Harris asked the hose operator if he could hold them. "No problem," came the reply. Even if the door burst open, they could keep the rats off the stairs until the gas took effect. Harris helped the sergeant with his torn knee up to the second floor. As they limped along, the policeman mentioned he'd heard these bites could be dangerous. Didn't the kid who died last week come from this school? Harris confirmed it was Keo. The sergeant asked if the boy had been badly bitten. Harris lied that he didn't know. He sat the sergeant in the headmaster's study. Ainsley fussed over him with the medicine box. The policeman dismissed it as just one bite that stung a bit. Harris went to the next classroom, rapped on the door, identified himself, and was let in after furniture was dragged back. The room was now packed with teachers, pupils, policemen, and firemen. He raised his hand for quiet and announced that everything was under control. The stairs were blocked by water. Harmless gas was being pumped into the downstairs classrooms. They should be able to leave fairly soon. Grimble made an acidic comment about Harris's appraisal, suggesting the chief inspector could now take charge. Harris said nothing, but thought to himself about one rat the gas wouldn't destroy. The rats in the school were slowly exterminated. Those not drowned in the basement were finished by the gas. Others on the ground floor scurried through rising water, climbing onto radiators, gnawing through doors into classrooms, trying to escape through windows only to be stopped by the mesh grills. They jumped onto desktops and cupboards to escape the torrent. Then gas seeped through. One by one, convulsing violently and rearing up, they finally dropped, some into the water, others sprawled on the high surfaces that had briefly saved them. Many tried repeatedly to crawl through the hole in the corridor door, but the powerful jet of water beat them back. Panic drove them mad. They fought each other whenever they collided or competed for the same safe spot. Packs would single out one rat for no reason and kill it in seconds without resistance, then turn on another. The numbers depleted themselves. Soon, all were dead. It became known as Black Monday for Londoners. Reports came in all day, deaths and injuries. The underground tragedy was the major disaster. The school attack, almost the second. Deaths occurred in bizarre ways. A man finding his garage full of vermin, a baby dragged from its pram, a priest alone in his church, 2 electricians rewiring an old house, a pensioner opening her door for milk, a dustman lifting a bin lid. There were miraculous escapes, too. A postman who turned to find 3 rats staring from a coal bunker, but was not attacked as he stumbled backward. Dockers who climbed stacked crates to a skylight and crossed a roof. A milkman who threw bottles to ward off 2 rats. A housewife who ran upstairs and jumped from a bedroom window. The most fantastic escape was a 14-year-old newspaper boy who took a shortcut across debris and found himself among 30 or 40 giant rats. He calmly walked through them, careful not to tread on any, and they let him pass without harm, witnessed by 2 men on their way to work. No explanation existed. People in Stepney, where most incidents occurred, lived in fear and anger. They blamed local authorities for neglected sanitation, old bomb sites left since the war, condemned houses still standing, market garbage and rubbish dumps never cleared quickly enough, all breeding places for filth, all sanctuaries for vermin. Local councils blamed the government. The Department of Health's investigation had not been thorough. Not enough money, time, or labor had been allotted. Insufficient care had been taken to ensure total extinction. The government ordered a public inquiry. Ultimate responsibility fell irrevocably on Foskins, the Undersecretary of State. He accepted responsibility and resigned. It was expected of him. The rat kill organization faced stiff criticism for negligence and received a public reprimand, but claimed they were dealing with an unknown and unpredictable species. They asked for another chance. They were informed that virtually every pest control organization in the country would be brought in to deal with the situation, all working strictly together. The Labour Party seized on the crisis, accusing the Conservative government of indifference to working-class living conditions, slums left uncleared, filth piling up in streets, and a proposed sewer network never implemented. The Conservatives countered that conditions had deteriorated under the previous Labour government, citing statistics on new development areas across poorer sections of the city and claiming pollution was being dramatically reduced. Eastern underground lines were shut down for a full purge, though most people refused to use any part of the tube system, making rush hours chaotic. Dockers went on strike rather than work in dockside areas. Dustmen refused to clear rubbish that might harbor the vermin. Troops were called in. Accumulating waste couldn't be allowed. Sewer workers resisted all persuasion to continue their jobs. When news spread of deaths from the rats disease, matters grew worse. East London residents demanded evacuation. The government urged calm, insisting the situation was under control. Parents kept children home. Wartime evacuation measures were revived, shunting children to all parts of the country. Poisons were laid in cellars, gardens, and dustbins, killing small rats, mice, and household pets. Restaurants went unused. Many butchers closed rather than work around raw meat. Any underground or night work was refused. Attacks continued. More died from injuries, disease, or both. Though pest control companies were supposed to cooperate, each tried to outdo the others. Poisons proved ineffective. The rats fed mainly on human or animal flesh. Sodium fluoroacetate and fluoroacetamide failed after zinc phosphide and arsenious oxide had. Gas worked, but only in confined spaces. It was poured into sewers and basements, but teams in protective gear found many dead normal rats and only a few dead giants. Harris stared out his flat window at the small private park below. Tall Regency terraced houses now slightly dilapidated. He was waiting reassignment after St. Michael's and other area schools shut down. The peaceful view relaxed his taut nerves after the school ordeal. The phone rang. Its shrill cry stirred the tension back. The caller identified himself as Foskins. Surprised, Harris responded. Foskins said they needed help, just a few questions. Harris was one of the few who'd had contact with the killer rats and survived. Could he come that afternoon? Harris agreed, then started to ask about Foskins' resignation. Foskins explained that the dismissal was only surface deep, required by public demand. The ministry still needed him. He gave Harris an address. Poplar Town Hall turned out to be the address, a natural operations base. Foskins greeted him and led him to a large assembly room. The walls were covered with enlarged maps, underground and sewage diagrams, blow-ups of vivisected rats, whole rats, even photographs of their spores. The room buzzed with activity, but Foskins took him to a quiet group around a table. Researchers from major pest control companies, biologists, sanitation experts, even chemical warfare specialists. Harris nodded hello. Foskins briefed him. They'd examined the monsters thoroughly and found nothing truly unusual apart from size and a slightly larger brain. Teeth and ears were proportionally normal. Black rats naturally had longer ears than brown, which brought them to an interesting point. The brown rat seemed to have vanished from London. Unable to climb as well as the black, brown rats had struggled for access to premises with barriers. For years, the two species had battled. Now, the black had won. A researcher added that the introduction of freak giant black rats had tipped the balance, like a small country acquiring the hydrogen bomb. Foskins mentioned that a younger member had proposed bringing back multitudes of brown rats to do battle, but they had no intention of turning East London into a vermin battleground. The young researcher blushed. Foskins held up a photograph of a large dead rat, Ratos ratos, the black, or ship rat. Some tropical species reached this size. They believed a member of that species had arrived on a ship and bred with the local variety. Given the difficulties, they suspected it had been done secretly. The zoos claimed no knowledge, and no individual would admit to an illegal act. The committee asked Harris for information, anything about these creatures. They hadn't captured any alive. Harris had had close contact on multiple occasions and survived. They knew nothing of behavior patterns, where rats went after attacking, why sometimes they didn't attack, or what had caused their hunger for human flesh. Any peculiarity could be invaluable. Harris told them about Keo, chased along the canal, scaling a 6-foot wall, but letting him escape. About Ferris from Ratkill, and the first sighting of vermin swimming in formation. About how one rat had stopped on the opposite canal bank to study him, then suddenly disappeared through a fence. Asked if he'd frightened it, Harris said no. It wasn't fear. It raised its head as if it had heard something, almost as if called, but he'd heard nothing. A researcher noted that rats had acute hearing. His company was working on ultrasonic sound beams to root them out. Harris added that the way rats studied you was uncanny, almost as if reading your mind, and recounted the school battle in detail. When he finished, silence. He apologized for not being more helpful. Foskins smiled and said it had been quite useful. The young researcher who'd blushed earlier sprang up excitedly. Infect them. They couldn't poison the rats because they only wanted flesh. But they could infect them, inject a virus into animals, dogs, cats, brown rats, highly infectious and deadly to rats. Set them loose at certain points Harris could show. The black rats would attack the infected animals, become infected themselves, and spread the virus among their own kind. They'd destroy themselves. Someone warned it could infect people or cause an epidemic. Another said, not with the right virus. It could kill all animals in and around London. Someone said it was worth the risk. Foskins admitted it might just work. The young researcher beamed. A scientist leaned forward. They were too clever for poison bait or immune to it. But infection might work. Another said, not with rats. Too unpredictable. Dogs, then. Pups, to make it easier for the rats. Harris's mind rebelled at feeding pups to vermin. He suggested infected raw meat, but the virus would need living flesh. Foskins asked how they'd know which virus. They had no live giant rat in captivity. A biochemist said he had a pretty good idea already. They could test on normal black rats and hope it worked on their larger brothers. The debate continued. Arguments flared. Solutions were found. Harris felt flattered to be involved, but his mind nagged about something forgotten. Foskins drew the discussion to a close. It shouldn't take more than a few days to find the right virus. It must be tested thoroughly. They should be ready to act by the middle of next week. Harris, Foskins, and the Borough Surveyor would find the best locations for deploying infected dogs. Harris had been brought up in the area and likely knew most potential lairs. Everyone would continue laying poisons, using gas or anything else, and assemble every morning at 8:30. Any questions? None. Foskins quietly asked Harris to join him for a drink. They crossed from the town hall into a pub just opening for the early evening. Their eyes adjusted slowly from the bright afternoon sun. Foskins ordered a pint of keg for Harris and a gin and tonic for himself. They found a quiet corner, sank into imitation leather seats, and drank in silence for a few moments. At the Grey Dawn meeting, the biochemist told Harris the virus itself hadn't been the problem. They'd inherited it from the Germans after the war, who had developed it to kill livestock without harming humans. The war ended before they could use it, and it had been a well-kept secret since. The difficult part had been finding an antidote to contain it. They'd found the antitoxin, which could be introduced to animals by injection or mixed with food or water, and it was already being produced in bulk. They were working on a backup serum as a safeguard, though they saw no reason the first would fail. Foskins congratulated them. On Tuesday morning at 6, they would plant the first infected puppies at 10 key locations throughout the area. Harris asked what would happen if they became victims of the rats while planting. Foskins said everyone would wear protective clothing. Standard procedure, adequate if uncomfortable. Harris then asked, what if the idea didn't work? Foskins replied that God helped them then. A gray dawn cast mist over the old canal. No birds disturbed the chill morning silence. The silence broke with a tiny yelp. 5 men came along the bank, covered head to foot in heavy plastic-like material, wearing helmets with large glass visors. 2 carried a large basket whose lid bounced as if its occupants were trying to escape. Harris, sweating inside his heavy suit, motioned toward a spot by the canal. He lifted his visor to speak clearly. This was where they'd seen the rats last time, swimming along the canal before climbing out and disappearing through a hole on the opposite bank. The basket was opened. 3 small dogs were lifted out. Harris fondled one affectionately, thinking what a pity it was. The young researcher, Stephen Howard, lifted his visor and wiped his brow. He suggested chaining 2 down and letting the other wander so the rats were bound to get them. Harris watched as a metal stake was driven into the hard path alongside the muddy canal. 2 pups were chained to it. Harris tried to set the 3rd pup loose, giving it a gentle shove, but the dog pushed back against his hand, licking him and looking up. He muttered that it was for Queen and country. The pup squatted and stared at him. Harris realized it was going to be harder than he'd thought. Howard reached into the basket and brought out raw meat, intended as rat bait, but he didn't see why the pup shouldn't enjoy a last meal. He enticed the dog along toward the bridge, trailing the meat just above its snapping jaws. Harris shouted not to go too far as Howard's strange figure disappeared under the bridge. Harris and the others scattered more raw meat around the two chained puppies, feeding them a little to keep them happy. They looked up at the sound of running feet. Howard came toward them, waving his arms excitedly, pointing back toward the bridge. At first they couldn't understand his shouts, but as he pointed, they realized why he was making such haste to get away. Under the bridge, Harris saw several black shapes surrounding the pup, which had begun to whine pitifully. He moved to go toward it, but someone restrained him. He nodded, understanding the logic. Countless human lives might be saved at the cost of one animal, but still felt sick at the little creature's fate. Suddenly, a line of rats broke from the bridge's dark interior and streaked after Howard as he lumbered away. The leading rat caught up and leapt at his legs, clinging to the suit material. Its teeth failed to penetrate. Howard kept running, dragging the creature along. Harris shouted for him to close his visor. Howard heard and snapped the glass shut. Another rat attached itself to his other leg. He stumbled, but stayed upright. The men watched in horror as a third rat scaled his back and perched on his shoulder, snapping at his helmet. Howard went down heavily, one arm splashing into the canal. He rose to his knees, rats swarming all over him, clinging like giant leeches. Harris saw what he feared most, a tear beginning to appear in the tough material. He ran forward, the other three following. Reaching Howard, he began pulling at the rats, now tearing at the cloth in frenzy, oblivious to the blows. Harris kicked two into the canal, hoping they'd drown, and ignoring the clinging creatures, dragged the researcher to his feet and pulled him along the bank. All the men fought for their own lives as more rodents poured over them. They staggered back toward the gap in the fence that would let them escape the death-trap canal. Some pressure lifted as they passed the two howling pups and scattered meat. The rats pounced on the easier prey. Harris heard a muffled shout to get back to the vans, where gas cylinders waited. They kept going, the way easier as most rats converged on the animal flesh. Helping one another, they reached the gap and climbed through. Abruptly, the rats still clinging dropped to the ground, as if sensing danger once outside the canal's boundary. Harris lunged at one before it could escape, ignoring his revulsion. He held it by the neck and back legs, lifting it high. He shouted that he had a live specimen. Howard dashed forward to help. The giant rat struggled fiercely, but the two men held on grimly. Other rats that had remained on the other side of the gap suddenly came through and attacked them. The other three men tried to beat off the vermin, but it was clear they needed more help. Their companions in nearby vans started engines and roared toward them, screeching to a halt beside the melee. Back doors were flung open. The struggling men clambered in, rats clinging to them and leaping into the vehicles. The noise was deafening through Harris's helmet. Pups barking furiously, vermin squealing, men shouting. Harris saw that the driver of his van wasn't wearing helmet or gloves. He shouted at the man to cover up, but the driver couldn't hear above the clamor. Inside the first van, two men unpacked gas tanks, kicking at rats leaping into the interior. Harris and Howard climbed in, holding their captive between them, ignoring excruciating pinches from bites that didn't penetrate. The van moved forward, rats chasing and trying to leap through the open back doors. Some made it, others were kicked back. The doors slammed shut, jamming on a rat's body, which fell out with a sharp kick. Gas was released to deal with vermin inside the van. Howard ordered them to save the captive, find something to put it in alive. A metal toolbox was emptied, and the frenzied rat was placed inside, lid clicked shut. The van swerved. They looked anxiously at the driver. He was trying to shake a black beast from his exposed hand. A gas jet was aimed at the rat, which soon flopped to the floor. The driver's arm hung limply at his side. He kept driving, moaning with pain, steering with one hand only. Gas was aimed around the interior, dealing death within seconds. Howard warned not to use too much. They didn't want to kill the dogs. As the last rat staggered and died, the men removed their helmets and looked toward the injured driver, knowing he was doomed. Howard peered through the back door window and told the driver they were far enough now. Pull over so they could deal with his wound. He looked at Harris and shook his head in despair. The van pulled to the curb. The others stopped close behind. Doors opened. The men climbed out, glad to breathe fresh morning air after the acrid fumes. Harris, sick and dizzy, leaned against the van. Howard explained that too much gas could kill a man, especially in a confined space. They'd been lucky wearing helmets. The driver had blacked out, likely from gas rather than the wound, though he was near an open window. Harris asked if the driver knew he'd die. Howard said everyone knew about the disease now. He'd been aware of the risk and should have protected himself. Harris pointed to a rip in Howard's suit. The researcher paled, put his hand to the hole, but found his underneath clothes undamaged. He sighed deeply and leaned against the van. After a while, Howard said they'd take the driver to the hospital. Not that it would do much good. Then get on with the rounds. But this time, he'd get them more protection from Foskins. He hoped Harris had chosen safe places for the next 9 locations. Harris smiled thinly and asked if there were any safe places around there anymore. They suffered attacks from the vermin on 3 other occasions that day. Harris returned to the flat that evening completely exhausted, mentally and physically, his nerves almost numbed. He sank into an armchair and told Judy about the day. The canal had been the worst. It shook them up badly, especially the driver getting hurt. After that, they were more cautious. From there, they went to the dock area, streets so deserted he'd never seen anything like it. They left the bait and got out fast. He avoided mentioning the pups, knowing her love of animals. At one spot, they stopped vans at an alley entrance leading to the river, carried bait to the end, dumped it, and turned back, only to find their exit cut off by rats streaming from a basement grid. Howard shot straight through them, and they all followed en masse, kicking and stomping, thanking God for protective suits, bundling into the vans and getting away fast. Sitting in the town hall making plans, hearing reports, even with his own first-hand experiences, Harris hadn't realized just how bad the situation was. The morning's events brought it home. The streets were practically deserted. People only traveled in groups or in cars and vans. After that, they met up with their promised escort. Foskins had brought in the army. 2 truckloads of troops armed with water cannon, flamethrowers, gas. It made them feel better. Judy said they should have started out with that. Harris agreed. They'd underestimated the rats the whole way through. Despite all reports, they thought of them as highly dangerous pests, not the overwhelming force they were becoming. Even after the train massacre and the school attack, he hadn't expected to meet so many in one day. He'd chosen the most likely places for effectiveness, but even he wasn't prepared for how often they came face to face. He told Judy that if this didn't work, the whole area would have to be razed. Judy shuddered, asking what if it was already too late? What if the rats spread all over London? Harris was silent, then said goodbye, London. She begged him to leave now. He'd done all he could. He'd said himself he wasn't really necessary, just there for Foskins' ego. Let them get on with it. They could go to her Aunt Hazel's. He could be transferred, and she wouldn't mind shop work. Schools were crying out for teachers from London. Harris said he couldn't leave. As they'd driven around in ridiculous spacesuits, escorted by armed soldiers, taking them to places he knew, places familiar, part of his life, he realized he had to see it through. The men with him were strangers to it. To Foskins and his ministry, it could be a foreign land. He didn't love the area or have it in his blood, but he felt responsibility toward it. Judy smiled, called him a dope, and held his hand to her cheek. She asked about other incidents. Harris told her about a children's playground where they saw a score of rats attacking a dog. They drove straight through, dropping bait without stopping. The terrible sight of companions dropping pups from vans into the midst of rats crowded into his mind. He'd been unable to take part. Later, in a bombed-out church, they discovered the flesh-cleaned bones of 2 people locked in a tight embrace like lovers. There was no trace of clothing. The skeletons were too clean to have been there long. They began unloading bait when a man screamed. A rat clung to his neck. His suit saved him, but his fear was contagious. They all made for the exit. The water cannon were directed at the gap to stop more rats coming through. Soldiers used bayonets to help the men get free. The army wanted to fill the place with gas, but Howard refused. That was the one time they wanted the rats to live, so they'd spread the virus. After that, they still made contact, but learned caution, staying close to the vans and leaping inside at the first hint of risk. None of them were brave, too aware of the consequences. Judy said she didn't want a dead hero. Harris promised she wouldn't get one. Now they waited. If the virus took effect, it shouldn't take long to spread. Within a couple of weeks, they'd know one way or another. Judy asked what if it didn't work. Harris said it wouldn't be just the East End's problem anymore. They couldn't possibly contain the rats in that area. They'd spread throughout London. And if that happened, he didn't want to be around. The rats came out onto the streets to die, as if, having spent their lives in semi-darkness, they wished to breathe fresh air before perishing. Their bloated corpses littered the streets, causing alarm that quickly gave way to relief as people realized the crisis was passing. The diseased bodies were gathered up, loaded into lorries, and taken to incinerators. The first signs of the virus appeared within 2 days and escalated rapidly over the following week. Attacks continued, but grew far less numerous. Then a remarkable side effect was discovered. A soldier was bitten by a rat he'd assumed dead because of its prone position. He shot it and reported to the hospital expecting to die. He was critical for 3 days but pulled through, his survival attributed to a reaction between the rat's disease and the virus infecting it. The deadly germ had been considerably weakened. Others bitten were not so fortunate. Some died within 24 hours. Others lingered up to a week. Not enough people were bitten for firm conclusions, but one's survival and longer survival times were encouraging. After 3 weeks, the danger was thought virtually over, though only about 2,000 bodies were found. It was assumed the rest were dying or dead below ground. Life slowly returned to normal. Plans were made for a massive cleanup of East London's older districts. Houses demolished, wastelands turned into playgrounds or car parks, dockside areas renovated, disused basements sealed, sewers thoroughly cleansed. It would cost millions, but Stepney and Poplar would eventually become fashionable areas. Foskins was completely exonerated and publicly reinstated. The Prime Minister congratulated him personally. At a press conference, he praised the specialists whose ingenuity had defeated the mutant creature, while subtly implying all credit belonged to him as originator and organizer. Daily meetings continued at the town hall, but urgency had faded. A serum derived from the virus became an antidote for rat bites, making the disease non-mortal. The danger had passed, or so everyone thought. Judy lay in the bath, enjoying its warmth, when the phone rang. Harris's muffled voice came through the half-open door as he answered. After a few moments, she heard the receiver click down and footsteps crossing the lounge. Harris entered with a wry smile. He said it was Foskins, calling on a Sunday morning to give him the sack. Judy asked why. Harris explained that his services were no longer needed. Foskins had thanked him for his valuable assistance, but said the worst was over and it would be unfair to take up more of his time. Judy called Foskins an old bastard. Harris disagreed. He couldn't have done any more anyway, and it was actually a relief. He'd felt useless the last couple of weeks. Judy pointed out that Foskins was getting rid of him just when it was nearly over. Harris said Foskins had proved his point. He didn't need Harris to show off to anymore when he had the whole public. The kids would be back in a few weeks, and then it would be back to the old routine. Judy still thought Foskins was an old bastard. Harris laughed and flicked water at her, then added that Foskins had invited them to a small social gathering next Tuesday evening. Judy sat up in disbelief. Harris said Foskins knew he was a swine and couldn't quite cope with it. That was probably his weakness. He dipped his hand into the soapy water and trailed his finger along her thigh. Foskins had done the dirty on him, but still wanted to be loved. Judy asked if Harris did love him. Harris said it wasn't important. He felt sorry for Foskins in a way, but didn't care about the committee. He was glad to be out of it. Now the worst was over. He had better things to do. He stroked the inside of her thigh. Judy asked if they were going to the gathering. Harris said why not? It would fill an evening, she murmured appreciatively as his hand reached the top of her legs. She asked what he'd do until school reopened. He pulled gently at her hair, preoccupied, and said he might look around the area to see how the cleanup was going. Maybe do some painting. Judy said she could get a few days off. Harris suggested Aunt Hazel's. Judy agreed, beginning to squirm in the water. She asked if it wasn't time for his bath. He began to unbutton his shirt. Foskins greeted them warmly at his home the following Tuesday, already half-plastered. He welcomed Judy and showed her upstairs. Harris followed Foskins into a room full of chatting people. Howard called out to him, face flushed with glory, waving a glass. Harris walked over, Foskins leading him by the arm and grabbing a scotch. Howard introduced him to his group with a camaraderie he'd never shown during their working relationship. A young woman asked excitedly if Harris was the teacher who'd saved all those children. Harris said with the help of half London's police and fire brigade. Foskins told him not to be modest. Howard laughed and put a possessive arm around the woman's waist, saying she adored heroes. Foskins tugged Harris away to meet everyone. Judy joined them as they made a circuit of the room, shaking hands and receiving congratulations. After his third scotch, Harris's mood mellowed toward Foskins as he watched the man laugh and banter with ministers, accepting praise with mock modesty one moment and skillful braggardism the next. Harris noticed Howard standing to one side, glaring at Foskins, ignoring the chattering woman at his side. Judy whispered in Harris's ear about the jet set. Harris said it could have been worse. At least the booze was flowing. Judy noted Foskins was bathing in glory. Harris said, of course, that was what the party was for, though he couldn't blame him. Judy said for a belligerent man he was very easygoing. Harris laughed and put an arm around her, saying Foskins had made a mistake once, but soon made up for it. Judy said indignantly that he'd done it with the help of Harris and all the others. Howard had crossed the room to join them, saying she was quite right. Foskins was taking all the credit when it had been Howard's idea. Fiona breathlessly agreed. Howard added maliciously that he was sorry to see Harris no longer part of the team. Harris grinned, refusing to be drawn out, saying it didn't matter since it was all over now. Howard said they were all going back to obscure little jobs while Harris told him if he didn't like it, tell Foskins, not him. Howard said he bloody would and marched off. Judy said Harris was evil. Harris smiled. Fiona wailed that Howard was going to create a scene. Just as Howard reached Foskins, the telephone rang. Foskins excused himself, leaving Howard standing open-mouthed. Harris suppressed his mirth as Howard gathered his wits and strode after him. 2 minutes later, Howard came back ashen-faced, slowly shaking his head in disbelief. Fiona asked worriedly what had happened. He looked at each of them without really seeing their faces. The phone call had been from their operations room. They waited in impatient silence. Howard told them there had been another attack, another massacre, in North London. Stephen Abbott sat in the darkened cinema, bored with the film. The cowboy on screen was too old to act like a Superman, and Stephen wasn't wearing his glasses. Vicky didn't know he wore glasses sometimes. He thought it might spoil their relationship if she found out. She'd probably go off him too if she ever discovered his 2 false front teeth. He had to be careful during their snogging sessions that her tongue didn't dislodge the plate. She was very fussy, and she deserved to be, with her looks. Best-looking bird in the club? He had another problem. He needed the toilet. Not desperate yet, but the thought of not being able to go was making it worse. And he couldn't go because without his glasses he'd never find his way back to the seat. It had happened once before. He'd wandered up and down the aisle until his embarrassed girlfriend waved to him. That was the last time he'd dated her. He shifted uncomfortably. His arm reached around her shoulders. She snuggled against him, one hand resting on his thigh. The area under her hand became the center of his feelings until the weight caused stirrings elsewhere. He kissed her cheek softly, then her lips hard as she turned her head toward him, her fingers increasing pressure on his leg. He'd bided his time for 2 weeks so as not to spoil things. Maybe now was the time to make his move. Heart thumping, head filled with love and the desire to urinate overpowered by a stronger desire. He put his free hand on her wrist and stroked the silky material of her blouse. He drew trembling fingers to the center buttons and poked one through an opening, giddy at the feel of warm flesh on her tummy. After a few moments of circling and waiting for rebuttal, he withdrew and moved his hand upward toward her breasts. He found the gentle swelling and cupped it tremblingly. Her restraining hand rested on his and weakly tried to pull it away. Instead, he slid his hand inside the opening of her blouse, getting stuck between buttons. He wriggled it loose and undid one button, hearing her gasp as his hand reached inside again. He thought, his first proper good-looking bird. After all those fat ones, skinny ones, ones with big noses, big teeth, at last. Wait till he told the boys she let him have a feel. His hand crept inside her lacy bra and felt her hard little nipple, squeezing it between his fingers. Suddenly she screamed and leapt to her feet, pulling his arm up with her. He started to bluster that he hadn't meant anything, his face reddening as people turned to look. Vicky cried that something had bitten her, something on the floor. He looked downward but saw nothing in the dark. He bent down, more to escape accusing eyes than to find anything. He said there was nothing there. She began to cry, backing onto the lap of the person next to her. Someone in the next row flicked on a lighter and held a small flame toward the floor. A large dark shape scuttled underneath the seat. Vicky screamed again. A woman behind leapt to her feet and screamed as well. Pandemonium broke loose throughout the theater. People jumped up, kicked out, leapt away from something at their feet. A terror-stricken voice cried, "Rats!" and others took up the call. Vicky pounded her feet hysterically on the floor, as if contact would make her more vulnerable. Stephen grabbed her shoulders, trying to calm her, just as the house lights came on. Then terror really took grip, as people saw the horror between the seats. Rats flowed down the aisles, branched through rows, poured over seat tops, leapt onto the panicking crowd. Men and women screamed, fighting each other to get free of seats, blocked on either side by stumbling bodies. Exit doors jammed, people falling over one another to escape the death behind them. Stephen pulled a rat from Vicky's hair and hurled it away, his hands torn by its gnashing teeth. He grabbed her arm and pulled her along the row, pushing at people ahead. Inexplicably, the house lights dimmed and faded, leaving the confused scene lit only by light reflected from the huge screen. Something bit into his leg. He tried to kick it against a seat back, but the rat hung on. He bent to pull it away, and his hands were nipped by another rat. In desperation, he sat on a seat back and painfully raised his leg onto the seat in front, lifting the great black rat with it. Vicky ran from him and stumbled over a man in his last death struggles with 3 rats. She fell heavily and was immediately engulfed in bristling bodies, her screams unheard among others. Stephen grabbed the rat's throat with both hands and squeezed with all his strength, but it still clung. He felt another land on his back and bite into his coat, which he quickly shed, dropping it and the rat into the row behind. A man in front bravely grabbed the rat clinging to Stephen's leg and pulled. The creature released its grip and turned on the man, biting into his face. He went down screaming. Stephen looked over the seats. There was nothing he could do for his rescuer. Seeing no clear exit, he jumped onto a seat back and carefully began walking along the rows, using people's shoulders where he could, mostly depending on luck to keep his balance. He slipped a few times, but managed to spring upright again, fear giving him extra strength. The Holocaust around him became unreal, a nightmare, the strange screen light heightening the unearthly effect. A man in front lifted a rat above his head and threw it away, hitting Stephen with its long body and causing him to slip between rows again. He landed heavily on his back and lay stunned. Someone stumbled and fell across him, struggling with something in his arms. A rat was pushed into Stephen's chest, making him shout out in anguish. He beat at both rodent and man with his fists, cursing and crying. The weight lifted as the man regained his feet and staggered on, rats still clinging to his arms and shoulders, chewing at his neck. Stephen got to his feet and climbed onto the seats again, continuing his hazardous journey across the sea of helpless people. Many were in the aisles now, panic pressing them together in the confined space, preventing speed as a means of escape. Doors were blocked with scrambling bodies. Those who got through were chased into the foyer by vermin. An elderly couple near him clung together in a last desperate embrace, rats biting at their legs and buttocks, finally bringing them to their knees. Another man sat rigid in his seat, eyes still on the screen as if watching the film, hands clenching the armrests. A rat sat on his lap, gnawing a hole into his stomach. A group of teenage boys had formed a circle, back to back, slowly making their way up the aisle, kicking out with heavy boots, but they could get no further than the thronging mass around the exit. People in the balcony above were no better off. They had only 2 exits, and rats were pouring through them. They were forced back by bodies of others. Many toppled over the rail into the theater below. Stephen went on, sobbing with fright, and at last reached the front stalls. It was comparatively empty of people and vermin. The sides and exits were now the main points of disorder. He leapt onto the floor and headed toward the stage. He got one leg onto it and found his feet. A stream of black furry bodies emerged from the curtains at one side, making straight for him. He turned to run in the opposite direction, but slipped in his own blood from the torn leg. The vermin were on him in an instant, smothering his body with their foul-smelling forms, biting into him, pushing each other aside to get at his flesh. His arms beat at them, growing weaker with every effort. until he finally laid them across his face for protection, allowing the creatures to gorge themselves on his body. Raising one arm from his eyes, he stared up uncomprehendingly at the huge colored screen above him. His eyes read the words, and his voice spoke them faintly, but his brain did not understand. He whispered, "The end." George Fox had worked at the zoo for over 20 years. Unlike many of his comrades, he had a deep regard for the animals in his care. He worried when one of his lions was unwell, pampered his pet gazelle when it was off its food, once even spent a sleepless night at the side of a dying snake. When hooligans had broken into his birdhouse and slaughtered 30 of his exotic winged friends out of sheer bloodlust, he'd broken down and cried for 3 days. He had a deep sympathy and understanding of his animals, big or small, ferocious or docile. Even when a monkey had bitten off half his ear a few years back, he hadn't reprimanded it, but gently put it down, ignoring the pain, and quietly left the cage clasping a blood-soaked handkerchief to his injured part. Tonight, he felt the zoo was restless. There was a stillness in the air, a quietness unnatural to London's large animal estate. But the animals weren't sleeping. As he made his rounds, he noticed beasts prowling to and fro in their cages, monkeys huddled together staring out nervously into the night, birds silently blinking on their perches. Only the lunatic laugh of the hyena disturbed the uneasy silence. He soothed his favorite cheetah in the large cat house, telling her there was nothing to be nervous of. Suddenly, screeching birds broke through the night. "Sounds like the aviary," he told himself, making for the door and running toward the tunnel that led under the public road to the canal where the bird sanctuary stood. Another keeper joined him at the entrance of the underground passage, gasping to ask what was up. George said he didn't know yet. Something had disturbed the birds. They sounded like they were going mad. They plunged into the dark tunnel using torches for light. As they emerged on the other side, they heard a squeal from the giraffe section. To their horror, they saw one of the graceful creatures racing around its enclosure with large black creatures clinging to its trembling body. It plunged into the water, acting as a moat around its paddock, and thrashed about crazily. Bill asked what it was, unsure of what he'd seen in the nightlight. George cried that it was those bloody rats, the giant ones that were supposed to have been exterminated. He took several steps toward the helpless animal, but then turned back to Bill. He told him to get back to the office, phone the police, tell them it was an attack on the zoo by the rats. They needed every available help. Hurry. George ran toward the giraffe again, knowing there was nothing he could do for the poor creature but going on anyway. He turned as he heard a human scream from the tunnel and saw Bill emerge, swarming with black shapes, blood gushing from his head. He saw him go down, half rise, and slump forward again. George breathed. God almighty. He had to get to a telephone. There was another ticket office in this section, but it meant passing the rat-filled tunnel and crossing the bridge over the canal. And the canal must have been where they came from. Those bastards had said the rats were cleared out, all dead or dying. But the vermin were killing his animals. His poor animals. He moaned aloud, not knowing what to do. Finally deciding on a plan, he ran toward the fence protecting the zoo from the dividing road and scrambled over it clumsily. He fell on the other side and saw the lights of an approaching car. Scrambling to his feet, he ran into the road, waving his arms frantically. The driver must have seen his uniform in the headlights. The car screeched to a halt, making George jump aside. He shouted instructions even as the driver wound the window down. Seeing the motorist's uncomprehending look, George told him again, "Call the police. Rats, hundreds of them, were attacking the zoo. If they didn't get here soon, the bastards would slaughter his animals. Move." As the car sped off, a horrifying thought struck George. When the police and soldiers got there, the only weapon they could use would be gas, just as lethal to his animals as to the vermin. He cried out in despair and ran across the road to the main entrance. Climbing the turnstile, he saw 2 other keepers approaching at a run. They shouted at him to get out. The whole place was swarming with giant rats. They were after the animals. George said no. They had to let the animals out, turn them loose. They couldn't let them be slaughtered. One keeper grabbed his arm, trying to pull him back toward the turnstile, saying there was nothing they could do, and George was coming with them. George struck out blindly, knocking the torch from his colleague's grasp, and ran off toward the main office. The other keeper told the first to leave him. They'd only get themselves killed chasing him. Reluctantly, they climbed the turnstile into the street. George ran, lungs bursting, ignoring dark shapes streaming from the tunnel. He tore up the short flight of steps to the office where all the cage keys were kept. The zoo had erupted into an explosion of sound. Roars, shrieks, squawks, bellows, all combined in tumultuous pandemonium. He snatched as many key bunches from their racks as he could carry, knowing exactly which belonged to each section, and ran from the office. He stopped aghast at the sight of the mighty gorilla, the old man of the zoo, recapturing its ancient primitive majesty. The gorilla pulled rats apart with its great hands, crushed their bones with immense strength, tossed them away like limp rags, but even its might had to succumb to the unlimited number of razor-toothed vermin. They swarmed over the gorilla, enraged by its strength, and brought it crashing to the floor where it still fought bravely. George watched the creature's death struggle in fascinated silence, but movements around his legs brought him to his senses. Dark bodies flowed past him, inexplicably ignoring him. In a rage, he kicked out at them, but still they sped on, eager to fill themselves on trapped animals. The keeper ran with them, unlocking cages and swinging doors open wide as he went. Many animals merely crouched at the rear of their abodes. Others saw their chance for freedom and hurled themselves through the open doors. Birds were luckiest. They could take to the air. For other creatures, speed was their only escape. Prouder ones stayed to fight and killed many vermin before falling themselves, but most chose to flee. When they reached the outer fences, they threw themselves at it, going mad with frustration at being trapped. Some cleared it, the apes and the fleet-footed, but others cringed against it or raced around its perimeter. The old keeper found himself at the big cat house. Still, he hadn't been attacked. He was too distressed over his beloved animals to worry about his own safety. The roars were deafening as he ran for the iron cages, the cats snarling both in fear and defiance. He reached the lions and unhesitatingly unlocked the metal doors, calling to them softly to come out. He raced along, unlocking all the cages, oblivious to danger. A lion sprang forward with an angry roar as it saw dark shapes coming through the cat house doors. It tore them into shreds, tossing them into the air with its jaws, ripping their bodies with its claws. As more poured in, the other cats joined the slaughter. Tiger, leopard, panther, puma, jaguar, cougar, all fought against the common foe. Only the cheetah remained in its cage. George pleaded with Sarah to come out, but the cautious animal merely snarled from the back of the cage, baring its teeth. He began to scramble into the cage, telling her there was nothing to be afraid of. She had to come out. He slowly advanced, hand outstretched, talking soothingly. The cheetah crouched away, snarling more ferociously. He told her it was only old George, come to help her. The cat sprang at the old keeper, and within seconds reduced him to a bloodied carcass, dragging his dead body around its cage in triumph. Then it sprang from the cage and streaked toward the fight between cats and rodents. But instead of attacking the rodents, it leaped upon the panther's back, sinking its teeth into its shoulder. Still, the vermin poured in, and the battle between might and multitude continued to its bitter end. Harris drove through the clutter of military and police vehicles jamming Whitehall. He was waved down several times, asked to show his pass, then briskly waved on. He threaded his way to the granite-gray Ministry of Defense building, now Operations Headquarters. The drive through deserted streets had been eerie. The only times he'd experienced anything like it had been in pre-dawn hours returning from late celebrations, when London's concrete canyons seemed devoid of life. But even then, there had usually been another lonely car or a man on a bike. Today, there had been nothing. He hadn't even seen Army scout cars patrolling to check the city was empty. For 2 days, there had been trouble with looters, scavengers seeing the chance of a lifetime. But security had never been tighter. To be in London now without authorization meant immediate arrest. Judy asked if it would work. Harris turned toward her, smiling tightly, unable to hide his unease. He said it had to, stopping to allow an army lorry to pull out from a row of brown vehicles filled with soldiers wearing heavy protective suits and gas masks. He squeezed her hand. As part of the newly reorganized Action Committee, he'd been able to use some influence to keep Judy with him instead of being shipped to the country for 5 days. Not that he'd wanted her to stay. The danger to anyone still in the city could be great. The operation was unpredictable, but she'd insisted, and he'd managed to get her dispensation from the ban, having her conscripted into the large administration organization necessary for Operation Extirpate. Operation Extirpate was based on a simple plan put forward by Harris, the idea that had placed him back on the committee. It was the sort of inspiration that could only come from someone not bogged down by scientific intricacies. So bold and uncomplicated was its concept. After the initial shock of the rats' counterattack, the original team had sunk into confusion and despair. The vermin had swiftly become immune to the virus, although the disease they carried had been considerably weakened. But they themselves had become stronger, almost as if they had a burning desire for revenge. They wreaked havoc not just in East London, but all over the city, leaving a trail of bloody slaughter wherever they emerged from their lairs. There had been many attacks that fateful Tuesday night: a cinema, a hospital, an old people's home, even a public house. London Zoo's animals had suffered a vicious onslaught. Many escaped to the surrounding park, and those that couldn't be captured had to be shot. Mass individual attacks occurred throughout the night. People alone had no chance. An emergency meeting was held between the committee and government officials. Foskins didn't attend. He had been dismissed by the Prime Minister instantly when the news broke, and wasn't seen again in the hectic days that followed. Harris maneuvered his car through the military-choked streets of Whitehall, police repeatedly stopping him only to wave him on once he flashed his pass. The eeriness of a deserted London pressed in on him. He'd known pre-dawn stillness before, but never anything like this: total absence of life. No cars, no cyclists, not even the Army Scout cars he knew were patrolling. Judy's voice cut through his thoughts, asking whether the plan would work. He couldn't hide his tight, uneasy smile as he admitted it had to, then squeezed her hand after stopping for an army lorry full of soldiers in protective suits. He'd pulled strings to keep her with him rather than evacuated, not because he wanted her exposed to the unpredictable danger, but because she'd insisted on staying. His influence on the newly formed Action Committee had let him conscript her into the vast administrative machinery of what they'd named Operation Extirpate. The plan had been his, a sudden inspiration he'd blurted out before thinking. Later he reflected that if he'd paused, he'd have kept quiet, convinced the idea was too simple, and that someone more scientific would have produced it if it had any merit. But the original team had been in chaos after the rats' ferocious counterattack. The vermin had grown immune to the virus, stronger, seemingly driven by revenge. That terrible Tuesday night had brought slaughters at a cinema, a hospital, an old people's home, a pub, even London Zoo. Mass individual attacks left no one safe. An emergency meeting was called. Foskins had been dismissed instantly by the Prime Minister and vanished from the hectic days that followed. New members joined the team, but Harris's plan came before the change could take effect. The concept was straightforward. Gas was the only proven killer, so the rats had to be lured into the open using ultrasonic sound beams placed at strategic points across the city. To Harris's astonishment, the team agreed in principle with only minor reservations. London would have to be evacuated, drastic but necessary, as the vast gas quantities would be lethal to anyone remaining. Evacuation also protected citizens from direct rat attacks. Huge enclosures would be built in the parks, transmitters installed inside, the right pitch found by testing captive black rats. Once the rodents entered, entrances would be sealed and deadly gas poured in from hovering helicopters, while ground troops and armored trucks stood by with water cannons, flamethrowers, and more gas. Construction and full evacuation, except for essential personnel, had to happen within 6 days maximum, or the fast-multiplying rodents would overrun everything. No time to ponder their origin, size, strength, or cunning. Survival came first. That same day, the city declared a state of emergency. Residents learned they'd be evacuated in sections, though thousands fled on their own after hearing the night's news. Public buildings became shelters. Huge tents went up in fields. Relatives were asked to take people in. Looters would be shot on sight. Anyone unauthorized found in London after the 6th day would be arrested. Officials knew not everyone would clear out, but emergency laws might at least keep people indoors and away from harm. South of the river remained untouched for now, but inner suburbs would be cleared as a precaution. Many protested, unafraid, and unwilling to leave their homes, but they weren't given a choice. Force replaced politeness. Exile would last 2 weeks from the first gas attack, allowing time to fill sewers, basements, tunnels, and ruins with gas and cleanse everything thoroughly. Whether the world would ever forget the shame was another question. Park barricades went up swiftly, designed more to concentrate gas than contain rats. Roads out of London jammed with cars and coaches. Trains ran non-stop to neighboring provinces. Troops poured in to patrol and train. Protective clothing was mass-produced. Demonstrations were broken up peacefully when possible. By the fifth day, miraculously, thanks to fear-driven public cooperation, the stage was almost set. Final conferences, revisions, instructions to helicopter crews in the army, then a long vigil through the empty night. Harris and Judy had lain awake most of that night, making love and talking, trying to push thoughts of the coming day away. They fell into fitful sleep as gray dawn pushed back darkness. Waking, their exhaustion evaporated as the day's weight flooded back. Judy cooked a breakfast they barely touched. Stepping outside, Harris spotted a black rat scurry across the road into the small square park opposite. They hurried to the car, Harris checking his rearview mirror, half expecting to see the road behind swarming with vermin. At the Ministry of Defense, they parked beside a gleaming Rolls-Royce and made their way inside. In the endless corridors, they met a beaming Howard, who announced he'd been there all night on a camp bed, and everything was set. Judy excused herself to her own operations room, where she'd be locating sewer entrances from old maps. Not fun, but helpful. Then a familiar figure came striding toward them. Foskins, tieless, unshaven, but with an excited look in his eyes. Howard asked incredulously what he was doing there. Foskins explained he'd been around since Tuesday. Before the failed virus operation, he'd ordered a search of records for anyone entering the country from tropical zones in the past 2 to 3 years, places that might breed this type of rat. But the virus operation had pushed that aside, and he admitted he'd forgotten it in the excitement after. After his dismissal, he gathered the information himself. Harris cut off Howard's cold questioning and asked what he'd found. There were many tropical entries, Foskins said, but only a few that fit. He made inquiries through friends still in civil service and found one man, Professor William Bartlett Schiller, a zoologist who'd spent years in New Guinea investigating reports of mutant animals after a nuclear test on a nearby island. Schiller had taken up residence in London, near the docks, in a house by a canal. Harris exclaimed, "That was the canal where rats had first been seen, near the old lockkeeper's house where he used to play as a child." Foskins thrust the paper with the address at him. Harris confirmed it. Howard dismissed the whole thing. So a lunatic professor smuggled in a mutant species and let it breed. That knowledge didn't help now. The operation went on as planned. Maybe they could investigate later. Foskins pleaded that they learn from his mistakes, but Howard turned on him, accusing him of taking credit for the failed virus plan and then disappearing. Foskins paled, his body losing its tautness, and accepted the blame, imploring them to learn from it. Howard insisted it wasn't important now. Today they'd wipe the rats out. He asked if Harris was coming. Harris touched Foskins' arm, promising it would be looked into, and thought to himself that he'd make sure Foskins got some credit. They left Judy standing alone with the distressed man and entered the bustling operations room. At its center, a huge glass map of London showed shaded green parks and dead red lights, marking transmitter positions. The lights would activate when the operation began. Yellow arrows indicated helicopters, blue arrows troop vehicles. The room was crowded with functionaries and onlookers. Harris spotted the Prime Minister discussing last-minute details with the Chief of Staff. One side held radio and television equipment. Everything would be monitored by helicopter and street cameras, televised nationwide, and relayed by satellite. The PM wanted to be seen leading this vast, life-saving exercise for the sake of his political career, and he disappeared into an adjoining room for television interviews. Harris had barely begun studying the map when he saw Judy at the door, excitedly pointing him out to an army sergeant. He went over. She told him Foskins had gone off to that house by himself. He'd said he had to do something, maybe find the nest, something that would make amends. Harris drove through the military-clogged streets of Whitehall, police repeatedly stopping him to check his pass before waving him on with curt salutes. The deserted city pressed on his nerves. He'd known pre-dawn quiet before, but never this absolute absence of life. No other cars, no cyclists, not even the Army Scout cars he knew were patrolling. Looters had learned the hard way that security had never been tighter. Being in London without authorization now meant immediate arrest. Judy's voice interrupted his thoughts, asking if the plan would work. He turned with a tight, uneasy smile, admitting it had to. After stopping for an army lorry full of soldiers in protective suits, he squeezed her hand. He'd used his influence on the new action committee to keep her from being evacuated, not because he wanted her exposed to the unpredictable danger, but because she'd insisted. He'd gotten her dispensation and conscripted her into Operation Extirpate's administration. The operation bore his name, a simple, bold plan that had put him back on the committee. The original team had sunk into despair after the rats' counterattack. The vermin had become immune to the weakened virus and grown stronger, seemingly driven by revenge. That terrible Tuesday had brought slaughters to a cinema, hospital, old people's home, pub, and London Zoo. Mass individual attacks left no one safe. An emergency meeting was called. Foskins had been dismissed by the Prime Minister and vanished. New members joined the team, but Harris's plan came before the change took effect. He'd blurted out the idea without thinking. Later he reflected that if he'd paused, he'd have kept quiet, convinced it was too simple and that someone more scientific would have produced it. The concept, gas, was the only proven killer, so ultrasonic sound beams at strategic points would lure rats into the open. To his amazement, the team agreed with only minor reservations. London would need full evacuation, drastic but necessary given the vast gas quantities. Huge park enclosures would hold transmitters, the right pitch found by testing captive rats. Helicopters would drop gas from above while ground troops stood by. Construction and evacuation had to happen within 6 days. No time to ponder the rats' origins or cunning, only survival mattered. That day, a state of emergency was declared. Residents learned they'd be evacuated in sections, though thousands fled on their own. Public buildings became shelters, tents went up in fields, looters would be shot on sight. Anyone unauthorized after the 6th day would be arrested. South of the river remained untouched, but inner suburbs would be cleared as a precaution. Many protested, unafraid and unwilling to leave, but they weren't given a choice. Exile would last 2 weeks. Sewers, basements, tunnels, and ruins would be thoroughly gassed. Whether the world would ever forget the shame was another question. Park barricades went up swiftly, meant more to concentrate gas than contain rats. Roads out jammed with cars and coaches. Trains ran non-stop. Troops poured in. Protective clothing was mass-produced. Demonstrations were broken up peacefully when possible. By the 5th day, thanks to fear-driven public cooperation, the stage was almost set. Final conferences, revisions, instructions, then a long vigil through the empty night. Harris and Judy had lain awake most of that night, making love and talking, trying to push thoughts of the coming day away. They fell into fitful sleep as gray dawn arrived. Waking, their exhaustion evaporated. Judy cooked a breakfast they barely touched. Opening their front door, Harris spotted a black rat scurry across the road into a small park. They hurried to the car, Harris checking his rearview mirror, half expecting to see the road behind swarming. At the Ministry of Defense, they parked beside a gleaming Rolls-Royce and entered. In the corridors, they met a beaming Howard, who announced he'd been there all night on a camp bed. Everything was set. Judy excused herself to her operations room, where she'd be mapping sewer entrances. Then a familiar figure came striding toward them. Foskins, tireless, unshaven, but with excited eyes. Howard asked incredulously what he was doing there. Foskins explained he'd been around since Tuesday. Before the failed virus operation, he'd ordered a search for anyone entering the country from tropical zones. But the virus operation had pushed that aside. He admitted he'd forgotten it in the excitement. After his dismissal, he gathered the information himself. Harris cut off Howard's cold questioning and asked what he'd found. Only a few entries fit. Foskins made inquiries through friends and found one man, Professor William Bartlett Schiller, a zoologist who'd investigated mutant animals in New Guinea after a nuclear test. Schiller had taken up residence in London, near the docks, in a house by a canal. Harris exclaimed, "That canal was where rats had first been seen, near the old lockkeeper's house where he used to play as a child." Foskins thrust the paper with the address at him. Harris confirmed it. Howard dismissed it. So a lunatic professor smuggled in a mutant species and let it breed. That knowledge didn't help now. The operation went on as planned. Maybe later they could investigate. Foskins pleaded with them to learn from his mistakes. Howard accused him of taking credit for the failed plan, then disappearing. Foskins paled, accepted the blame, and begged them to learn from it. Howard insisted it wasn't important now. Today, they'd wipe the rats out. He asked if Harris was coming. Harris touched Foskins's arm, promising it would be looked into, and silently vowed to make sure Foskins got some credit. They left Judy standing alone with the distressed man and entered the bustling operations room. At its center, a huge glass map of London showed green parks and dead red lights for transmitter positions. Yellow arrows marked helicopters, blue arrows troop vehicles. The room was crowded. Harris spotted the Prime Minister discussing last-minute details with the Chief of Staff. Television equipment lined one wall. The whole operation would be televised nationwide and relayed by satellite. The PM vanished into an adjoining room for interviews, his presence more about his political career than the operation itself. Harris had barely begun studying the map when he saw Judy at the door, excitedly pointing him out to an army sergeant. He went over. She told him Foskins had gone off to that house by himself. He'd said he had to do something to make amends, maybe find the nest. Harris swore the man would get himself killed. He took Judy's arm. She asked what he was going to do, suspecting his intent. He said he'd have to go after him. She begged him not to. He assured her he'd beat Foskins there. He knew the way directly. She warned that the sound beams were due to start any minute. He said that would make it safer. The rats would head straight for the parks. She feared they might attack him. He reminded her he had a gas mask and protective suit in the car. She pleaded again. He held her, told her he loved her, kissed her forehead, and said he was going anyway. Harris drove recklessly through empty streets. An Army scout car stopped him, costing valuable minutes while he showed his pass and explained his mission. The officer wished him luck and waved him on. Driving through the city, towering office blocks on either side, the feeling of utter loneliness became almost overpowering. He wanted to turn back, to feel the security of numbers, but forced himself on. At Aldgate, he saw the first rodents, a heavy black stream running along the roadside, joined by others flowing from buildings. Glass shattered ahead as a restaurant window caved in, rats pouring through. All headed the same direction, Harris guessed toward a park near the Tower of London where a transmitter was located. He pressed on, the numbers building, but the creatures mercifully ignored his speeding car. Turning into Commercial Road, he slammed the brakes. A huge moving carpet of black vermin stretched before him, filling the broad road completely, about 50 yards wide without a single break, coming from a side street and disappearing into another. His heart froze. Could he drive through? What if the car stalled? Looking back, he saw other streams pouring from streets and buildings like molten lava. The way back would be just as hazardous. Something thumped onto his bonnet. A giant rat stared at him through the windscreen, its evil face 2 feet from his own, only a thin sheet of glass protecting him. The shock gunned him into action. He revved the engine, moved forward slowly, then eased up speed. The rat slithered across the bonnet, its long claws failing to grip, and slid back onto the road. Harris kept his foot down, telling himself it was like driving through a flood. Keep going slowly but steadily. The car plunged into the surging bodies, bumping over them, the crunch of bones and squashed bodies nauseating him. He forced his eyes ahead. The rats seemed oblivious, making no attempt to escape the wheels. Several leapt across the bonnet and roof. One cracked a side window, but didn't break it. Twice the car slid on wet blood, and Harris fought to keep it straight, praying he wouldn't stall. A thump on the roof, then a pointed head appeared at the top of the windscreen. Nose twitching, claws spread flat against the glass. Harris pushed back against his seat in frightened reaction, dipping the clutch automatically to avoid stalling. The creature flopped onto the bonnet and turned to face him. It seemed even bigger than the usual giants. Why wasn't it affected by the sound waves? He recovered his wits and drove on, trying to ignore the monster glaring at him. The sharp squeals of rats trapped under his tires strengthened his hate and spurred him on. The rat lunged at the windscreen, baring its teeth, trying to shatter the glass. The glass held, but Harris knew it wouldn't withstand much pressure. With relief, he realized he was almost through the writhing mass and gathered speed. The rat lunged again, leaving a jagged scratch. At last, the car broke through. Harris shifted into second, then third gear. He jerked the wheel side to side, trying to dislodge the passenger before the glass shattered. Too late. The rat took a final desperate lunge. The windscreen shattered into a myriad of tiny cracks, Harris's vision turning cloudy white. He found himself staring directly into the rat's face. Its head had broken through, and it struggled to enlarge the hole for its powerful body, bearing bloodied incisors, eyes bulbous from the glass, pulling its neck skin back. Seconds. He jammed on the brakes, knowing what he had to do. As the car skidded to a halt, he pulled on his protective gloves, opened the door, and ran around to the front. He grabbed the loathsome body and pulled with all his strength. The sudden cold air on his exposed face made him realize his vulnerability, and panic gave him more speed. He pulled the rat free, glass cutting into its neck as it thrashed. He held it above his head and threw it toward the other side of the car, its weight weakening his throw. The body brushed the bonnet and hit the ground with stunning force, but it was on its feet immediately, tearing back underneath the car toward him. Harris moved fast, but hadn't expected the rat to come from beneath. As he jumped in and began pulling the door shut, excruciating pain shot through his leg. He looked down. The rat clung just above his ankle, the suit's tough material saving him from serious injury. He tried to shake it off, but it clung relentlessly, increasing pressure, trying to climb inside. He beat at it with his fist to no avail. Bringing his foot inside but resting it on the very edge, he grabbed the door handle with both hands and slammed the door shut with all his strength. The rat shrieked piercingly and loosened its grip. Its neck was trapped between door and frame, but it still thrashed wildly. Eyes glazed, mouth frothing. He pulled the door tighter, slipped a hand through the narrow crack for a firmer grip, and squeezed the life from the rat. When its struggle ceased, he opened the door just enough for the body to flop onto the ground and quickly closed it tight. He sat there shaking, feeling no relief. He had to go on. The roaring engine brought him fully to his senses. His foot rested on the accelerator. The engine was racing madly. He eased off, made the hole in the windscreen larger, engaged first gear, and drove on slowly, picking up speed as he remembered his mission. A military scout car stopped Harris, costing precious minutes while he showed his pass and explained his mission. The officer regretted he couldn't accompany him, but wished him luck and waved him on. Driving through the city, towering office blocks on both sides, the overwhelming loneliness pressed in. He wanted to turn back toward the security of numbers, but forced himself forward. He had to stop Foskins from entering that house. At Aldgate, he spotted the first rats, a heavy black stream running along the roadside, joined by others pouring from buildings, jostling and climbing over each other. A restaurant window caved in as rats poured through. All headed the same direction. Harris guessed toward a park near the tower where a transmitter was located. The creatures mercifully ignored his speeding car. Turning into Commercial Road, he slammed the brakes. A huge moving carpet of black vermin stretched before him, filling the broad road completely, about 50 yards wide without a single break. His heart froze. They poured from a side street and vanished into another opposite. Should he turn back? Find another route? What if the car stalled in the middle of the flow? His protective suit wouldn't withstand an onslaught. His instinct screamed retreat. But looking through the rear window, he saw more streams pouring from streets and buildings like molten lava, forming tributaries around obstacles. The way back would be just as hazardous. Something thumped onto his bonnet. A giant rat stared through the windscreen, its evil face 2 feet from his own, only a thin sheet of glass protecting him. The shock jolted him into action. He revved the engine, moved forward slowly, then eased up speed. The rat slithered across the bonnet, claws failing to grip, and slid back onto the road. He kept his foot down, telling himself to drive through like a flooded road, slowly but steadily. The car plunged into the surging bodies, bumping over them. The crunch of bones and squashed bodies nauseated him. He forced his eyes ahead. Rats seemed oblivious, making no attempt to escape the wheels. Several leapt across the bonnet and roof. One cracked a side window. Twice the car slid on wet blood, and he fought to keep straight, praying not to stall. A thump on the roof, then a pointed head appeared at the top of the windscreen. Nose twitching, claws spread flat against the glass. He pushed back in frightened reaction, automatically dipping the clutch. The creature flopped onto the bonnet and turned to face him. It seemed even bigger than the usual giants. Why wasn't it affected by the sound waves? He recovered his wits and drove on, the sharp squeals of rats trapped under his tires strengthening his hate. The rat lunged at the windscreen, teeth bared, trying to shatter the glass. The glass held, but he knew it wouldn't withstand much pressure. With relief, he realized he was almost through the writhing mass and gathered speed. The rat lunged again, leaving a jagged scratch. The car broke through. He shifted into second, then third, jerking the wheel side to side to dislodge the passenger. Too late. The rat made a final desperate lunge. The windscreen shattered into a myriad of tiny cracks, his vision turning cloudy white. He stared directly into the rat's face. Its head had broken through, struggling to enlarge the hole, bearing bloodied incisors, eyes bulbous from the glass pulling its neck skin back. Seconds. He jammed on the brakes. As the car skidded to a halt, he pulled on his heavy gloves, jumped out, and ran to the front. He grabbed the loathsome body and pulled with all his strength, the sudden cold air on his exposed face adding panic-fueled speed. He pulled the rat free, glass cutting into its neck as it thrashed. He held it above his head and threw it. Its weight weakened his throw. The body brushed the bonnet and hit the ground, but was on its feet immediately, tearing back underneath the car toward him. He hadn't expected that. As he jumped in and pulled the door shut, excruciating pain shot through his leg. The rat clung just above his ankle, the suit's tough material saving him from serious injury. It clung relentlessly, trying to climb inside. He beat at it with his fist to no avail. Bringing his foot inside, he grabbed the door handle with both hands and slammed the door shut with all his strength. The rat shrieked, loosening its grip. Its neck trapped between door and frame. It thrashed wildly, eyes glazed, mouth frothing. He pulled the door tighter, slipped a hand through the narrow crack, and squeezed the life from it. When its struggles ceased, he opened the door just enough for the body to flop to the ground and closed it tight. He sat shaking. No relief, only the knowledge he had to go on. The roaring engine brought him back. His foot had been pressing the accelerator. The engine raced madly. He eased off, made the windscreen hole larger, and drove on, slowly at first, then picking up speed. He saw many more giant rodents, driving through them without reducing speed. The ultrasonic sound waves seemed to be working. They'd flushed the vermin from their nests. A helicopter passed overhead. Up to those boys now, and their gas. He turned toward the disused canal. Rat numbers diminished. On the street alongside the canal, no rodent life at all. He spotted a car halfway down and assumed Foskins had beaten him. He stopped where he knew the house was hidden behind a high wall and wild foliage. Reluctant to leave the safety of his vehicle, he sat listening, then grabbed his glass-visored helmet and got out. Carrying the helmet, he moved toward a boarded-up gap in the wall where iron gates once stood. 2 heavy boards had been pulled aside, leaving a hole large enough for a man. He stuck his head through cautiously and called for Foskins. Silence. Complete, utterly lonely silence. He put on the helmet, hating its clammy claustrophobia, and stepped through. He pushed through undergrowth along the old path, viewing everything remotely through the visor. He reached the familiar house. Taking off the helmet, he called again and banged on the front door. No answer. He'd have to go in. At least the rats would have cleared out by now. He peered through a broken window but saw nothing in the gloom. Too much light blocked by surrounding trees and undergrowth. He returned to his car for a torch. Shining it through the window, he saw only 2 old mildewed armchairs and a heavy wooden sideboard. A stench hit him, not just must of age. The front door was locked. He went around back. The kitchen overlooked the muddy canal. Its door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open gently, the creak the only sound breaking the uneasy silence. The smell inside was even stronger. He quickly replaced his helmet, hoping it would act as a mask. Dusty crockery in the sink, cobwebs everywhere, ashes still in the fireplace. Whoever lived here left in a hurry. He opened a door into a dark hall, switching on his torch. He stopped outside a door he'd never been allowed to enter as a child, the lockkeeper's private room, used for rest and reading. The unknown room filled him with deep apprehension, fear looming in his soul. He turned the handle and pushed the door firmly. It crashed against the wall. Almost completely dark. Dusty lace curtains blocked the light. He shone the torch around, searching and dreading what he might find. The room had been converted into a study, a globe, a blackboard, wall drawings of animals and bone structures, a crammed bookcase, a desk piled with maps. He flashed the light back to the blackboard. A chalk drawing, faded and hard to distinguish, was unmistakably a rat, but something about it seemed odd. A noise downstairs broke his thoughts. He called for Foskins. Silence, then a faint scuffling. He called again. A dull thump from the back of the house below. He edged down the hall. Opposite the kitchen was a door he hadn't noticed before, the cellar door, from his childhood memories. It wasn't quite closed. He pushed it wide and shone the torch down steep stairs, but saw only a small area at the bottom. He called Foskins again, took a tentative step down, and almost retched at the nauseating smell. The bottom of the door had been chewed away. If the zoologist brought mutant rats here, this must be where he kept them. Let them breed. But what happened to him? Killed by his own monsters? The cellar should be empty now. The sound beams would have cleared them. But what about the rat on his car? It hadn't seemed affected. Perhaps there were others like it. Turn back or go on? He'd come this far. He descended. At the bottom, a faint light shaft came from somewhere ahead. He trailed his torch along the ground and discovered white objects littering the floor. Bones. Many resembling human bones. Rats must have dragged victims down here. He flashed the torch and found cages, their wire mesh torn away. The small shaft of light came from another torch, a keyring type, lying next to a body. With dread, Harris directed his beam over it. Foskins's lifeless eyes stared at the ceiling. Hard to recognize. His nose gone, one cheek flapped open. But Harris knew it was him. The lower half of his face covered in blood, and something moved at his crimson open throat. A black rat fed on him, drinking greedily. It stopped as the light hit it, yellow eyes glaring directly at the torch. Harris stepped back. The beam took in the rest of the mutilated corpse. Clothes in shreds, an arm almost torn off, a hole in the chest where the heart had been. Another rat lay half across the body, head buried in intestines, oblivious in its greed. In his other hand, Foskins held an axe in a death grip, its head buried in a giant rat's skull. Another rat lay dead nearby. The whole scene froze in Harris's mind like a photograph. Though he couldn't have stood there more than 2 seconds, it felt like an immeasurable void in time. Dimly, through his shock, something registered in the far corner, bloated and pale, indefinable. The paralysis broke as the rat at Foskins's throat leapt toward the light. Harris stumbled backward, tripping over bones, landing flat on his back. The torch skidded away, but didn't break. Slightly stunned, he realized he wasn't wearing his helmet. It was lost. Heavy paws clambered along his body toward his exposed face. He caught the rat by its throat, just as it was about to sink its teeth into his flesh. The fetid breath from its jaws, inches from his face, struck even more terror into him. This rat seemed even larger and heavier than the giant species, similar to the one on his car. He rolled over desperately, his feet kicking out and landing a lucky blow on the head of another approaching rat. Pushing the pointed head against the ground, he beat at it with his free fist, but the rat's claws raked his body. It snapped at his gloved hand and caught the material between its teeth. Something landed on his back, sharp pain as his head was yanked back by his hair. He rolled over again, trying to crush the rat on his back, but losing grip on the other. The trick worked, but he felt his hair tear at the roots as he got to one knee. The first rat jumped at his face. He turned his head just in time, searing pain as razor incisors cut along his cheek. He shoved the rat's haunches, sending it sailing over his shoulder to crash into a cage. He crawled on all fours toward the axe in Foskins's dead hand. Reaching for it in the eerie torchlight, he realized his hand was bare, exposed. He stretched again, but sharp teeth clamped down on his hand, shaking it furiously. With a scream, he scrambled to his feet. drawing his hand with him. The rat fell back, two of his fingers between its jaws. Incredibly, he felt no pain, his mind too numbed by terror for the message to reach his brain. He staggered toward the door, intent only on escape. Knocked to the ground by a rat landing on his shoulder, he fell onto a cage and rolled behind it. The desire to cower and die swept through him. But with a roar, a scream, a cry of rage, he never knew which, he regained his feet and grabbed the rat by its hind legs. The other rat jumped at his thigh. He felt it biting through the protective suit. Blood flowed warmly down his leg. The teeth had penetrated. The pain added to his fury, giving him extra strength, not a madman's strength, but a man refusing to be beaten. He twisted his body, dragging the rat in his hands, ignoring the one at his thigh. He lifted the struggling creature as high as he could and swung it against the wall with all his might. The stunned rat emitted a high-pitched squeal, like a child's scream, but still twisted. He swung again, grunting with satisfaction at the crunch of bones as the thin skull hit concrete. He tossed it away, not knowing if it still lived. Reaching down, he pulled at the rat on his thigh. The pain became unbearable. He lifted the writhing body and staggered toward Foskins' corpse. He sank to his knees, almost passing out, but crawled desperately on. He couldn't endure the leg pain much longer. With one final supreme effort, he reached for the corpse and collapsed against it. His weight forced the rat to release him, but it immediately launched another attack. Harris rolled on his back, drew his knees up, and kicked out with both feet. The blow sent the rat scuttling across the room, giving him time to get to his knees. He grabbed for the axe and yanked its head from the dead rat. To his horror, Foskins' hand still gripped the handle. He seized the wrist with his injured left hand and wrenched the weapon free with his right. Turning sharply, he met the charging black beast, jaws frothing with blood and foam, eyes bulging with hate. He brought the axe down to meet its flying attack, the blade cleaving straight through its pointed skull. It landed in a heap before him, dead already, but twitching violently. He decapitated it. He sank down, forehead almost touching the ground, but a slithering sound brought him back. Looking up, he saw the other rat, the one he'd tossed away, the one he thought he'd fractured, crawling toward him. Badly injured, almost dead, but still finding the strength and hate to move, leaving a wet trail of blood. He crawled toward it. The rat raised its loathsome head and bared its teeth, a snarl rising from its throat. Its back was broken, but still it kept coming, determined to destroy him. When they were no more than 2 feet apart, he rose to his knees, lifting the axe high above his head with both hands. The rat's back haunches quivered as it tried to summon strength for a leap it could never accomplish. He brought the axe crashing down against the back of its neck, shattering its spine and severing its arteries. The exhausted teacher collapsed in a heap. He didn't know how long he'd lain there. Could have been 5 minutes. Could have been 5 hours. He removed his glove and checked his watch, but without a timeline of the horrific events, he couldn't judge. The pain in his hand was now excruciating, overpowering the throb in his thigh. His whole body ached. His cheek was sticky with blood. A sharp pain brought his good hand to his ear. His earlobe was missing. He muttered a curse, but he was alive, and a lightness filled him. The shots he'd had would prevent any disease, he reassured himself. All he needed was to get out of this bloody hole. He sat up, his hand brushing against the dead Foskins. Poor sod must have put up quite a struggle to kill 2 of the rats. Well, he'd found the nest. This must have been where they originally bred, the home lair. A sound made his body stiff. Fear flooded back. Wasn't it over yet? He looked hurriedly for the axe, found it still buried in the dead rat, and retrieved it with a tug. The sound was a whimper, a strange mewing noise, coming from the far corner. His mind flashed back to the moment he discovered Foskins' corpse, the photograph his brain had taken, the pale, bloated image in the gloom. Now there were small scuffling noises. He crawled desperately for the fallen torch, still working, but growing dimmer. Was he strong enough to defend himself against another attack? He doubted it. His intention was to get the torch and then get up the stairs and out as quickly as possible. But as he reached the torch and no attack came, Curiosity took over. He shone the light toward the noises. Something white or gray was there, moving slightly. Two small eyes reflected back, luminous. He moved slowly toward them. Drawing nearer, his whole body trembled with revulsion. He stopped 5 feet away, resisting the urge to run, forcing himself to look. On the straw before him, tucked into the furthest corner, surrounded by human bones, lay the most obnoxious creature he had ever seen. In some ways it resembled a rat, huge, much bigger than the others, with a pointed head, a long, obese body, and a long, thick tail curling forward. But there the resemblance ended. Its whole body pulsed spasmodically. It was almost hairless, a few gray threads clinging sparsely. Completely white or gray-pink, impossible to tell in the poor light. Its veins showed through obscenely, throbbing with the body's movement. It reminded him of a huge, dismembered, bloodshot eye. He swallowed hard to stop the rising sickness. He looked into the sightless eyes. No pupils, just yellow, gleaming slits. The head waved side to side, sniffing the air, the only way it could locate him. The stench was foul, putrid, almost poisonous. A shape at the side of its large head puzzled him. Resisting revulsion, he stepped closer, realizing the creature was crippled by its own obesity. The lump was almost as big as the head next to it, waving to and fro. He peered closer, holding the torch nearer, and saw what looked like a mouth. God, it had 2 heads. He staggered back with a cry of horror. The second head had no eyes, but it had a mouth and stumps of teeth. No ears, but a pointed nose that twitched and sniffed. The obscene creature's mewing became louder as it thrashed ponderously in its straw crib, unable to move. It sensed the danger and knew it was helpless. The giant rats Harris and Foskins had fought had been its guards to the king. But now they were dead, and it was unprotected, vulnerable. With a sob, Harris raised the axe and stumbled toward the monster. Frightened, but knowing he had to kill it, knowing he couldn't leave it to the authorities who would keep it alive to study its strangeness, knowing he would never sleep peacefully again unless it were dead. He must be its executioner. He lunged forward. The sightless creature tried to back away, but its gluttony and reliance on its subject creatures defeated it. Too heavy, too old, too helpless. The body popped like a huge balloon filled with dark red blood. Harris became drenched in the thick, sticky fluid, but he hacked away at the pulsating flesh in a rage he'd never felt before. He screamed at the dying creature, for the people who died because of it, for the good, for the bastards, for the innocent, for the rats like itself. He hacked at the heads, killing the 2 brains that had dominated its fellow creatures. Then, for himself, so that he knew filth like this could always be erased. He plunged the axe deep into the creature's sagging back in one final thrust, then sank to his knees and wept. Soon he wiped his eyes and got to his feet. Taking one last look at the heap of obscene flesh, he turned and staggered from the cellar, glancing at Foskins's body as he passed, drained of emotion. He wearily climbed the stairs, walked through the kitchen, and emerged into open sunlight. He stood at the edge of the canal for a few moments, seeing gas clouds drifting through the bright blue sky, secure that the gas was fulfilling its deadly purpose. He breathed deeply, trying to lose the pungent cellar odor from his nostrils. He winced at the pain in his hand and examined the stumps of his fingers. His heart suddenly ached for Judy, for people. He wanted to be back among them. He turned and walked back down the path, his body no longer trembling, warmed by the sun. He stepped through the gap into the street, climbed tiredly into his car, and drove away from the old house. In a dark corner behind a row of shelves in a different basement, a mother rat had been trapped for 5 days. It had crawled there to give birth, but when it tried to follow the sound that buzzed through its head, it found the way blocked by a heavy iron door. The monotonous pitch continued for 5 long days, almost driving the mother and its tiny offspring mad. But they found food in abundance. The owners had ignored the government warning to leave all doors open, planning to cash in on the post-exile shortage. The litter gorged themselves. They grew larger and sturdier by the day, dark hairs beginning to sprout. Except for one. Only a few white hairs grew on its pink, almost white body. It seemed to dominate the others, which brought it food and kept its body warm. A curious lump seemed to be growing on its broad, lopsided shoulder next to its head. Patiently, they waited for the people to return. The end. And when the final echoes of screaming fade beneath the streets, what lingers is something far more unsettling than monsters. It's the feeling that James Herbert was never really writing about rats alone. He was writing about fear buried beneath ordinary life, about cities growing cold and indifferent, about what happens when people stop noticing the darkness gathering around them until it's already too late. And if you stayed through this nightmare until the very end, thank you. Stories like this only truly come alive when someone is willing to walk into the shadows and listen. Herbert once spoke about wanting horror to feel immediate, raw, physical, almost impossible to escape. At the time, much of British horror fiction still carried the elegance of Gothic castles and distant curses, but Herbert dragged terror into cramped apartments, underground tunnels, and rain-soaked streets people recognized from their own lives. He wrote The Rats while working in advertising, often late at night, pushing through exhaustion and rejection with the belief that horror could be brutal, fast, and deeply human all at once. Publishers were initially uncertain about the novel's graphic violence, but readers connected to its relentless realism in a way few expected. You can still feel the influence of post-war Britain inside the story: overcrowded housing, economic anxiety, urban decay. Beneath the horror, there's a quiet anger about neglect, about systems failing ordinary people while danger spreads unseen beneath them. And maybe that's why the novel still feels disturbingly modern decades later. That same darkness runs through many of Herbert's other works as well: The Fog, Domain, The Survivor, Shrine. He had a gift for turning familiar places into nightmares without ever losing sight of the vulnerable people trapped inside them. When the story reached the screen in 1982 through Deadly Eyes, director Robert Close, known for Enter the Dragon, approached the adaptation with a very different energy. The film shifted the setting from London to Toronto and leaned harder into creature feature cinema than Herbert's grim social horror. Sam Groom, Sarah Botsford, and Scatman Crothers brought an unexpected sincerity to the chaos unfolding around them, even as the production struggled with one of its strangest challenges: the rats themselves. Much of the film relied on trained rodents fitted with tiny fur costumes to make them appear larger and more threatening on camera. According to crew stories, keeping the animals controlled during filming became a nightmare of its own. Scenes often had to be repeated because the rats scattered unpredictably across sets, disappearing into walls, lighting rigs, and equipment rooms. Special effects artist Paul Gentry combined practical gore effects with mechanical rat models, but budget limitations forced the production into constant improvisation. Robert Painter's cinematography gave the film a grimy, claustrophobic atmosphere that tried to preserve some of Herbert's urban dread, while composer Chase Cronk layered the story with an uneasy sense of panic beneath the action. And even though Deadly Eyes softened parts of the novel and changed major story elements, there's still something strangely fascinating about watching filmmakers wrestle with how to translate Herbert's vicious imagery into something audiences could physically see. Some viewers embraced the film's chaotic charm. Others felt it could never fully capture the hopeless tension of the novel itself. But that divide almost feels fitting for Herbert's work. His stories were never designed to leave people comfortable. Even now, The Rats remains one of the defining landmarks of modern horror fiction. It helped open the door for a harsher, more visceral style of storytelling that influenced generations of writers afterward. And if this retelling drew you into that world, the original novel is still worth experiencing in its purest form, especially for the details, atmosphere, and psychological dread no adaptation could completely reproduce. If this story stayed with you tonight, I'd love to hear what lingered in your mind the longest: the fear, the symbolism, the cruelty, or maybe the strange sadness buried beneath it all. And if you'd like to journey deeper into worlds like this, you can support these cinematic retellings simply by subscribing, sharing the story with someone who loves dark fiction, or returning for another quiet descent into the unknown. Because long after the creatures disappear back into the darkness, the best stories never really end. They wait patiently in the corners of memory, breathing softly beneath the surface, until one night, years later, you hear them again.